Here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, so I guess we better get right to it. As always, don't forget to buckle up those seatbelts, otherwise you might go floating off into that deep dark void, never to be seen again. All right. Galactic Stream has started. Sorry for the late beginnings, but it's been a weird couple of weeks. A lot to talk about tonight, but first some shout-outs. Joe 47771, Fishbone, and Randy Terpstra, 23 in the YouTube chat. I can't hear it. It's too low. The volume's too low. Thank you for the bits, Chris Tablante. Young Chris, close fourth. Rizla, also here. Herman Horologist. Man to the Pivot, Big Jerry. Megastar, CJ from the 6. Sudden Apollo, and Christopher Tablante over on Twitch. As I mentioned, a lot to talk about here tonight. And Bondi testifying to Congress, refusing to answer any questions. Get into that, as well as the DOJ investigation into a Trump accuser. Not Trump, the person who accused Trump of the crime. That's who they're investigating. Other sorts of crazy things happening this week. All sorts of stuff, honestly. Good news in the courts. And no deal in Iran yet. Fuck yeah! Let's start here.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
Okay, what's happening here?
First, Mr. President, I know you want to move past all this intrigue over the Epstein files, but I do want to ask you to clarify something you said this morning. You said this was all a hoax. Has your attorney general told you this was a hoax? What evidence?
No, it's not the attorney general. No, I know it's a hoax. It's started by Democrats.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
I call it the Epstein hoax.
Are people still talking about this guy? This great
The Epstein hoax.
Jeffrey Epstein? Epstein?
I call it the Epstein hoax.
That is unbelievable.
I call it the Epstein hoax.
Yes, indeed. He calls it the Epstein hoax, or as we like to call it, the very real Epstein cover-up. Yeah, Donald Trump, he's confused why we want to talk about the Epstein files. I think most of us find this to be a horrible chapter in human history that is clearly being covered up by the U.S. government. There's a lot of reasons to want to talk about it when you get down to it. But Pam did not want to do any such thing in her congressional testimony.
This guy's been talked about for years.
Okay, what in the fuck is going on? Hold on, I'm sorry, I gotta close. My browser is doing something stupid. I gotta like reopen it or something. It's being very weird.
That's really weird.
Your moral code prevents you from dancing to that bop. And that's perfectly fine. It's really just a way to get us started talking about the Epstein files. And to make fun of Donald Trump for not wanting to talk about them. There's a whole song about how Donald Trump wants us to stop talking about the Epstein files. And what better way to start talking about the Epstein files by reminding us all of how little Trump would like us to talk about them. He started a whole goddamn war in the Middle East. And there was a fascinating display in Congress earlier on Friday. Pam Bondi and a DOJ lawyer appearing before congressional Democrats and one congressional Republican.
I'm right outside the room where Pam Bondi, the former Attorney General, was interviewed by House lawmakers who are investigating how the government has handled the Jeffrey Epstein case files. So when Bondi arrived, it was a really chaotic scene in the hallways up here. She was trying to avoid interacting with reporters, as well as several survivors of Epstein's abuse who came up here to confront how she had handled the release of the case files. The interview was behind closed doors, and eventually the committee will release a transcript. Bondi really defended how she is overseeing the Department of Justice and how it released the case files. But she also said that Todd Blanche, who was her deputy and is now the acting attorney general, really was directly responsible for that whole process.
Yes, this is one of the fascinating revelations coming out of this testimony from Attorney General Pam Bondi, former Attorney General Pam Bondi, who's claiming she had nothing to do with the file. She had absolutely nothing to do with the files. I mean, it's quite a fascinating claim, you know, from a woman who is in charge. I mean, in theory, you would think in charge of the entire thing, right? She's the Attorney General. She's the head of the Department of Justice. The DOJ was releasing the most high-profile trove of documents, whatever you want to fucking call it. And she's trying to tell us, actually, I really didn't have anything to do with that. But honestly, what I can't get past, we can't, before we move past this, we have
The DOJ may be releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients. Will that really happen?
It's sitting on my desk right now to review. That's been a directive by President Trump. I'm reviewing that. I'm reviewing JFK files, MLK files. That's all in the process of being reviewed because that.
So I just want to play that again.
The directive of the president from all of these.
The DOJ may be releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients. Will that really happen?
It's sitting on my desk right now to review.
It's sitting on her desk right now to review, said Pam Bondi. So we went from the files are on her desk to review. This was like, God, this is like a year ago. This is like a year ago now. To here in May, end of May, and Pam is all of a sudden like, files? I didn't have anything to do with the files. I didn't even see the files. What files? Jeffrey who?
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
It's incredible. The 180 on this is just fucking wild. We're about to release the files that are on my desk, which I am personally reviewing too. I had nothing to do with any of this. Why are you asking me about this? It's a little weird. No. All right, let's go here to congressional Democrats. We're holding this hearing during break. I think they come back for a couple more days. I can't remember, but they basically had like I think they had like a week or something like that. A vacation time. So right now, the only people who are present are Democrats, because Republicans couldn't be bothered to show up for this hearing. You know, to ask the former Attorney General questions. Nor did they subpoena her she was here upon request and therefore not obligated to answer any questions or to testify truthfully because she's not under oath.
Great, thank you. I'm Ranking Member Robert Garcia, Oversight Democrats. I'm going to have some remarks, and then I'm going to have a few folks are also going to give some remarks, and then I'll answer any questions. We are on a break right now from the interview, and so I want to make sure that we answer some questions. Let me just start by sharing with the American public where we're actually right now in this transcribed interview. To repeat what we've continued to say, it is a shame and a disservice to the American people that this interview is not being recorded, videotaped, and then released to the American public, and that she was not brought in under oath. We continue to say that this should be recorded by video and released to the American public, and we're also asking that Chairman Comer immediately release the transcripts that right now are being done throughout today. I want to also say just a few other things. It is clear in just this part of the interview that she continues to push all of the investigation and the blame on acting AG. All of the investigation and the blame on acting AG Todd Blanche. She said, and I quote, "Acting AG Blanche was managing the entire investigation," end quote. And what you're going to hear in that interview, and what she's saying here in her words and remarks, is that it was.
How could Todd Blanche have been completely in charge of the investigation if she was reviewing files on her desk? It's a very weird scenario, right? Like, think about it. It's like, I know that the file review, we got a lot of problems with how that went down. But the point is that how could it be possible Todd Blanche was the only one to blame for the handling of the files when she literally had them on her desk? She said it herself on Fox News.
End quote. And what you're going to hear in that interview, and what she's saying here in her words and remarks, is that it was Todd Blanche, the current acting AG, that was leading the Epstein investigation, and quite frankly, all of the mistakes that we saw, the redactions, not protecting survivors, she continues to push that back onto the acting AG, Todd Blanche, who, by the way, was Donald Trump's former personal lawyer. I also personally asked the former AG 5 times and 5 different questions about her conversations with President Trump, whether he directed her at any given time on the Epstein files, what he knew, what he asked her to redact or not, and she refused to answer any questions about President Trump. In fact, she said that she would not speak or respond to any questions that had anything to do with.
Now, I just want to point out, because I want to make sure I get this right, so I just looked it back up again. And the fact is this, I mean, Pam Bondi is almost a former Trump lawyer. Like, as close to being a former Trump lawyer without legally being one as you could possibly be. Right? Like, it's not just Todd Blanche. It's both of them who are basically Trump. I mean, to be clear, I'm not saying that she was, in fact, a lawyer to Trump, but she was basically like a PR person for the Stop the Steal legal effort, right? Like, when they were trying to win these cases in court, like, she was out there, like, like stumping for Trump. She might not have been legally representing him in court, but she was doing it in the court of public opinion quite heavily.
President Trump. It's also interesting that sitting next to her is DOJ counsel, somebody that currently works for the Department of Justice, who on multiple occasions stepped in and told the former Attorney General that she was not going to answer those questions, and especially when we ask questions of what the president directed her to do. And so the DOJ is in there right now stopping questions about President Trump and about what happened in the release of these files and why so many survivors were doxxed and their information, of course, released to the public. And let me also just say, finally, before I turn this over to Liz, to Ms. Stein here, we asked questions about Ghislaine Maxwell and the transfer. And again, she referred those questions to Todd Blanche in the Bureau of Prisons. So let's be clear, we have many questions for Mr. Blanche and for the Bureau of Prisons that yet Republicans are refusing to ask. Why was she transferred to a less secure facility?
Yes, that's a great question. It's a great question. And Pam, does he finish this? I think he says more on this.
And Miss Bondi claims to have no knowledge of the actual transfer.
How?
No knowledge that it was a less secure prison.
How?
And didn't know about it until she found out after the fact.
How?
And then will refuse to answer additional questions.
How is that possible? She's the Attorney General of the United States. She's the head of the Department of Justice. And this very unusual transfer of a prisoner is happening under her nose. And somehow it goes just by the wayside? How is that possible? How does she only find out about that after the fact? I mean, we've heard suggestions, well, not even suggestions, claims that this sort of unusual transfer of a convicted sex offender from a maximum security to a minimum security day camp, basically, it would probably require the approval of someone quite high up. So I find it fascinating. And she's making this claim that she had nothing yet. What? Who? Ghislaine who? I've never heard of her. Transferred where? Like, she's just playing dumb because she can, because she's not under oath. She's not being investigated. She showed up just because she knew that she didn't have to answer any questions.
Now we're going to hear from Melanie Stanford.
Good afternoon. I'm Melanie Stansbury, and I represent New Mexico's 1st Congressional District. And I want to be clear today that one thing is clear, that this is absolutely a cover-up and a smokescreen to prevent Pam Bondi from having to testify under oath pursuant to a congressional subpoena. Now, let me explain a few things about what we have seen in the room. First and foremost, if Pam Bondi was complying with a congressional
Christ
deposition...
Ablanti just cheered 100 bits. Egg. Blank Face Man and Omega Star are amazing and not telepathically controlling my brain, and I donate of my own free will and not due to psychic influence of supernatural leftists. Carrot you woo carrot.
Carrot woo carrot. I love that that's the way that it reads that out.
To testify under oath, Department of Justice attorneys would not be intervening and essentially trying to stop her from answering basic questions about her conversations with Donald Trump, with the administration, and trying to claim that she does not have to answer questions. In fact, as the ranking member said, she has been asked multiple times about the Trump administration, about her conversations with the president, about her conversations with other administration officials. And when asked specifically about a conversation with Donald Trump, one of the Department of Justice attorneys intervened and said that she did not have to answer the question because it was a voluntary interview, and said, in fact, quote, "We don't even have to assert privilege because of that," and said, quote, "We refuse to provide answers."
So, I just want everybody to have this picture in their minds. But the Attorney General, former Attorney General, who just was fired or resigned again, or was she fired or resigned? I can't remember now. There's been a flurry of exits from the Trump administration in recent weeks. But you have the former Attorney General sitting at a congressional testimony, like a hearing, being essentially represented. And what's so perverse about it is that, first off, the DOJ is not supposed to be a Trump agent. It's not supposed to be like a wing of the White House, right? It's supposed to be its own independent agency. It's clearly not that. But to see a DOJ lawyer basically on behalf of the president acting as legal representation for Pam Bondi in a hearing about one of the most blatant government cover-ups in history is just fucking insane. They make Nixon and Watergate look like a traipse through the park. It's incredible, the level of corruption that we're seeing here. It's truly wild. It's beyond me. Right? Merrick Garland under the Biden DOJ didn't do almost fucking anything. Right? Nobody really saw any, especially people who were actually, for Jan 6, nobody who was powerful, like Donald Trump, saw any real consequences for it. He did see, technically, he was convicted, right? 34 times, but he's seen no consequences of that conviction. He's president of the United States now, right? And this guy is just running around, just acting with impunity in the country, like a fucking mob boss. The thing that I thought of when I heard this is, I assume most people have seen Breaking Bad. If you haven't, spoiler alert. But main character, right, Walter White, when one of the lower drug dealers, Badger, gets arrested and is then questioned by the DEA, he goes to Saul Goodman, and aka Jimmy McGill, and asks him to represent Badger, but not so that Badger could help the DEA, right? Does everybody remember this scene? Where basically, Walter White has to be look, we need you to not do the most obvious thing, legally speaking, for the client, and work with the government, because I'm the guy that they're going after. How much money is it going to take for you to do that? And that's what we have here, essentially, right? Except DOJ is just controlled by Donald Trump. And so they're just here on behalf of him, making sure the Pam doesn't say anything that the president might not like. And it's fucking insane. It's just so blatantly corrupt. The thing that I think of first is the most well-known fucking crime drama of I don't know, the 21st century. Jesus Christ. It's almost verbatim. It's just a slightly different situation, because instead of being a drug dealer, it's the president of the United States.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Mr. Maxwell Frost of Florida's 10.
Thank you. I'll be really quick. Every single one of our questions got one of three responses. One, not to my recollection, or I don't know. Number two, talk with Todd Blanche. I don't know anything about it. And number three, I am not talking about Donald Trump. Those are the three answers we're getting to every single question that we ask. This actually really reminds me of our deposition with Alex Acosta, where he obviously didn't know anything about anything going on in his own damn office. It's the same thing with Pam Bondi. Either she doesn't know, or Todd Blanche was running the entire operation.
Christ Ablanti
So,
just
okay,
cheered
we're going to want to
100
talk with Todd
bits.
Blanche.
Off
And we're
topic, but you triggered a core memory of mine, when the DA came out of a van and ran after me and a crowd of homeless people enveloped me, allowing me to escape.
Wow. That's quite a story. Is the homeless smokescreen.
That not just Chairman Comer, but every single Republican on this committee join us in issuing a subpoena to him, because we need to speak with him, because obviously the former Attorney General is in that room placing every single thing on the current Acting Attorney General of the United States. And the fact that you won't answer any questions relating to Donald Trump is disgusting and shows just how much of a cover-up this is. First, it started off with her saying, I'm not going to talk about any private conversations I've had with the president. Okay. Then we ask questions about the president generally. And she says, I'm not answering any questions having to do with the president at all. Anytime we ask for any information relating to this administration, somebody from the Department of Justice sitting right next to her puts their hand over the mic and tells her, do not answer that question. It's disgusting.
This is ridiculous.
It's a cover-up in broad daylight. And what they're hoping will happen is we'll walk out of here and we'll stop, but we're not going to stop. We are committed to this. We're not going to let this story die. We're not going to allow the survivors to just go off, right, and people forget about this. We're going to keep fighting for justice. We're going to talk with Todd Blanche. We're going to talk with people, and we're going to get the answers here. We're not going to let this story die.
Yeah, I mean, let's be real. Democrats need to take control of Congress so that they can actually subpoena Pam. Force her to testify under oath. Same thing for Todd. Not just asking him questions, you know, like you need to interrogate the man. You can't really interrogate him if he has no obligation. If any of these people have zero obligation to answer the questions or to testify truthfully, well, we're basically in the same spot we are still. We can get Todd Blanche to come in and lie all day. Still going to require Republicans to oust him from his job, right? Like, he's not going to get impeached or something, right? Like, come on. And Trump isn't going to fire the guy. I mean, it's still not clear how much money he even owes Todd Blanche. I mean, you got to assume that the AG's job's got to cover most of his debt, but who knows? If you fire the guy from the thing that's supposed to be the payment for the debt, is the debt still paid? That's a question. That's a question going through my mind right now.
I got it. Thank you all so much for being here. I'm Summer Lee, representing Pennsylvania's 12th Congressional District. And listen, my colleagues have really laid it out. But what we've been seeing has been a consistent theme, not just since last August, when our ranking member Garcia and I were able to help to secure the initial subpoena to actually bring in the DOJ to release all of the files to our committee, but it has been an ongoing theme here. What we just witnessed from Pam Bondi, what she demonstrated was the fact that they believe and that they are an unaccountable DOJ that's running cover for and protecting an unaccountable president and administration.
Exactly. They are acting as if they will never see any accountability for any of this stuff. I mean, the last actual, I mean, it wasn't even under oath, but the last time we actually saw Pam Bondi, I wonder what the testimony was like. I assume it was similar to this one.
The Dow right now is over. The Dow is over 50.
Remember that? She was just yelling a lot at Congress when they were asking her questions. I mean, honestly, it probably wasn't as animated since there was no like public record of it, right? There's no cameras, there's no audio recording. And it's basically, to some degree, an exercise in futility. But I think it is important to continue to attempt to get answers from the DOJ, which is not following the law, right? Like, let's not forget, they're not following the law. Wait, who said this? I'm trying to remember. There was like multiple spots during this. I'm trying to remember who said it. But like, apparently during the, I think it might have been, is it Mejia? God, I can't remember her name. I think it's her. But supposedly Pam alluded to the non-released files during this testimony, like suggesting that, in fact, there were millions more files that hadn't been released. Which is interesting because she said she had nothing to do with it, but then she knows details like this. It's somewhat contradictory, really.
I'm going to hand it over to Yasmin Ansari.
Ansari.
Thank you. Today's ridiculous charade has made astonishingly clear that the United States Department of Justice has been weaponized by Donald Trump to ensure that the most massive cover-up in American history is carried out. And this is being enabled by Republicans in Congress, led by Republican Chairman James Comer and Speaker of the House Mike Johnson. This entire Epstein investigation led by Chairman Comer has been absurd. We have 2 legal subpoenas against former Attorney General Pam Bondi. She is supposed to be here under oath today on video, answering questions for the American people about her role and the direct hand that she had in this cover-up. Instead, she is deflecting, she is refusing to answer questions, and she continues to refuse to answer specific questions about the President of the United States. It is so clear that whether it be Pam Bondi, whether it be Chairman Comer, whether it be Mike Johnson, the entire party is terrified of Donald Trump and his retaliation as it pertains to the cover-up of the Epstein files. It's unacceptable. It is notable that she continues to blame Todd Blanche and Kash Patel. We, of course, want to speak to them, but I think what I want to make clear to the American public and to everybody, and to the survivors especially, is that we are not going to give up on this. I think Republicans believe that they just kind of carry out these nonsense transcribed interviews and don't show up here today, that we will forget about this. We are just getting started as it pertains to accountability and justice for the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell, and any other rich and powerful person in this country who perpetrated these crimes. I'm going to hand it over to Congressman Mitt.
Thank you very much. Congressman Dave Min out of California 47. And yes, I have an election in 40. It's a very important one. Robert Garcia and I have our primary elections on Tuesday of next week. But I'm here rather than in my district because this is important. We looked the survivors in the eye last year and made a promise to them that we would try to find justice, find transparency. Republicans also looked these women in the eye and did not follow through. It's a shame that James Comer is the only Republican here because this is the biggest cover-up in history. This should not be a partisan issue.
And by the way, the only reason James Comer's here and not on vacation is because Democrats called for this hearing. Right? And he's the chair of the committee. Right? Sort of a double-edged sword. He's got a little more responsibility and power than everybody else. Right? But it also means he's got to show up for these things when the rest of his Republican colleagues get to go hang out at wherever, the shore or something. I don't know. Where do Republicans go for vacation? The Labrador Peninsula? I don't know. I can't think. I can't think. Point is, poor James Comer. James Comer, he's stuck here in the old Congress. All the rest of his buddies get to have fun water skiing and not doing their jobs.
As a former law professor, as a lawyer, I just want to note a couple things that struck out to me. One, the fact that she is appearing as a voluntary witness today, voluntary interviews in
Disneyland?
court, because she's claiming that
Disneyland
she's
is Republicans'
complying
government.
with the
Okay.
subpoena. She's claiming that the subpoena doesn't apply to her because she's no longer with the Department of Justice. But at the same time, as has been noted, you have 2 DOJ attorneys in there. If it's a personal interview voluntarily done, why is the DOJ so heavily involved? It doesn't make any sense unless you think about it as a cover-up. The second point I want to make, we got a pretty important insight today into the flimsy basis on which they're not turning over 3 million documents right now. They claimed earlier that Pam Bondi claimed that documents that were related to any decisions to prosecute or not prosecute were being withheld. That is all the witness interviews, it's all the evidence gathered by the FBI. There's a reason we don't have the smoking guns, we don't have the video evidence, we don't have the witness interviews, because they're claiming that's all privileged. And that is a bunch of bullshit, pardon my language.
Oh my God.
Any lawyer will tell you that our subpoena, whether it's the oversight subpoena or the Epstein Files Transparency Act, specifically applies to these types of documents. We don't have the real information here because they're claiming it's all privileged. And that is something that we need to get to the bottom of.
There you go. That's Representative Min of California. Blowing the lid off of this cover-up here. According to him, Pam Bondi, saying that all of the actual evidence that was used to determine whether or not to investigate all of these alleged co-conspirators, perpetrators, and whoever else is in these files, all privileged. And that all of that stuff, all of the somehow, I mean, what is crazy about this claim is that somehow, if true, all of the worst shit, all of the most condemnable and like directly what's the word? Fuck. Oh, there's a fucking word in the like justice system. I can't think of the fucking word right now, but like, like all of the stuff. Like we've seen so much insane stuff, but now that the more I think back to it, it's like, wait, okay, yeah, we've seen a lot of weird and like horrifying accounts. They've all been lacking to some degree, like for instance, names. Of course, a lot of those names have been redacted, right? But now it sounds like all of the things that directly tie the co-conspirators, alleged co-conspirators to these crimes in the files are being withheld. It's like all of the acts that they may have perpetrated, of which there may be just troves of evidence of. Like you said, video, photo evidence, and who knows what else. It's all being withheld as privileged. To who? To who? That is the thing about this claim that is so fucking, I mean, dubious is not the word. It is just so bonkers, right? Privileged to who? Because what it basically suggests is that the DOJ represents the co-conspirators in the files, right? Like my understanding, and feel free if there's any lawyers in the chat to jump in here, but my understanding of the word privilege refers to attorney-client privilege, right? I mean, I don't know if there's other forms of privilege here that I'm missing, but attorney-client privilege is the form of privilege that I'm most familiar with here. And how does that apply to the Department of Justice and the people in the files? The only thing I can think of, which would still be complete nonsense because they do not do this, but is that the DOJ sees itself as representing the President of the United States, whose name appears in the files more than anybody else, aside from Jeffrey Epstein. Like, that's the only thing I can think of. Is that they're basically suggesting that they can't. But here's the other thing: all the evidence can't possibly be linked to Trump, right? Like, there probably some, you would think, but there's just no way, because we know how many co-conspirators are named in these things, right? There's gotta be all sorts. And we know Jeffrey Epstein was a black male aficionado, right? Like that was his whole thing. He's one of his big things. and he had cameras all over his properties, taking photos all the time of people. We know how much he's emailing and texting and seemingly not even slightly concerned about covering his tracks in these communications. So you have to assume that there's got to be some really bad stuff. And with that being said, it's like, oh, so the absolute worst stuff is what we're not seeing. Okay. Okay, good. Good. Glad to have that spelled out with such clarity. All right, one more clip on this Bondi interview, whatever we're calling this thing. CNN, 5 hours ago.
Former Attorney General Pam Bondi has just wrapped up a closed-door interview with the House Oversight Committee, where she forcefully defended the Justice Department's handling of the Jeffrey Epstein files. What did you ask her? What did she say?
Well, first of all, on a human level, I wished her well in her recovery from cancer. What we wanted here was just answers to help the survivors. And what she told us is that Todd Blanche was really managing the whole thing. So we need to ask Todd Blanche questions. She also told us, surprisingly, that the FBI scrubbed a lot of the documents or held a lot of the documents before they got to the Justice Department. That means that we need to ask Kash Patel, why were those documents redacted or what documents were missing? And then finally, when pressed on whether some of the individuals should be prosecuted, whether they should be investigated, she deferred to Jay Clayton, who's the U.S. attorney in the Southern District of New York. And so we need to ask him, what is going to happen to the people who raped or abused or trafficked the victims?
Did she have anything to say about what kinds of documents, what sort of information the FBI withheld from DOJ?
She did not. But what was very surprising is she said that some of the documents were withheld by the FBI. As you know, Casey, because you've been covering this for a long time, in March of 2025, the FBI first scrubbed those documents. And the law that Thomas Massie and I passed, the Epstein Transparency Act, required all of the documents to be released, particularly the survivors' statements to the FBI in 302 forms where they name names. It turns out that when the Justice Department got those documents from the FBI, a lot of had already been redacted or missing. And so some of the answers that we need are with the FBI director.
So does it stand to reason, or is it your understanding then that the FBI withheld interviews with survivors where they talked about the people who abused them and named their names? That's part of what the FBI withheld?
They either withheld them, there's some documents that were missing, or they redacted them so that by the time the Justice Department got them, they were already all redacted. Now, the Justice Department did additional redactions, and they showed members of Congress unredacted versions of what the Justice Department had redacted. But even members of Congress were seeing documents fully blanked out, which the FBI had done. Why?
Yeah, but I don't know if Rocano was there for the whole thing, but I mean, there were other people just saying to us that Pam also suggested that there was millions of documents that weren't just redacted, they were just not released, that they are claiming are privileged information.
Much anticipated appearance by Bondi because she has faced a torrent of criticism
for her handling of all things Epstein, from her promise to release a client list that DOJ eventually said didn't exist, to the release of the Epstein files that failed to redact victim names and other sensitive information. Now, Democrats say behind closed doors, she tried to place a lot of the blame for these mistakes on the now acting Attorney General, Todd Blanche. Let's take a listen.
It is clear in just this part of the interview that she continues to push all of the investigation and the blame on acting AG Todd Blanche.
Yes. Speaking of Attorney General Todd Blanche, let's talk about what the FBI has been up to lately. The DOJ announced it's opening a criminal investigation, not into anybody in the files, none of the co-conspirators in the files. They are launching an investigation into an accuser of Donald Trump, E. Jean Carroll, who won a civil case, was awarded $90 million by a jury. And the DOJ, rather than investigating the president, they're investigating E. Jean Carroll. Oh, wait, hold on. I gotta set this up. Hold on. I don't think they start this off with this story. Where do they actually start? Here. Okay.
Saying lawsuits are premature since the EO has not been implemented. And the DOJ has opened a criminal probe related to writer E. Jean Carroll's lawsuits against President Trump. Sources say the probe is focused on a trust founded by billionaire LinkedIn co-founder Reid Hoffman.
And with more on the Carroll probe and more, we are joined again by KTLA law and politics analyst Jessica Levinson. And Jessica, nice to have you here. Let's talk about the probe and sources telling Axios today that the probe is reportedly tied to a nonprofit belonging to, as Micah mentioned, LinkedIn co-founder Reid Hoffman that may have helped pay for Carroll's legal fees. So what's going on here?
So I think what's going on here, frankly, is pretty consistent with what we've previously seen, which is the Department of Justice looking into President Trump's perceived political enemies. We have a situation where E. Jean Carroll disclosed that there is supposedly the kind of center of this investigation is based on perjury, that she lied in a deposition. She lied about the funding of the that she was obtaining for the case, and that it was actually coming from this nonprofit. I will say it is extremely rare to have the Department of Justice look into this type of situation.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is fully insane. People have their legal counsel funded by all sorts of means all the fucking time. Like, this is insanity, right? And in fact, there's like even laws like on the books, I think technically, that like prevent lawyers from like having to give back like money, even if it was like obtained like illegally, as long as they don't have knowledge of the whereabouts of that money is like coming from. Otherwise, nobody would ever be able to like represent anybody. And I'm very vague on the actual specifics of that, but I'm fairly certain there is some sort of laws around that. But it's just it's fucking insane. Of course, people get their legal defense funded and all. I mean, Luigi Mangione, right? There's so many cases of people like putting up GoFundMe's for legal defenses, right? And literally anybody can donate to that, and there's nothing illegal about it. This is literally just, once again, the weaponization of the Justice Department against Trump's enemies. You know, like people who've accused him of assault. Oh God, it's disturbing how the Justice Department is being turned on its head. Rather than protecting victims, it's putting them in jeopardy, targeting them with unjustified investigations. And meanwhile, I mean, Donald Trump has been claiming that he's been the target of political weaponization of the justice system. But we've watched him for the last year and a half use the justice system like his personal prosecutorial office. It's fucking wild. It is fucking wild that this is even allowed to stand. And to be perfectly honest, the longer it stands, the more that this becomes a genuine dictatorship and not a democracy, right? The king isn't supposed to be able to do this, right? He behaves as the king, right? The president is supposed to be able to act like a king, but he's acting like a king, right? Anybody he doesn't like, he owes this woman $90 million, and by the way, he hasn't paid her a single cent of that. Rather than this billionaire oligarch who's been found liable for his conduct as it relates to E. Jean Carroll here, to the tunes of tens of millions of dollars, is now using the Department of Justice to go after this woman, rather than just doing what is right and just pay her what he owes her.
Not unwind those verdicts. We're talking about separate investigations, again, that I think are consistent with other investigations we've seen. Think about Letitia James, think about James Comey, but there is nothing in here that would undermine the jury's verdicts in this case. This doesn't go to the defamation allegations that she brought forward. It, frankly, at this point, we're just at investigations. We're not even at criminal complaints. I don't think we're close.
Okay, so some have called the Carroll probe lawfare, right? And we've got some 35 former federal judges that have asked the court to reopen the Trump IRS case that led to the creation of that $1.8 billion anti-weaponization fund. So explain their argument here, and is there potential that the
Okay, we'll get to that case actually in a little bit, so that's where we're going to leave that clip. One more on this DOJ investigation into E. Jean Carroll.
It's time now for today's press review, and I'm joined on set by Emily Boyle. Emily, you're starting us off with the U.S. papers. What do you have for us?
Well, one story in particular is getting quite a lot of coverage. Let's have a look in the New York Times. The paper reports here that the Justice Department is reportedly opening a criminal inquiry into E. Jean Carroll over her Trump lawsuits. Now, as a reminder, Carroll accused US President Donald Trump of raping her in the 1990s, and she went on to win nearly $90 million in civil judgments against him, both for defamation and sexual assault. Let's have a look in The Atlantic. It says that the move is brazen. It's evidence once again that Donald Trump has no issue with politicized justice. He just wants it on his side. Now, this inquiry focuses on whether Carroll committed perjury during her testimony related to those lawsuits. This article points out, though, that the move comes only a few days after Trump created a $1.8 billion fund to reward his political allies. Let's have a look at The Independent in the UK here, also talking about this, of course, this morning. It worries that this retribution campaign could risk silencing other accusers. Advocates for survivors of sexual assault argue that this investigation is a striking example of why accusers don't come forward in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, this is as much an epitome of that as it could possibly be. Basically, the world's most powerful man using the entire U.S. government to go after a woman who's accused him of assault. It's wild. It's wild and disturbing.
Vox here, the website also covering the story. It looks at what we can learn from this, and the article says that Trump's war on his enemies keeps running into the same problem, quotes, his incompetent attorneys, the jury system, and the genuine independence of America's lower court judges. The article says that this is an authoritarian abuse of power, but that it might be a less scary situation than everyone is expecting.
Definitely a case to follow. Emily, turning here to France next, there's been some controversy.
Yeah, I guess it's a hard case to make that it's less scary than everybody thinks. But, like, I understand where they're coming from on this. And we have seen just how incompetent Trump's attacks on his enemies have gone. I mean, effectively every single one of them has fallen apart. Aside from the ones where people have capitulated, right? And people said that, like, ABC would have won the lawsuit, that what's the name of the law firms? I can't think of the law firms that capitulated earlier last year. But it's like, you know what I mean? Like, all the everybody, all the experts say that these people would have won these cases. And as we've seen, anybody who's just stood their ground against Trump has won. Right? I mean, over and over again. Including, abroad. Like China with the trade war, or Iran and Operation Epstein Fury. Hopefully that's the case with E. Jean Carroll. But it is disturbing to see Donald Trump going after one of his own victims with the full force of the U.S. government. That's authoritarianism. I don't know what privilege, but some information can be held as confidential if it's keystone evidence for a case. But the DOJ has already said that there's no cases pending for the Epstein files, right? There's nobody needs to be investigated. So they can't make that claim. They can't make the claim that, like, also 3 million files worth of keystone evidence for other cases that we don't know about. Like, what? No, not possible. No, I think that goes too far. All right. Well, since we're talking about the women, we should check in with the women of the right. Megyn Kelly had some interesting things to say this week. Kyle Kulinski on that story 3 days ago.
All right, so, it's been kind of interesting watching the rats fleeing the sinking ship. And make no mistake about it, that's what all these MAGA idiots who are now running away, that's what it is. I mean, it is no longer tenable, especially if you're like an online personality, it's no longer tenable to even play footsie with MAGA anymore because Trump is washed. He's like literally rotting physically and mentally in front of us. The economy is in the shitter. It's about to get even worse. He's waging a new war every other week. The corruption is just right in front of our fucking faces, the likes of which we've never seen before. And so if you're an online commentator, like, okay, you're like Dave Rubin or Benny Johnson, well, they're irrelevant for a reason. They're irrelevant because they're still coddling Trump's nutsack at a time when everybody sees that this is a failed experiment. And this asshole's at a 32% approval rating. And, like, nobody likes him. Life's getting better for nobody except the Epstein class. I mean, go ahead. You want to go down with the sinking ship? Be my guest. Go right ahead. Well, one of the people who's one of the rats fleeing the ship is, of course, Megyn Kelly. She sort of hitched her wagon to more like Tucker and Candace and Fuentes. She's with them more than she's with the Mark Levins and the Ben Shapiros. She went on the Hodge Twins podcast. Now, the Hodge Twins also, I guess, I didn't realize this until this clip here, but the Hodge Twins were also, they were big-time MAGA people, and they fled the sinking ship as
I've
well.
literally never heard of these guys.
And listen to this. So Megyn Kelly, I feel like every time I see her, same with Alex Jones, every time I see her, she starts saying more and more true things, right? And isn't it interesting? When the right-wingers wake up, in order to make sense, they have to start sounding more and more like us, right? What does that tell you? That we're the ultimate arbiter of truth, and what we say is eternal and correct. And when they start sounding more and more righteous, they have to come more and more towards us. I think that speaks for itself. Anyway, listen to what she says here. Here we go.
I have to be honest, I didn't expect the corruption to be quite as, widespread as it's been, and like the self-dealing and the lining of his and his family's pockets.
I didn't expect the corruption to be quite as widespread. Oh, interesting. So in other words, you expected some degree of corruption, but just not them making it this obvious and this blatant.
Exactly.
That's quite an admission, isn't it? Because you were riding hard for them when, self-admittedly, you expected some corruption, which you'd be cool with, of course.
And the lining of his and his family's pockets, like that's been a little shocking.
Talking
I just
billions of
didn't
dollars.
expect Trump to be so disrespectful of his base.
Right. Well, you know what, Megan? I got to push back a little bit because Trump didn't take a salary while he's president. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Right? I mean, you look at like across the board of the Trump family. I've never seen a family get so rich off of a presidency.
Right.
And it happened at the same time as we now have a Supreme Court ruling that basically says any official act he takes while in the White House is protected.
I love how they say that, he doesn't take a salary, and as if like, hey, look, this is a dumb argument, but this is what they say.
Like, I know these guys are twins, but why are they so fucking homogenous? Like, why are Republicans so fucking homogenous? It's like they wear a fucking uniform. It's always like wear a hat with a flag, a cross, or something gun-related. Remington, preferably. Like black shirt, black hat. Both the shirt on this guy on the left, he's both got a flag hat and a flag shirt. His brother's just got the flag shirt. You can see the flag is clearly on the right. Like, why do you need us to know that you love America so much just by looking at you? In a way, it feels like you're compensating. Like maybe you don't love America, right? Like if you need to wear flags everywhere you go, maybe you're compensating. Maybe you don't love America enough, or you don't love it in the right way. Like, the flag itself is just a symbol, right? And you don't need flag boxers, flag hats, flag shirts, flag chairs, flag wrap for your car. Just have a flag, put it in your yard, wherever it might be. And that should be good enough. That's your patriotism. And then move on. And stop buying this shit.
So I don't know what you're talking about.
Right? I mean, you look at like across the board of the Trump family. I've never seen a family get so rich off of a presidency.
Right.
And it happened at the same time as we now have a Supreme Court ruling that basically says any official act he takes while in the White House is protected.
I love how they say that, he doesn't take a salary.
Dude, Megan, this is fucking wild. Like, they are trying to backtrack themselves so fucking hard. It's intense. Like we cannot forget. Megyn Kelly supported Trump going into this presidency. And the Supreme Court ruled the thing that she's referring to, the Supreme Court ruling regarding Trump's prosecutability, happened in 24. Happened during 24. Right? The Trump Supreme Court under Biden ruled in the middle of the primary election, or not the primary. It was actually, I think it was. Was it technically? Was there a primary still technically going on in the Republican Party at that point? No, right? What was it? May, June of 24. I can't remember exactly the timing of it. Point is like we knew that he was going into this presidency with unmitigated power granted by the fucking Supreme Court. Like, how can she be just now finding out about that? Like, what? She wasn't complaining about this, like, for the last year and a half, and all of a sudden she's like, oh, did you hear about the Supreme Court? It's like, bitch, what? What? This is old news. We've been talking about this for 2 years.
As if like, hey, look, this is a dumb argument, but this is what they say. Yeah, you idiots were making that argument like 17 minutes ago. What are you talking about? You know the number of times I've seen he doesn't take a salary, he's fighting for America. And it's like, you asshole, He's made billions since being in the White House. He made at least $160 million, I believe, in the first term from foreign governments. That's the first term. Now it's billions. Now he's got the fucking crypto scam he ran on his own supporters and the $10 billion he took from taxpayers for his board of peace and taking money from Saudi Arabia for Live Golf and Israel and this place and that place. It's insane what we're witnessing.
In court ruling that basically says any official act he takes while in the White House is protected.
Right.
And those two things are, seem to be giving him some sort of a hall pass that could very much get abused. I don't want to say he's crossed the line legally because I actually haven't taken a close look at that.
Oh, please. Not only has he crossed the line legally.
She's just goose-stepping over here, She's just trying to play both sides. And it's like, I can't say, I'm not a lawyer. I can't say whether or not you're allowed to have an opinion, as an American citizen. Freedom and all, Freedom! Like this, here's my opinion. I think Trump has crossed the line. As a non-lawyer, I think Trump has crossed the line, and he has committed crimes. All right, I'm just going to skip ahead to this, because, it's just fascinating. Like, here I am. I'm trying to hold Megan accountable for the things she says, but there's a montage.
But beyond that, here's why we can't take these people seriously, bro. Because here's Megyn Kelly over the years talking about this exact same issue.
But I am fascinated by the protection of women and understanding what we're getting in the Oval Office.
Another woman who has alleged groping, unwanted groping, by Donald Trump is with us back now with 3 of the 16-plus women who have accused President Trump of sexual misconduct. Trump is on record as saying he did this. And you are all familiar by this point with the Access Hollywood tape. I don't think Donald Trump is a rapist or a sexual assaulter. I do think he's taken inappropriate liberties with women and gotten handsy with them in a way he's owned himself. And it is what it is. That's the past. I don't give a shit about Trump getting...
Oh, God, what a fascinating phrase. Inappropriate liberties. Freedom! Otherwise known as...
disgusting and probably illegal.
With somebody 20 years ago.
Ivana, his first wife, accused him of raping her. That she alleged in her first book that he was so angry over the hair transplant he got that she made him get. It was so painful that he raped her.
Bro. Come on, bro. That's why you can't take these people seriously, right? You can't take them seriously. However, take it for what it's worth, man. As long as they're beating up on Trump, as long as they're beating up on MAGA, I'm here to fucking echo that shit and do a little divide and conquer.
Yeah, it's a weird vibe, though, over there. Not gonna lie. All the backtracking. So disingenuous. I'd much prefer them at least just to admit that they've been wrong. That's the thing for me. It's like, have some goddamn self-respect. And have respect for everyone else, for that matter. Right? And just admit that you've been wrong. I do it all the time in the middle of fucking shows. Right? Like, I stop shows to be like, wait a second, I got this fact wrong. Because I'm constantly fact-checking myself. When I feel even the slightest bit unsure about a number, I often double-check it while I'm talking. And yet people over there refuse to just admit where they were last week while talking about this stuff. As if, like, it's just there's like a word for this, but like an unwillingness to be wrong. It's like obstinate to a point of hubris. I just can't, there's like a word for this, and I just can't think of the exact. But the point is like, it's like, dude, just like, please, for the love of God and all of our sakes, just admit, just admit that you've been wrong over and over. If you're gonna come out here now, and like actually admit what you've been saying up to this point. Actually, like don't try to play us. Like, the internet exists, right? Like, it took 2 seconds for someone to come up with a compilation and for Kyle to find it. Why insult our intelligence?
Christ Ablanti just cheered 100 bits. Oh, spirits of leftism, Kyle, Streamlord, lowercase and Rogue Gerb. Where is my vape? Window shatters and strawberry vape hits me in the face. Thank you, so great phasmophobia of nicotine.
Sorry, I can't help you with that. I'm very sorry. Very sorry, I can't help you with that serious life issue that you're experiencing right now. All right. We're not done talking about the ladies yet. On next to the crazy shit that's been going on the internet surrounding Erica Kirk. Yes, indeed. Erica is spiraling after rumors of an illicit affair online started spreading. Who better to talk about this than the I've Had It podcast?
Devout Christian and family values warrior and champion, grieving widow, Erica Kirk has been accused of some rather untoward things. Please pop this up. Wow. I have now confirmed through 2 separate sources that Erica Kirk has already moved on and fast. A trusted eyewitness who knows the Beverly Hills hotel scene personally saw Erica Kirk on Thursday evening, May 14th, at the ultra exclusive invite-only bar 1912, getting very intimate with Blake Wynn. They were hugging, kissing, and the witness says he had his hands on her ass. She goes on to say Erica was also heavily intoxicated. This is from the same woman who claims to be a devout trad Christian who doesn't drink. So if I'm reading this correctly, in summary, Erica Kirk is getting all liquored up at the Beverly Hills Hotel playing grab ass with somebody. And I would first think, okay, this is some random post on Elon Musk's free speech website. Nobody can believe this. Well, I'll be goddamned. Goddamn intentionally used there, Erica. If you didn't put out a tweet denying this, denying it, pop this up. Erica Kirk. Every single word here is a lie. Charlie's love will
No, that does protest too much, Erica. Oh boy, here we go.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Every single word here is a lie. Charlie's love will last me a lifetime. The Lord is the only one who can ever feel that.
The Lord.
Why can't I shut up about Jesus?
On May 14th, I was home in Arizona celebrating my son's 2nd birthday. Blake, who is about to be engaged to his longtime girlfriend, was a dear friend of my husband's, and I'm grateful for his continued support, just like hundreds of others. Your deranged obsession with me and blatant disregard for any form of truth whatsoever is deeply disturbing, and I am praying you get help you so clearly need. Brush off the Dorito dust and go touch grass. The Dorito dust. That's an interesting
It's a very
thing. Let me get this. I'm going to get all of your take.
It's a very specific burn. It's a very specific burn. Brush off the Dorito dust and go touch grass.
You're kind of like a snotty faced bitch.
She's very upset. That's interesting. I mean, for her to respond to one of these things. I mean, there's a lot of these sort of claims about Erica filtering around. I wonder why she found it necessary to respond to this particular one.
That's an interesting thing. Let me get this. I'm going to get all of your take on this. And then a few hours after that, Erica pops this up. The wicked plots against the righteous and gnashes his teeth at him. But the Lord laughs at the wicked, for he...
Oh, you know it's bad. You know it's bad when you have to do a second tweet of a fucking Bible verse. That can't be good.
That's in the Bible.
It can't possibly be a good sign for Erica's mental health. You know what? That first tweet, where I said brush off the Dorito dust, that wasn't enough. We need more Jesus in this situation. Let me post Psalm 37, 12, 15.
That his day is coming. The wicked draw the sword and bend their bows to bring down the poor and needy, to slay those way is upright. Their sword shall enter their own heart, and their bows shall be broken. Psalm 37, 12 through 15. God's justice is certain. This is some hellfire damnation Christianity. I love to see it. And I just want to talk about the first tweet about God filling her up for the rest of her life. Put up this image right here. So I at first thought stupid internet rumor. The minute she goes and denies it with details in the denial and then does a hellfire
Christ
damnation.
Atlanta just cheered 100 bits. If Erica just said long, what are you talking about? People would believe she is innocent.
right. She does, but she doesn't play it like that even slightly. Hype Train. Hype Train started on Twitch. Fascinating. Where did that come from? I've never seen a hype train started by one person, but you did it. Hold on, I'm going back.
I at first thought stupid internet rumor. The minute she goes and denies it with details in the denial and then does a hellfire damnation, the Lord is, all of his justice, I immediately know she was playing grab ass with what's his face at the Beverly Hills Hotel.
Exactly. It's one of those things where, starts off with, you are protesting too much right now, Erica. Maybe stop with this Streisand effect. And then she starts posting Bible verses, and you're like, yeah, forget it. And it's fine. You do what you're doing, Erica. No big deal. She's having a tough time, okay? She's grieving in the public spotlight, okay? Her husband, a former celebrity, well, political celebrity, is now dead. And she does not have the chops to take the reins, take the wheel. She's got a kid, or 2 kids. How many kids did Charlie and Eric have? I forget now. She's got at least one child she's got to look after.
Kooky just cheered 100 bits.
Ducky, thank you for the bits. Much appreciated. Helping us with the galactic content goal, slowly but surely. But she's like you said, Christopher. The fact is if she had just ignored all of this and not responded to it, we wouldn't be talking about it right now. But her having responded to this situation is the story. It's like, why is she talking about this one particular allegation? Right? Because there's people on Twitter making all sorts of claims about her. I mean, Candace has an entire video series about her and all this other shit. Right? Like, there's so many unfounded allegations just sort of floating around the internet on Erica. Why is she getting so worked up about this one? And it makes it feel like there's more there. And one might automatically assume. The Lord fills me up is still really horny. That's so true, though. That's so true. That is a really horny sentence. It's one of those, like saving it for Jesus type of sentences where it's like you still, like, you got, what I mean? There's still vibes going on here, but it's all tied up in your weird religious ideology. Well, if you think we're done talking about the women of the right, you are very silly. We've got one more. Humanist Report. Let's check in with the Millers. Stephen and Katie, of course. The White House Chief of Staff, Nosferatu, and his demon wife have been having a hard time recently on Twitter with regards the Texas election. Mike Figueredo. Get us going, pal.
Tofu Tallarico. He looks prepubescent. Low T Tallarico.
Believes in 6 genders.
Some people call him 6-gender Jimmy. They nominated someone more effeminate than Beto.
He takes hits at Jesus Christ.
He looks like the guy that leaves an apple on the teacher's desk. James Tallafrico. Tallafrico.
He's wearing a mask 6 months ago. Where's a guy? Anybody wearing a mask 6 months ago doesn't get it.
He's also 37
Anybody wearing
and
a
not
mask.
married.
Anybody wearing a mask doesn't get it. Write that down.
Vegan. He's a vegan in Texas, and you can't get elected as a vegan in Texas.
Yes, a gay vegan is definitely going to win in Texas.
Wow. Is that all they got?
You just got a tiny little taste of the Republican Party strategy to sink.
Yeah, I gotta say, that's not, I mean, it's a pretty low effort strategy when you think about it. I mean, it's one in which you don't have to list any policies whatsoever. And you just say, this guy, how could he possibly have any good ideas? He's got low T. He's got low T, and he looks like he leaves apples on desks. You got any policy criticisms, or is it just that? Because, like, I mean, that's what it is, though. Republicans have no policies. Like, the fact, because, right, here's where we're at right now. Just to remind everybody of what's happened over the last year and a half. Okay, Republicans swept the House and the Senate and the White House, the presidency, in an election in 2024. You may remember that. They then claimed that they had a a mandate from the masses, an unprecedented historical mandate that they must take advantage of. They then took advantage of that by giving massive tax cuts to the billionaires, unleashing a nearly double military, over $1 trillion military budget, and are now asking for $1.5 trillion. They spent an unprecedented amount of money on ICE so that they could go and terrorize Americans in the streets and murder innocent individuals. Just, you know, and like everything else, right? Like they started a war in Iran, captured the president of Venezuela. Threatened 1 in 13, or threatened and/or attacked 1 in 13 countries on the fucking planet. Waged a trade war that raised prices. Right? And so Republicans can't really, like, they can't back up any of the things they've done with any sort of like real world evidence, right? Everything's worse. They were given a historical mandate. According to them, I'm just repeating their words. They then use that mandate to do everything they ever wanted, right? And I mean, really, they got handed a fucking, like, multiple gifts coming into the Trump administration by the Supreme Court. They said Trump was a king, homeless people were illegal, and that abortion was now a state issue, right? Like, among other things. But those are the top 3 in my mind. Right? And then they come to office and do all this other shit. And the country is worse off. So how do you go against a guy who has actual policy ideas? Well, you talk about literally anything else.
James Tallarico's campaign for the U.S. Senate in Texas, and I promise you, we are barely scratching the surface. The official Republican Party account on Twitter insinuated that James Tallarico is a pedophile, which is incredibly ironic coming from them, and especially rich given who their candidate is. And Ted Cruz called him a remarkably strange individual, which is weird because he's Ted Cruz, so I feel like he doesn't get to say that. But he also got in some other digs, saying, "What the hell is he eating? It's not BBQ because Tallarico is passionately anti-weed. It's not a tofu log." What? That truly is a gutbuster, Ted. Now, Paratrooper Brady, a prominent MAGA account on Twitter, actually took the time to generate a photo of James Tallarico biting down on a thick, veiny penis.
So fucking dumb. These people have nothing. Oh my god. The Republican Party has been reduced to memes. It's literally where it's at right now. Okay, I'm gonna skip ahead to the Millers.
This is ridiculous.
The situation with the fucking Millers over here. When did Steven get involved? Here he is.
Up in some of their faces, and rather than coming up with clever retorts, they're crying foul. For example, Chief White House Nazi Stephen Miller tried to get in on the dunking by calling James Tallarico transgender, as if that's some sort of an insult. So he shared a picture of him with the caption, "He's transitioning," and another where he says the Democrats made history in Texas by nominating their first transgender Senate candidate. Okay. Now, the official Democratic Party account of all accounts hit back with one of the most brutal ratios of all time, simply saying, "Shut up, you ugly fuck." Now, I just want to pause and point out that if you are so repulsive and unlikable that you're susceptible to getting roasted by the official Democratic Party Twitter account, that really says something about you.
So true.
But do you want to take a guess how Republicans responded after getting a small little taste of their own medicine? Well, of course, they clutched their pearls and puckered their assholes like the snowflakes that they are. Libs of TikTok responded saying, "This is the official Democratic Party." Like, girl,
Aww.
this is what you do all the time. Riley Gaines implied that they're hypocrites since they're...
I would just like to point out, like, wow, I love how they're trying to do woke. This has happened multiple
By calling
times.
James...
Sorry. This has happened multiple times now. Like recently, where they're trying to do the woke thing. Like they tried to go after, who was it? Fucking hell. Was it Plattner? I can't remember now, but like they keep trying to do woke all of a sudden. And it's like, dude, what do you're upset that the Democrats said fuck? The president of the United States said referred to, I believe, both Joe Biden and Barack Obama as the R word to a bunch of children on Easter. And you're upset? You're upset that Democrats said fuck? Oh God. Oh, that must be so difficult. Oh God. Libs of TikTok, whose literal job is to pester and harass people on the internet, are upset that the Democrats are taking their job but doing it in a different way. Like, I mean, it's such a weak ass snowflake fucking response from Chaya Right Chick here. It's like, dude, you've been joyous about the president that has been the most apologetic for his behavior, his words, and actions. And now you're upset that the Democrat said the word fuck. Oh, God. Not fuck.
No!
Oh, God, my virgin eyes have never seen the word fuck.
Democratic Party. Like, girl, this is what you do all the time. Riley Gaines implied that they're hypocrites since they're supposed to be the party of love and kindness. Isn't that supposed to be your party since you're the ones who purport to be Christian? Closeted homosexual also joined in, pointing out how this is the party that spent years lecturing America about civility, unity, and healing. Yeah, and this is the climate that you dickheads cultivated. But my favorite comes from Katie Miller, who rushed in to defend her husband, sharing a picture of the staffer who posted that comment to Stephen Miller, writing, Paula Mangubat is who runs the Democrats' account. She's 30, unmarried with no kids. Put your name on it next time. This is what a sad, unhappy female liberal looks like. It's why Pew reports that 50% of them have been diagnosed with a mental condition. Oh, so Republicans believe in polls again? Okay, interesting. Noted. Now, first of all, I just want to point out how brave it is for Katie Miller to post a picture of a woman that could easily fucking mug her. Second of all, I find it weird. You're assuming she's unhappy because she's unmarried because you literally married Stephen Miller. You had sexual intercourse with Stephen fucking Miller, a fate worse than death to 99.99% of the female population. If that's happiness to you, I sincerely don't want to know what the fuck misery looks like. And people were quick to point this out in response. One person said, saying she's unmarried with no kids as if you're somehow superior for fucking that gremlin you call a husband and rocketing his progeny out of your box is pathetic, you raggedy bitch. And that's like one of many comments just like that. I won't share more.
Jesus Christ.
That was the sentiment.
Goddamn. Wow, wow, wow.
A fucking bitch.
Yep. Stephen and his wife have been very upset over all this, but after getting obliterated on Twitter, what better way to defend yourself at a place where you can't possibly get ratioed in the comments?
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Fox News, of course.
Listen.
This is the same violent political rhetoric that is leading people to shooting up, whether it be the White House Correspondents' Dinner or President Trump and Butler. But what it remains to be seen is this is an anonymous account, and it is run actually by a sad liberal woman named Paulina, which is why.
Is political violence? I'm sorry, I'm almost forgetting the tweet now. How is it political violence? Wait, we gotta go back for a second. I'm sorry. I have to go back to this tweet. Where the fuck is this thing? Say, but fuck you or something? What was it? It was, shut up, you ugly fuck. This is political violence. Just calling somebody an ugly fuck is political violence. Wow.
Violent crime.
Wow, wow, wow.
Wow.
How? How?
That is leading people to shooting up, whether it be the White House Correspondents' Dinner or President Trump and Butler. But what it remains to be seen is this is an anonymous account, and it is run actually by a sad liberal woman named Paulina, which is why Pew says 50% of liberal women at some time have identified that they have a mental health disorder, and she is certainly one of them. What a sad state for the pathetic Democrat Party.
Where my unstable girlies
poor
at?
Pauline.
I know that they usually say that beauty is in the eye of the beholder, but
I would just like to point something out here. Now, first off, I don't know where she's getting the statistic from, but to be fair, if you're under 30, whatever gender, probably having a bad time. But I would also like to point out, women, I don't know the exact figure. I think it's changed over the years somewhat, but women are like 4 times more likely to seek like therapy or other sorts of like counseling services than men, right? Like men refuse to talk about their fucking problems, bottle it all up, and then explode one day, right? And, you know, like, to be honest, I'm fairly certain if you did an accurate reading on men under 30, they probably have some mental health struggles too. I'd say it might be higher than 50%. I did not feel like that was as effective as she was hoping it was going to be. But it is what it is. She does run a podcast that, you know, is literally getting promoted by the White House itself. That barely does better numbers than this fucking podcast. She's gotta find her. She's gotta find her avenues to get her message out there. Now, of course, the Millers. Well, Stephen is to some degree responsible for the terror show that we've been witnessing on our streets via ICE and other immigrations agents. Stephen loves the secret police, the Gestapo running around America. It's basically his idea to do all of this.
ICE's own data, the individuals inside do not have criminal records, right? Many are married to U.S. citizens. So many have U.S. citizen children. Why are we holding our neighbors, our community members in this privately run detention center that can't do anything right? In the last 24 hours, they have tried to shift the focus into what is happening out here because they want to shift the attention away from all the conditions inside them. They don't want the conversation to be, why is our federal government spending billions of dollars holding people with no criminal records here at Delaney Hall and private...
Exactly.
I thought this was America. Huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
Yeah, I thought this was America. You're supposed to be able to just indefinitely lock people up without any criminal charges. CBS Radio is gone. That's true, Tamara. We talked about that last week. It's the final. I think today, I think it was the final show, wasn't it? Sorry, I'm not paying attention to you, Vertical Chat. It's my bad. We got 3 streams going here. But yeah, people have been continuing to protest outside of this detention center in New Jersey. But it's not just there, of course. As we keep trying to remind everybody of, is that ICE is still operating all over the place. You have local officials still continuing to cooperate with them, even in places where they should not. Even in places like sanctuary cities. Rochester, New York, for example. Here's News 8 WROC from 22 hours ago.
Meantime, organizations and community members continue to protest plans to build ICE detention cells inside the Keaton Federal Building downtown. Advocacy groups like the New York Immigration Coalition and
not taking into consideration the impact on other people around here, the fact that it's going to be 24 hours a day. They haven't made provisions or discussions about how they're going to provide medical care or even food for the people who are detained. It's a completely different application, and the process is just wrong.
And according to Congressman Joe Morelli, the project would include multiple detention holding areas, secure detainee transfer zones, and expanded perimeter fencing.
Awful, awful, awful.
Yep. As you can see, people are here as well protesting. People don't want these detention centers in their fucking cities. Now, the cartoonish cruelty of the Trump administration really knows no bounds. And that goes with it their utterly unhinged propaganda. The White House launched a new immigration website, which really bugs me. as a spacecaster, this one really pissed me off. The White House rolled out its new immigration site on Friday, comparing undocumented immigrants to extraterrestrials. The site, which includes a searchable alien arrest map and ICE tip line, is designed with sci-fi graphics. Quote, "If you've witnessed an alien abduction, do not be alarmed. The alien is in good hands and will be returned safely to its place of origin." The White House posted a promotional video to its social media accounts.
This is ridiculous!
Yep, it is ridiculous. This is fucking unhinged. Oh my fucking god. For them to compare human beings to aliens in this way, for the US government to be engaged in this kind of blatantly racist otherization of all non-white people essentially in America. That's what they're doing, right? They might not say all non-white people. That's absolutely what is intended here, right? It's disgusting. Both as a human and a part-time resident of space, I'm highly offended. But this is the way in which the Trump administration has been conducting itself this whole time, you know, in a completely unhinged, fucking ludicrous manner. Memeing their way through the presidency. Ay, ay, ay. All right. Wait, hold on. How do I... Actually, I should probably put this... This would make more sense in this order, wouldn't it? Yeah. Let's do it this way. Let's go next to this, this topic. Let's talk about the 1776 weaponized justice, anti-weaponized justice, whatever it's fucking called, the anti-weaponization fund of injustice. which Trump created for literally himself and his most ardent supporters, the Jan Sixers.
Meanwhile, some critics and targets of President Trump say they may seek compensation from his new anti-weaponization fund. The $1.8 billion fund stems from Trump's settlement with the IRS over a leak of his tax returns. Its purpose is to compensate people who claim they were targeted by the government. Critics call it a slush fund for Trump allies, but the Justice Department says there are no partisan restrictions. So now some of Trump's
Yes.
critics, including fired January 6 investigators and former attorney Michael Cohen, remember him, are considering applying. Some of our
Yes, absolutely. And this is what I was saying. I could have sworn I was the first one to be like, you know what, people should try to apply to this thing. You could make the argument that, you know, like pro-Palestinian protesters were targeted under Biden and stuff like that. That has since then expanded as a result of the DOJ claiming this is a nonpartisan fund. And people started to sue Donald Trump over the fund itself as well, before it's actually clearly established. I mean, it may already be established. That in itself would have been a crime if, in fact, the $1.8 billion moved from the Treasury to some account for this purpose. Because Congress would have to appropriate this money, which they did not do. But Capitol police officers decided to sue Donald Trump over this slush fund. Here's a Democracy Now! From Wednesday.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. Two officers who defended the Capitol January 6, 2021 have filed a lawsuit in federal court to block the creation of the nearly $1.8 billion so-called anti-weaponization fund. Some are calling it a thug fund. The fund was announced by the Department of Justice earlier this month as part of a settlement with President Trump and his family. The president sued his own administration's IRS for $10 billion over the leaking of his tax returns by an employee of a federal contractor. The $1.776 billion fund is intended to make payments to Trump supporters who say they were wrongly investigated or prosecuted by previous administrations. Critics, which include some Republicans in Congress, have accused Trump of creating a slush fund for his allies, including insurrectionists who joined the January 6 riot at the U.S. Capitol. Capitol Police Officer Harry Dunn and Metropolitan Police Officer Daniel Hodges are bringing the lawsuit because the fund could be used to compensate the Capitol rioters who attacked them and put their lives at risk. Both officers say they've faced continuous credible threats ever since. On January 6, 2021, Metropolitan Police Officer Daniel Hodges was nearly crushed to death. In this tape, you hear Officer Hodges as he's pinned against a door by the mob. The so-called anti-weaponization fund would be overseen by 5 commissioners. First, it was said 4 of whom would be appointed by the Attorney General, though the Attorney General, Todd Blanche, said he'd appoint all 5 to serve at the pleasure of the president. For more, we're joined by Brendan Ballou, CEO of the Public Integrity Project, representing officers Harry Dunn and Daniel Hodges, the police officers suing the Trump administration over the $1.8 billion fund to compensate Trump's allies. Brendan Ballou is a former federal prosecutor who himself spent 2 years prosecuting January 6 Capitol rioters. His new book is titled When Companies Run the Courts: How Forced Arbitration Became America's Secret Justice System. Welcome to Democracy Now, Brendan. Start off, I mean, that chilling moment where Hodges is being crushed in a door as he shouts, screams, moans. Talk about what this suit is.
Yeah, so let's talk about officers Dunn and Hodges specifically. You know, you talk about that specific moment where Officer Hodges was being crushed in the door in the tunnel connecting the Capitol to the inaugural stage. He could have died there. Later, he almost had his eyes gouged out by another rioter. Officer Dunn was at one point surrounded by rioters who were hurling racial epithets at them. Both of them could have died that day. And the scary thing is that the threat to these officers doesn't end on January 6, 2021. By the mere fact that they're continuing to speak out about January 6th to make sure that the history of that day is not forgotten or erased, they continue to receive threats, credible threats of violence, credible death threats. And the real concern that we have with this slush fund that Donald Trump is creating is that this is going to be a way to funnel $1.8 billion to supporters of the president who have previously enacted violence in his name and who may be the very ones threatening our clients. So in a very real way, this slush fund is about more than just corruption. This is about the personal safety of these officers who defended the Capitol on January 6th.
Yeah, it's pretty disturbing. Just how corrupt the Trump administration is and has exhibited, and how much Republicans have allowed that to happen. Zero pushback from Congress, and of course Republicans are the reason for this. You can't blame anyone else, really, at least in this current moment, in terms of accountability for any of this, or sort of checking and balancing of the powers that exist. Really their responsibility. Remember that that historical mandate that they had? They won those elections. I mean, they're in charge of Congress right now. It's their job.
Officer Hodges.
On my left was a man with a clear riot shield stolen during the assault. He slammed it against me and, with all the weight of the bodies pushing behind him, trapped me. My arms were pinned and effectively useless, trapped against either the shield on my left or the door frame on my right. With my posture granting me no functional strength or freedom of movement, I was effectively defenseless and gradually sustaining injury from the increasing pressure of the mob. Directly in front of me, a man seized the opportunity of my vulnerability. He grabbed the front of my gas mask and used it to beat my head against the door. He switched to pulling it off my head, the strap stretching against my skull and straining my neck. He never uttered any words I recognized, but opted instead for guttural screams. I remember him foaming at the mouth. He also put his cell phone in his mouth so that he had both hands free to assault me. Eventually, he succeeded in stripping away my gas mask, and a new rush of exposure to CS and OC spray hit me. The mob of terrorists were coordinating their efforts now, shouting "heave, ho," as they synchronized, pushing their weight forward, crushing me further against the metal door frame. The man in front of me grabbed my baton that I still held in my hands, and in my current state, I was unable to retain my weapon. He bashed me in the head and face with it, rupturing my lip and adding additional injury to my skull.
So that was Metropolitan Police Officer Daniel Hodges. So we just heard from Hodges and Dunn, Brendan Ballou, the two men that you represent. If you can talk about Todd Blanche, President Trump's former personal attorney, now the Attorney General, when he himself was questioned by Senator Van Hollen and others, refused to say that they would even rule out those insurrectionists who attacked police. Talk about why you believe this fund is illegal. President Trump calls it an anti-weaponization fund. Others call it a thug fund.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's start with what purportedly created this fund in the first place, which is the lawsuit that you mentioned by Donald Trump against his own IRS. Now, to have an actual lawsuit in federal court, you need what lawyers call a case or controversy. The two sides actually need to be opposed to each other, and that just wasn't the case here. Donald Trump was on one side, and his own IRS, which he controls, was on the other. And that led to a sham settlement over this potential $10 billion lawsuit. So this isn't really even the kind of case that the Department of Justice could settle. But even if it could, the settlement that it purported to reach, this creation of this weaponization, this slush, this thug fund, whatever you want to call it, is not authorized by statute. And what I mean by that is, it is functionally the creation of a new department or agency. And, you can't use the fiction of a settlement to create a new government agency. Republicans would be pretty mad, for instance, if Barack Obama used the fiction of a lawsuit to create the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, for instance. It's the same thing here. This is the creation of a new agency that the president functionally controls, that he will get to decide how the money is spent and who the money goes to. Now,
and it could go.
And it could go to literally anyone, including Trump. In my opinion, it could literally go to Trump himself and to Todd Blanche and any other lawyers who Trump owes money to, right? Or Rudy Giuliani, Mike Lindell, any of the other fucking lunatics who were involved in the steal. Or the Stop the Steal, whatever it is, the Stop the Steal, the efforts, or the effort to steal the election. Let's be fucking real. He lost the election and pretended to the world that that wasn't true. He tried to get people to just change votes in Georgia. I just need 18,300 votes. Perfect phone call. Now, unfortunately for Trump and all the Jan 6ers, earlier on Friday, a court ruled that this fund could not just be created out of thin air. Trump's $1.8 billion anti-weaponization fund blocked in court, at least for now. A federal judge halted the Trump administration's creation of a $1.8 billion anti-weaponization fund on Friday, established as part of President Donald Trump's settlement with the IRS, blocking the government from giving any money to those who apply for funds while litigation moves forward, though it's still possible the fund could be created. Judge Leonie M. Brinkema temporarily blocked the $1.7 billion fund from moving forward while briefing takes place in a lawsuit against it, keeping the fund on pause. The government is barred from taking any further action regarding the fund, including transferring money to it, considering any claims for relief and giving out any money through the fund. The ruling was in response to a lawsuit brought by a coalition of parties who claimed that they were wronged by Trump's Justice Department, including multiple left-wing organizations, a former DOJ prosecutor, an immigration advocate who was arrested by the Trump administration in the city of New Haven, Connecticut, who all argued the fund was created unlawfully and discriminates against them by only allowing claims against Democratic presidential administrations. Now, Todd Blanche, in a press conference, said it was nonpartisan, but it would seem the smart people went through it and have determined, in fact, no, this is specific to Democratic administrations, which makes it a completely political agency intended to benefit Trump's own, as we all can clearly see, Trump's own friends and supporters. However, it wasn't just the blocking of the $1.8 billion slush fund Nope, Trump lost in 3 different rulings here at the end of the week. Going into the weekend, he must be fuming. Because not only is the $1,776 million fund for the Jan 6ers getting blocked, a judge is saying that Trump's name must be removed from the Kennedy Center, as it was put there illegally.
A federal judge has ruled that President Donald Trump's name was added to the Kennedy Center illegally. He's also blocked the administration from closing the National Cultural
Wait.
U.S.
Wait, I just realized we have no sound. No.
Illegal. I did everything right and they indicted me.
Take 2.
A federal judge has ruled that President Donald Trump's name was added to the Kennedy Center illegally. He's also blocked the administration from closing the National Cultural and Arts Center for major renovations. U.S. District Judge Christopher Cooper said the Kennedy Center board, quote, overstepped its statutory bounds by unilaterally adding Trump's name to the center. Congress gave the Kennedy Center its name, and only Congress can change it, he said. The judge also ruled the Kennedy Center's board violated the law in March by deciding to close the facility, calling the decision, quote, ill-informed and seemingly preordained. The administration had announced that work would begin in July and last approximately 2 years, but the ruling halts those plans for now. The judge, who was nominated to the bench by Democratic President Barack Obama, ordered the defendants to remove Trump's name from the institution's facade and any official materials, such as digital or physical signs, within 2 weeks. Last year, Trump installed a hand-picked board for the Kennedy Center that named him as chairman.
Well, Chairman Trump is going to have his name removed from the Kennedy Center, it would seem. Next couple weeks, he's going to have to come off the building, off of the signs, off of the website, and any sort of literature or other material. I wonder how, I mean, knowing Trump, they've got his name on everything already, right? Like, this is going to take a minute. This is going to take some effort to get it all off. Ah, God, what a difficult end to the week. Honestly, this is to some degree like this aspect of it really made me feel like somehow this is a break. This is like the first time where I was like, you know what? We ended a week pretty good. Like for the last year and a half, I was like, wait a second. We did okay this week. Kinda. Partially kinda okay. That's not bad. I can live with that. But you might be asking yourself, you're missing one. Yep. Let's go here. Microsoft Now. Sorry, MSNBC. For more on this horrible, no good, very bad day for Donald Trump.
Good evening from New York. I'm Chris Hayes. Donald Trump's 80th birthday is coming up in just 2 weeks, and as is his style, he's been corruptly lavishing himself with presents all year in preparation. But today, 3 separate federal judges started raining on his parade, a quick succession of court decisions over the course of just a few hours rebuking Trump on some of his seemingly highest priorities in office. I mean, these are the things that keep him up at night. These are the things he thinks about, that he plots about, that he talks about to the press and anyone who's listening. There is clear evidence of the growing backlash to his profiteering off of his petition. Like when he unilaterally put his name above John F. Kennedy's on the Kennedy Center. Not, profit per se, but let's just say self-aggrandizement. A federal judge today ordered Trump's name permanently removed from the building, saying, quote, and this is true, Congress gave the Kennedy Center its name and only Congress can change it. That was just the beginning of Trump's very bad day. The next shoe to drop was over his planned $1.8 billion slush fund to pay the people who helped him try to overthrow an election the last time he lost, and we should say, essentially anyone else that he wants to. The plan is now falling apart. A federal judge in Virginia put the brakes on that slush fund today, halting it as multiple lawsuits against Trump's DOJ work through their way through the courts. Remember, Trump's DOJ proposed this fund at a settlement to Trump's $10 billion lawsuit against the IRS that Donald Trump controls. And today, the federal judge in Florida, who heard the lawsuit, right, when Trump filed the lawsuit against the IRS, she said she is reopening that lawsuit to investigate grievous allegations that the settlement was, quote, premised on deception and made the court the victim of a fraud. That was a response to a motion by 35 former federal judges saying
this one is fucking hilarious to me. It's like, actually, case not closed. Not settled. I love that for Trump. Actually, could you... I know you reached a settlement, but could you substantiate these claims of fraud? Oh, that should be fun. That did not go well. I would point out that did not go well in 2024. Trump wound up being convicted 34 times. Remember that? And he still had a bunch of pending litigation, which was canceled since he's president again. But I don't see it as being very likely that Trump could actually prove any grievous fraud in a court of law. Maybe to his dumbest supporters, perhaps. But that's awkward. That's awkward. Now he's got to go back to court and explain himself? That's gonna be rough.
the Trump administration might have defrauded the court with its settlement. The settlement seems like a product of collusion, not a good faith process between two parties in a lawsuit who are, crucially, adversarial to each other in a controversy, as the Constitution describes.
Oh, wait, I'm just realizing I didn't understand. I just realized I didn't understand that. It's basically the same premise. It's basically the exact. I mean, they're forcing Trump to come back to court to substantiate like what was laid out in the settlement here. I think the judge is the one that's actually alleging for grievous fraud here against Trump, which is even funnier. I did not catch that when I was listening to this earlier. I misplaced that slightly. Fascinating. It's a real L for Trump here this week. It's a lot of L's going into this, as well as the fact that Operation Epstein Fury is going super bad right now, I would point out. You know, and the ceasefire, like the peace talks, it's not looking great. It's not looking great. If he actually wants peace, he's going to have to give Iran a great deal of concessions which he's been saying he would never give to Iran on things like nuclear weapons and or dust, among other things. Now, let's quickly talk a couple of election situations, since, of course, a lot of this stuff, a lot of these things are related to the election, of course. I mean, the entire Jan 6 fund is related to the elections. Now, one woman who is all tied up in that is named Tina Peters. You may remember her. She's the ex-Mesa County Clerk of Colorado who attempted to overturn the election for Donald Trump. Was convicted and then pardoned by Donald Trump, even though it was a state crime, then pardoned by the governor, I believe, of the state. I think Jared Polis. I can't remember who. Is it Jared? Is that his name? Wait, hold on. Let me make sure I have this right. Yeah. Well, he communicated her. He commuted her sentence. A Democrat, I would like to point out. And she's going to be walking free in a couple of days, according to Denver 7.
This could be Tina Peters' last weekend behind bars. The former Mesa County clerk set to be released from the La Vista Correctional Facility on Monday. It comes about 21 months into her 9-year prison term. Governor Polis granted her clemency earlier this month. She was convicted for her role in a 2021 election security breach as she tried to prove debunked claims of election fraud. We'll have updates Monday, right here on Denver 7.
This really is ridiculous. You're right.
The Trump administration has already run 67 million voter registrations through a federal...
Sorry. Oh, God, that's annoying to me. I hate when it does that. And it just plays the video before I can stop it. Yeah. So, I mean, this woman got a fake pardon from Donald Trump. It had no bearing on the state charges that she was given. Then the Democratic governor of Colorado, Jared Polis, commutes her 9-year prison sentence, reducing it to time served. It's now basically allowed her to be released on parole. It's fucking insane. I don't know if that guy's up for election. We gotta look into Colorado's fucking primaries over this shit. Like, that's idiotic. Gotta be one of the dumbest things. It's definitely dumber than Abigail Spanberger's decision to not push back on the state Supreme Court's decision on those fucking election maps. Somehow, somehow dumber. Meanwhile, red states all across the country have been handing over voter information to the Trump administration, and they have in turn been running it through an AI voter registration verification program. Staying with Denver 7. This one's from 3 days ago.
The Trump administration has already run 67 million voter registrations through a federal government database to determine who they say can vote and who can't. According to the Associated Press, these registrations are mostly from Republican-led states. So far, thousands of non-citizens and people who have died have been flagged. However, critics say this is a very small percentage of overall voters. President Trump wants to require voters to have certain identification, among other things. But according to the U.S. Constitution, states should run elections. I talked to Allie Belknap, the executive director of the nonprofit.
That's true. Yeah, the federal government continues to meddle in the elections, even though it's supposed to be run by the states, according to the Constitution. You know, the law.
Colorado Common Cause, and Denver clerk and recorder Paul Lopez about the Trump administration moving forward with this plan. What do you say to voters who say it's not a bad thing to require an ID in order to cast a ballot?
Trump would like it so that the only people who can vote.
You know, she's got a fair point, but you know what? This is my response to people who say that. Here, I'll let her ask the question one more time. Please go ahead.
What do you say to voters who say it's not a bad thing to require an ID in order to cast a ballot?
I say
you're a moron.
You're a moron.
You have a mental health problem.
And you have a mental health problem.
Don't be creepy.
Yeah. Not everybody has the ID necessary that is being asked for by the federal government. Another thing that they literally cannot do, I would like to point out, they cannot do this. but they're doing it anyway. It's a poll tax.
Christ Ablanti just cheered 100 bits. They say in politics to be wary of blaming stupidity for what can explained with corruption and malice.
This is true. This is true, Chris. Thank you. Helping to try and complete the galactic content goal 100 bits at a time. Just a reminder, everybody, we still got a galactic content goal going that we need to complete. Otherwise, the show might end suddenly. And we're less than 25% of the way through it, unfortunately. Whoopsies, I just fucked that up. Motherfucker. I'm just going to have to keep track of that now in my head. Actually, no, I'm going to have to restart the goal. I'm going to forget. And I'm going to have to recalculate that. And that's going to annoy me. 3,300. There we go. All right, I restarted it. Thankfully, we still have 2 hours left to complete the galactic content goal. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. Twitch, Cash App, PayPal, and Patreon. All valid ways to help keep the stream alive here tonight. Moving it along from election talk to quickly talking about this disturbing story. It just, I mean, like, we've been talking about the sort of epic downfall, this downward slide of journalism in this country. But even though a judge ruled that the Trump administration has to restore funding to NPR, or the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, they still haven't received all that money yet, and the NPR is laying off dozens of staffers now. Here is WWL-TV Louisiana from yesterday.
National Public Radio reports its newsroom is shrinking through buyouts and layoffs. NPR has laid off 10 journalists, including some veteran reporters. In addition, at least 18 staffers have voluntarily accepted buyout offers to leave, and the network plans to not fill those 8 empty positions. NPR reports it's an attempt to save money and reorganize its newsroom, as we have seen so many do across the country. It's part of NPR's efforts to deal with the economic fallout of the congressional vote last summer to eliminate public media federal subsidies. In a note to staff, NPR's editor-in-chief said he wanted to acknowledge how difficult it is to say goodbye to their colleagues, and he pledged the network would maintain its high standards.
Yep. Public media is being dismantled still in front of our very eyes. It will be a tragedy if we ever get to that point where it's all gone. You know, we utilize public media around here. But it feels like I'm doing that less and less. And it seems like they are not able to cover as many stories as they once were. I'm seeing less and less like videos posted by PBS and NPR. Multiple PBS stations just shut down. Southern, South, I forget what it's called, like the Southwestern one that was operating out of Arizona State. I can't remember what college it was, but I think it was in Arizona. It's like a completely student-run, bare bones, funded by the government, news program. Basically one of the only in the entire country, which was accessible to the public, and it just, all that stuff is just disappearing. We watched their final broadcast, or their signing off, earlier this year, I think, or it may have been the end of last year. I can't remember now. It's all just sort of blurring together. Yeah, but while organizations like NPR lose their funding, critical agencies around the country
say it plainly. There has
cease to be able to operate in the way they once did. Billionaires get big tax cuts, and Trump and his family continue to enrich themselves in an unprecedented manner. Here's France 24 English from Tuesday.
a president as corrupt as Donald Trump. There is no close second in our history. Now, let's say it plainly. There has never been a president as corrupt as Donald Trump. There is no close second in our history. Now, that is a quote from Rolling Stone magazine. But a growing number of Americans seem to be agreeing, flouting ethical rules, hardly new to America's presidency, even if some have been more exemplary than others. But most historians agree that the behaviour of chief executives has grown noticeably worse since the early 1970s and the heyday of Richard Nixon. For Trump, accused of pushing the limits. Of course, let's talk now to our international affairs commentator, Doug Herbert, who joins me here on set. Doug, more and more, critics are calling Trump the most corrupt president ever. Why?
Yeah, and I'll give you, because he's perhaps the most corrupt president ever, sort of objectively speaking, look, historians, ethical watchdogs, politicians, including some in his own Republican Party, looking at this presidency, and to pick up Rolling Stone's commentary, which he cited, saying essentially Donald Trump is treating the presidency like his own personal ATM machine, that is a bank cash machine, using it to both line his own pockets, enrich himself and his family members, and to offer all sorts of things, from pardons, making policy decisions, offering government appointments, you name it. In return, if you have enough to pay for the privilege, you can get just about anything from this administration. That is more and more the perception based in the actual acts. The American Bar Association,
otherwise known as reality.
I don't want reality.
Yeah, we've seen it over and over and over again now at this point. Just pay-to-play pardons. Like, there's been like dozens of people who have avoided high-profile investigations, who contributed money to Trump's campaign or bought a bunch of World Liberty financial tokens, right? Which is basically just like giving Trump a massive loan, right? Because the World Liberty financial tokens were created completely out of thin air by Trump, right? You give him a bunch of money and you hold those tokens. It's just a loan. Because that's the thing. A lot of these guys are, some of them I've heard about, like them complaining about the ways in which World Liberty Financial is operating, holding those tokens.
Christ Ablanti just cheered 100 bits. See this man. Despite having similar look of Stephen Miller, you can see the humanity in his eyes, the life in his face. He isn't Miller evil levels that makes him an os first but just a regular bald dude.
What? Who are you talking about? Oh, this guy? You think this guy looked like Stephen Miller? I guess I see what you're talking about. But yeah, a lot less evil. Slightly, less evil Stephen Miller.
which is perhaps America's top sort of attorney membership association.
Well, that's just not fair. Stephen's just so unlikable. Like, you know what I mean? like he's just so unlikable. It just seems unfair to this guy to compare him to Voldemort.
Said that more than any other president in recent history, Trump caters to the wealthiest and most powerful, the billionaires, the CEOs of major corporations, and the extremely well-heeled and well-connected. So as long as they are willing to pay for the privilege, which is essentially what I was just saying. So all of these things, it is self-dealing. It is seen as creating an unprecedented, and I have to use the word unprecedented because, yeah, sure, we had Richard Nixon and Watergate, but we've seen nothing on the scale and scope of what is essentially a pay-to-play culture.
Yep. I mean, it's historical now. the level at which Trump's enriched himself, Republicans will never be able to complain about corruption ever again. Like, it's just, Trump has ushered in an age of unprecedented corruption, of which no amount of backtracking can possibly ever get you out of. For decades, it will just be like, remember President Trump? Remember how you let him enrich himself to the tune of like $4 billion in a year and a half? And you whinged and cried about fucking Hunter Biden and that laptop and Burisma. Oh, God. Oh, God. Never want to hear the word Burisma ever again. And I'm actually starting to think we won't. Certainly not from Republicans. Because the response is basically, would you like to talk about World Liberty Financial, Truth Social, Trump's real estate empire, the meme coins? I mean, where would you like to start? The Trump boys' military industrial contractor, like they created like a drone company or something. Like, what do you think they're engineers now or something? As it turns out, Trump's corruption amidst this terrible economy, it's not doing wonders for his numbers. And the MAGA base is abandoning the president a little bit. Like a tiny little bit. Just on the economy.
For reasons. The Donald Trump that is here today has been the same person. Like, this is not, maybe the grift is different and maybe it's a little more polished and maybe it's more well executed, but he has been a grifter and a corrupt person his whole life. And so it's hard for me to believe in hearing them that this isn't another part of the scam. Like, oh, let me get off this train now because I see that he's a total train wreck. But you knew this before. There was plenty of reasons you didn't have to support him in 2024, and the same with Joe Rogan.
Exactly. That's what I keep saying to everybody. It's like, you don't come in here telling me that this is a fucking revelation to you. The guy was corrupt before he was ever president the first time. Like, you can't, you literally cannot, you cannot like look into Trump's life pre-presidency and not find a bunch of fairly corrupt shit. Anybody who's shocked about that is an idiot. A moron.
You're a moron.
He has had real iron-fisted control over congressional Republicans for many, many years now. What is your sense of if this is starting to be a different scenario?
Well, I think he has, you call it control. I think he has influence over Republicans because his poll numbers within the party have held consistently strong, despite the ups and downs of independents and Democrats over the years. And we've seen his numbers really hold steady, even at times when he's been tested by other voters. Look, I think the House leadership didn't want to give Democrats more of a theatrical, viral video moments like you just saw Jim McGovern get to do.
It's a bad issue for them.
I think that's part of it.
Yeah.
The reality is, we can't be governed by people's viral moments on the House floor. We have to be governed by some strategy. I think the strategy has been very clear. It's deny Iran nuclear weapons. It's open the Strait of Hormuz and stop allowing Iran to fund proxies.
How's that going?
Well, I think it's going pretty much better than the
better.
How is that going? Bad. It's going bad. We all know that all three of those things are going super bad. Like as bad as you could possibly go. Like right now in the current situation, it would seem that they're gonna get absolutely everything that they want. Iran, not Donald Trump.
In this mess.
I do not support the weaponization fund as it has been described.
I just don't know how this puppy dog will work. I'm not sure where the money's coming from. I'm not sure who's going to decide. I don't know anything about anything.
We need more information on it. I mean, we discussed it yesterday, but that's why it's coming back, is we need more information.
These people don't deserve restitution. Many of them deserve to be in prison. But this is, this is just stupid on stilts.
Do you think you have colleagues that share the same concerns that you're
Yeah,
expressing?
they do. They need to speak up. I mean, this is beyond the pale. This is not good for my colleagues. There's no one positive thing that could be spun out of this between now and November. This is bad policy, it's bad timing, and it's bad politics.
Do you think he's losing some of the very tight grip he's had for a very long time?
I think he's lost people he didn't endorse, which is, welcome to politics. And I think he's trying to make sure he's got a better team moving into the next 2 years of his term. I think that's the reason why he decided to, for example, endorse Ken Paxton in Texas, where I'm from, and to say, look, guys that aren't really fighting hard right now, who are establishment, I'm not going to back you. Cassie in Louisiana is the same example of that.
Yes, Ken Paxton, not fighting hard right now. I don't know what fighting hard means. I mean, Ken Paxton has voted along with Donald Trump's whims and wishes, I think 99.7% of the time or something like that. I mean, basically 100% of the time. And it's just fascinating that Republicans like Ben Ferguson over here are like, dude, Republican Party, it's a cult, okay? And if you don't do what the Supreme Leader wants you to do, then you don't belong in the cult. Which is great, I'm sure, for elections, right?
Insane amount of money come in. Cornyn's a great example of this. The amount of money they wasted in D.C. with the elites there to try to save him, it's been a disaster. He won't be going back to Washington, D.C., and I think he even knows it.
Look, it's a Shakespearean story, like from the famous line from Hamlet, he's being hoisted on his own petard. He was so eager to punish them for even the most minor deviations from loyalty to him that he has made them all angry. Yes, I agree. I would like for them not to just show courage and conviction when they're on their way out the door. I want them to show courage and conviction when they're in the room, when they're on their way into the door. But it seems like, spines are like flickering lights in the Republican. Spines are like flickering.
That's not
spines are like flickering lights in the Republican Party.
That's absolutely right. It's 100, and even he knows it. He's like, yeah, that's true. It's just mushy spines everywhere in the Republican Party.
You see it, and just as soon as you see it, it goes away. I remember these same Republicans standing up after J6 and saying, oh, this is a horrible day. This is a horrible thing. And some of this blame lays at the feet of the president. And then for the next 4 years, they caught amnesia, right? Because they don't believe, there's no conviction. The spine melted, and everybody fell in line.
Dude, that would be you guys.
Exactly. And like Marjorie Taylor Greene, who criticizes the president and then quits, resigns her term during a midterm election for the fucking sake. Like, I mean, pathetic, right? Like, multiple Republicans have just resigned their posts when Trump has told them that they won't get his endorsement in 26. Like, fucking pathetic. Like, these people are so sad. It is genuinely a cult. Like, there's no other description for this. It's cult-like behavior. can tell he's a human. Yeah. Right. Okay. I see what you're saying. Trump's administrations will expand criteria theory regarding cults and cult behaviors for decades to come. Yep, probably. Probably. That's a fascinating, a fancy message effect right there. Thank you for the bits, Gerb. You're good. No, I got what you're saying. I get it. That could be a soundbite and spines flickering like lights. Yeah, that's a pretty good one. Meanwhile, while everybody is getting more and more upset about Trump's corrupt behavior, about the rising gas prices, the war in Iran, and everything else, it seems like the perfect time to put your name, your face, on money. Something which, in theory, people would carry around with them all the time and be reminded of you. Now, of course, no living president has ever been on a bill, or any currency for that matter. It's a law. But Scott Bessent, Trump's Treasury Secretary, he's got a plan.
Thank you, Dr. Bessent.
Yep.
How long until we see your signature next to President Trump's face on a $250 bill?
Well, again, as Treasury Secretary, I have two mandates for U.S. currency. At present, no living person can be on U.S. currency, and the currency must say, "In God we trust." So right now there is proposed legislation in front of the House, in front of the Senate, to change the first requirement so that a living person, Donald J. Trump, could be on a $250 bill. So it's all in the hands of the, it's all up on Capitol Hill. So at Treasury, we prepare things in advance. So we have prepared in advance that if the legislation is passed, but we will stick to the law.
Do you think politically it's a good idea to put his face on a $250 bill when people are struggling to afford gas and groceries?
Caitlin, I don't appreciate that line of questioning. Yeah, honestly, though, it's a fantastic question from Caitlin.
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
Fantastic question from Caitlin. Is it a good idea to put your face on the 250 on currency when people can't afford gas? When people's gas tanks are now costing as much as the proposed new bill would be? Like, by the time this thing comes out, everybody's going to be paying like $250 a tank. So you just pay a Trump for every fucking tank of gas. Is that good? Is that good? Is it a good idea to put, I don't know, your mug shot on that bill? Remind everybody of the fact that you're a convicted criminal? I don't know. I don't know, but he wants to. Just like with everything else, Trump wants to put his fucking name and or face all over it. Basically, everything that Trump can't put his name and or face on is useless to him, right? Like, which is why trees and, like, you know, like endangered bird species are completely, like, meaningless to him. He's like, I can't put my name on it. Very useless. Let's burn it down. And, of course, we started the week off with Memorial Day. Summer kicked off with a bang. And that was the sound of people's bank accounts imploding. With gas and grocery prices both up to start off the summer.
The Memorial Day weekend is the symbolic start of summer, and a lot of Americans are on the move. But this year, traveling will cost you more. CBS's Chanel Call is in New York City with all the details. Chanel, good evening.
Jerika, it's an expensive start to the summer travel season, with everything from gas to groceries costing you more this year. Many Americans will be forced to make some tough choices. Families stocking up for Memorial Day barbecues this weekend are feeling the heat.
All of the prices shock me, just that they seem to go up every single time I go to the grocery store.
Americans now paying 20% more for food than 4 years ago. Inflation rose nearly 1% this month, mainly due to higher gas prices.
I don't even fill it up all the way anymore. Yeah, just because prices are so expensive.
The war with Iran has raised the cost of fuel by 41%. The highest price in California, an average of $6.11 a.
Yep, everything's getting more expensive. Unfortunately, you go through all the numbers, and it's not just gas. Vast majority of Americans say their income is not keeping up with inflation, and that's just because their income is not keeping up with inflation. We've seen the numbers, and in fact, those two things inverted earlier this year, with inflation outpacing wage gains across America. It's bad. It's a double whammy. Everything is, in fact, getting more expensive. People are not making enough to keep up with it, and the U.S. government is doing nothing to make it better. In fact, seemingly, the U.S. government is doing everything to make it worse. Like this war, or canceling solar and wind energy projects by paying energy companies billions of dollars to just cancel their plans. Private enterprise receiving government handouts to not help with the energy crisis. Maybe one of the most absurd things I can imagine. Staying with the numbers, we're going to have to go here next to the CNN with the very best. The great Harry Emden.
Donald Trump has been struggling on inflation basically for well over a year now. It was, of course, what got him reelected back in 2024, the fact that Americans dislike Joe Biden's handling of inflation. But the Iran war has taken it to a whole new historic level. I want you to just take a look here. Okay, Trump's net approval on inflation. Pre the Iran war, according to Fox News polling, he was 30 points underwater. Look at this drop over just 3 months' time. 52 points underwater. I went back through the history books. There's no president before Trump who ever had a net negative inflation rating of at least 50 points underwater. And now Trump is doing it in the Fox News poll, minus 52. And I've seen it in a number of polls as well. And this decline matches. It has taken Trump from low levels to historically low levels in just 3 months' time. You rarely see this type of movement, but the Iran war has hit Americans' wallets, and they are taking out on the President of the United States.
That's the part of it that I just think is incredibly unusual.
Incredibly unusual, says John Berman, or as the rest of us would probably say,
holy Toledo.
Holy Toledo.
Point drop in 3 months.
Just 3 months' time.
All right. Among whom?
Among whom? This is where it gets even more interesting, because just take a look here. Groups that shifted on inflation. Okay, Trump's net approval on inflation by your 2024 vote. Look at this. Harris voters have stayed pretty constant. They don't like Donald Trump very much at all. They went from minus 92 to minus 94. But look at Trump voters. This is where the decline is coming from. Trump voters have turned on Trump when it comes to inflation. Pre-war, he was at plus 37 points on the net approval rating on inflation. Look at this now. Trump voters, he has a negative net approval rating on inflation among Trump voters. We're talking an over 50-point decline in just a few months. That is the power of the Iran war on the Americans' wallet and Republicans.
Goddamn. From pre-war to now, Donald Trump is utterly imploding in the polls, and the economy seems to be the main reason for that massive movement. And this is now showing up in the polls in Congress, too, on party line. Republicans, once the trusted party on inflation, are voters now switching their preference.
Coming, because here's a reality check for you. Okay, party trusted more in inflation midterm cycles. You go back to the last midterm cycle, look at this. Republicans were trusted more about this point by 19 points in inflation. Look at this now. Democrats, that's an over 25-point switcheroo in the Democrats' direction when it comes to inflation. And then I'll just note, look, you were talking about PCE earlier. What about this? Chance May's CPI, a different measure of inflation, is above April's 3.8%. Look at this, 96% chance per the Kalshi prediction.
Okay, settle down on your Kalshi predictions over here. There, pal. Let's look at Trump's net favorable rating among his own party. Went too far.
Leader of the Republican Party. I just want you to look here. I mean, this just tells you everything that you need to know, which is the net favorable rating with the GOP. You have Donald Trump, you have George W. Bush. Before Donald Trump declared back in May of 2015, look at this. George W. Bush's net favorable rating was plus 58 points. Donald Trump was 45 points underwater with Republicans. Look at this. This is over 100-point shift, I do believe. Donald Trump is now at plus 61. That's an over 100-point shift in the positive direction for Trump. And look at what happened to George W. Bush. He dropped by 40 points from plus 58 to plus 17. So George W. Bush has fallen through the floor since Donald Trump, of course, first really appeared on the political scene, first ran for president for the Republican nomination back in 2015, declaring in June of 2015, while George W. Bush, simply put, as I said, his Republican Party is dead. Republican voters are very lukewarm on him.
Yeah, this does show the shift in the base over the last 10 years, right? From the neocons to the MAGAs, right? It's been taken over by the MAGA party. That much we know. Like, it is the MAGA party. That's what we call it now. But I would point something out. This plus 61 is terrible.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak.
Just awful and bad. Plus 61 in the GOP? Net favorable? Trump's net favorable rating on the GOP back in this time last year was like 90%. That's a massive drop. It was like, remember, it was like 87. It was some stupidly high number. Was that some just dumb fucking number? And that's a significant drawback, if you will, or no, well, pullback, I guess, really. Here from GOP voters being pulled in this YouGov poll.
Even you. Maybe you'll run for president one day.
I can't. I was born in Hawaii.
Okay. What do I got next on the list? What do we have here? Yes. Let's go here next. The majority report.
Food prices are about to rise for the second straight month after nearly 4 years of declines. We know what rose prices. The once-in-a-lifetime, hopefully, COVID pandemic caused shutdowns across the globe. It resulted in supply chain bottlenecks. There were workers who were unable to work and process these goods. There was a backlog. There were shortages. And prices went up dramatically. Inflation really hit globally. The U.S. was a little bit more insulated from it, but still the economic pain was immensely significant. And as of last month, the wage gains that people were experiencing have now been outpaced by the inflation that's been once again turbocharged by Trump. But this time, this isn't COVID. These are his actions, particularly as it relates to the war in Iran. So you have these factors here that are in play in terms of why food prices are going to be going up. You've got the Iran war, but you've also got extreme weather due to climate change, which Trump is turbocharging, and high costs for farmers, which are the result of his tariffs and his economic policies. So you can draw a line right back to Trump's decisions, and I hope the Democratic opposition...
I would point out a couple of things here. It's not just Trump's economic policies. It's also, of course, Operation Epstein Fury. We can't forget. It's not just the cost of oil, something that farmers use all the time, gasoline, something that farmers use all the time, but also fertilizer, right? And it's not, I mean, of course, the tariffs hurt farmers. And also the destruction of USAID hurt farmers because USAID was a big buyer of grain and other sorts of products from U.S. Agricultural, the sector, if you will. And yeah, none of that's got anything to do with tariffs or China deciding to stop buying soybeans from America and switching to Brazil.
Party does so. Again, not holding our breath on that front, but some good Democrats should be doing that. Let's read this part of this really good Bloomberg piece on where we're at with food prices. The U.S. saw its warmest ever start to the year with temperatures running about 6 degrees Fahrenheit above average through the end of April, according to the National Centers for Environmental Information. The early heat...
By the way, for anybody... this might be relevant to 3 degrees Celsius above average, which is, you know, bad historically. Climate changey wise, just figured I would help anybody who doesn't do freedom units. I know we have a couple.
Prompted some domestic crops to begin blossoming weeks ahead of schedule instead of remaining dormant throughout the winter, leaving them exposed to subsequent frosts, according to Brad Rippey, a USDA meteorologist. Beef prices, among the most politically sensitive in the U.S., rose to a record in April thanks to the smallest cattle herd in 75 years, squeezed by drought and high production costs. And you can see this chart if we can scroll down slightly. Look at how high U.S. beef prices are. As I said, 75-year high. And the higher costs on ranchers and farmers are the result of the tariffs. But in this instance, with beef specifically, this drought has been a major problem, and we're still going to be experiencing El Nino soon, which is going to make the climate change related extreme weather even worse. Tomato prices, meanwhile, surged 33% over the last 2 months after 2 winter storms brought widespread damage during the peak of the growing season in Florida, while shipments from Mexico were declining following the Trump administration's imposition of duties on imports. If we could scroll down slightly. Heat and drought in the western and central U.S. spell more pressures to come. California accounts for almost half of annual U.S. vegetable and 3/4 of fruit and nut cash receipts, and diminished snowpack in the Sierra Nevada this year to just 23% of typical levels as of mid-April has raised concerns about irrigation supplies. Drought has also spread across the nation's breadbasket, where staple wheat crops that are typically used to make all-purpose flour or pasta have withered for lack of rain. As of May 19th, 70% of U.S. winter wheat production was in areas of drought, along with 25% of corn production, according to the National Drought Mitigation Center at the University of Nebraska-Lincoln. And forecasters now say an El Nino weather pattern is likely to emerge by August, with rising odds of an unusually powerful event, I should say, that will persist into 2027 and push global average temperatures higher. So this is the result of climate change. And
yep. Well, it's a result of a number of factors, but absolutely climate change is certainly very involved in all of this. Of course, the Super El Nino is contributing to this, but it is, the Earth is, to some degree, kind of a closed system. Right? I mean, yeah, sure, do things escape out the atmosphere? Yeah. But as we all know, things like greenhouse gases stay around for a long time, contributing to the warming that we are seeing and the extreme weather. And the Super El Nino is going to bring a period of extreme drought and extreme weather, right? And not just drought, extreme heat, extreme drought, but also extreme storms, right? We will be seeing all of these things, right? And that's because the Pacific is going to be much warmer during this storm season than usual. And of course, we have hurricane season already going. Fire season, this is the normal time. I mean, hurricane season starts Monday, I believe. And tornado season's already started. Fire season's already started. We've seen the explosive start to that. Especially in California, SoCal. Over the weekend, there are multiple multi-thousand acre fires very early in the season for such activity.
A number of wildfires still burning in Southern California. The Sandy Fire in Ventura County has now burned more than 2,100 acres with 40% containment. It erupted Monday morning in the area of Sandy Avenue before quickly spreading amid gusty winds and burning a home on Trickling Brook Court to the ground. Evacuation orders and warnings remain in effect.
In Riverside County, the Bain Fire, that's in Jurupa Valley, it has burned nearly 1,500 acres. It is 67% contained tonight. In Paris, the Placentia Fire, now 35% contained. 3 homes have been destroyed there. And in Homeland, that is just outside of Hemet, more than 600 acres burned, and it is 57% contained. All of the evacuation zones for the Verona Fire now have been dropped.
Yeah, but these were only 3 of, I think, dozens of fires in California of varying sizes. The largest, I think, reaching almost 20,000 acres burned on, what is it? I can't remember the name of it. Some, fucking hell, I can't remember. One of the islands off the coast. Some of these fires fairly close to the Palisades and Eaton fires. My understanding is they were eventually put out. But continues to worsen, and droughts continue to get worse. It can be looking at a very, very problematic season, as I've been suggesting literally all year could happen. Like I was just aware of the fact, and that the La Nina was switching to an El Nino sometime around the end of the year. I became aware of that fact, and considering everything else I knew about all the other data, I was just sort of putting it all together. Like, I mean, it's pretty, it's pretty cut and dry, right? You have to be trying to ignore climate change, right? Like, the graphs are fairly clear, right? We are in the hockey stick era, right? Like an exponentially, a period of exponential growth of not just in temperatures, but also in catastrophes that we are witnessing as a result of these sorts of environmental changes. Central Oregon saw a massive wildfire pop up this week. Here's KGW News from Tuesday.
Taking a new video now, the Zen fire that's burning in Central Oregon. This is about 90 miles northeast of Bend in a rural area near Clarno. Oregon's Department of Emergency Management says the fire has grown to 1,500 acres and is about 3% contained. The fire sparked some 24 hours ago around the borders of Wasco, Wheeler, and Jefferson counties. And
there you go. I don't even know if this thing got contained. And this, at the making of this video back on Tuesday, it was at 3% contained. It could be much, much larger than this right now. I mean, I might as well just Google it. By the way, terrible name for a fire. Who named it the Zen fire? $1,500 acres. According to the Daily Dispatch 14 hours ago. So yeah, it's 50% larger than it was on Tuesday. Which is a fairly slow growth curve, actually. Could be worse. I mean, the LA fires of 2025. Grew like 100%, like every few hours because of how fast the wind was moving. And there are concerning signs in the foothills of Salt Lake County that Utah may very well see a equally bad fire season.
Firefighters will often tell you that wildfire danger is high, but they don't always show you exactly what that means.
It's true. Tonight, news specialist Andrew Adams went out with a wildland crew for a vivid look at conditions and the scenario they do not want to see in the weeks ahead. Andrew?
Well, they really do not want to see a fire start small at the base of a hillside and then get carried up, especially with winds like we're experiencing right at this moment. The conditions up high are extremely dry, but even close to the valley floor, they're conditions that firefighters don't usually see until later in the summer.
This is kind of an example of what we are up against in a dry wildland season.
At the base of Butterfield Canyon, it's a hazard that lurks close to the ground.
So these grasses here, this is called cheatgrass. This is really the culprit.
Firefighters say the cheatgrass has already made a concerning transformation.
You can see how some of the parts are like green and then other parts are purple. When it's purple, that means it's cured and it's kind of drying and it's ready to burn.
Crews are used to seeing the purple here in June or July. It's still only May, and they fear a bad chain of events could touch off at any time now.
You hear that? So firefighters are seeing a very concerning trend that as a result of the climate, right? As a result of increased temperatures, these grasses are growing and then drying very fast and look like it's the middle of July rather than the end of May. And this is from earlier this week on, I think, Wednesday. It's just not good. It's the bad sign. There's all sorts of them all over the place. Now, I just want to go back in time because we never cover this story. So let's just go back 2 months ago. Talk about this fucking fire that happened in Nebraska. Since we're talking about fires right now and fire season potentially being very bad, I'd like to present to you Exhibit A. Something that we somehow missed, probably because 2 months ago was when the invasion of Iran started. Actually, it kind of makes sense now that I'm thinking about it. We were kind of focused on only that. But Nebraska saw its largest wildfire in history. burning nearly, or I'm sorry, more than a 500,000 acres.
Residents near Lake McConaughey continue to monitor their homes after being forced to evacuate overnight as the massive Morrill fire swept across parts of western Nebraska. The wildfire, which began Thursday in Morrill County, northeast of Bridgeport,
do you know
has now
where
burned
you're
453,299.5 acres across Morrill, Garden, Arthur, and Keith counties. That's according to an updated perimeter data uploaded to the National Interagency Fire Center. One fatality in Arthur County has been reported. Despite the fire's rapid spread, officials said homes in the lakeside community of Lemoyne have not been damaged.
Yeah, somehow we missed a 500,000 acre fire because of Operation Epstein Fury here in Nebraska. As you can see, fire season has gotten off to a fucking terrible start this year, an explosive and very worrying start with a lot of evidence to suggest that we are going to have that's just going to continue and possibly get worse as things get hotter and drier, right? We're just barely leaving spring right now, you know? And you got shit like this going down.
Doreen Foster of Lemoyne was among the residents forced to leave Thursday night after receiving an emergency evacuation alert on her phone.
I was getting ready. I was watching the hockey game, getting ready to go to bed, and there was an alert on my phone. And I thought first it was an Amber Alert, but it said evacuate now. And I am so thankful that that was there and available to me. And I had time to put on my shoes and grab a couple of things, and out the door I went.
Foster said firefighters also went door to door in Lemoyne, warning residents about the approaching fire. Many evacuees gathered at the Lake McConaughey Visitor Center, which was opened as a temporary shelter Thursday night. Keith County Sheriff's deputies visited the center regularly to keep residents updated on the fire's progress, Foster said. Ogallala Hotels also provided discounted rooms for residents displaced by the evacuation. Foster said the fire itself was not visible from her home at first, but the glow became clear as she left the area.
Yeah, that's no good. Pep Talks TV, thank you for the follow and the raid over on Twitch. Welcome in. I hope the stream went good. Since we no longer have a timer.
Rogue Gerb gifted a tier 1 subscription to Pep Talks.
Thank you, Rogue Gerb. Thank you, Gerb, for the gifted sub. Very generous of you. Speaking of which, Galactic content goal. Still got progress we need to make on that. Thank you. Thank you, Green New Deal. But yeah, we are, let me think. We're only like 25, a little over 25% of the way. Maybe 30. I'd call it 30 just to be generous. With the way through the Galactic content. Only an hour left to complete it. So we gotta do something about that. A lot of great ways for you to show your support, of course. Twitch, bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App, PayPal, and of course Patreon. All great, valid ways to help support the stream. And prevent this particular episode, the Galactic Spacecast, from ending suddenly. Not sure it's ever happened, but it could be today. That's not what we want. That's the sort of record you don't want. Every dollar counts. Don't worry that your contributions will be too small. Got an extra 30 cents on your Cash App just hanging over? Just, just think about it. Will you miss that 30 cents? No, probably not. I could be wrong, though. Maybe you are holding on to that 30 cents for dear life, and if so, do not give it to me. Okay? Just want that to be clear. All right, moving it on now across the planet. Across the planet, where Europe and South Asia are getting hammered, have been getting hammered for like the last week or so with a massive heat dome. I think it's actually multiple heat domes, 2 different powerful heat domes causing a severe heat, record-breaking in some places, like the United Kingdom. This time in May, you don't expect sweltering temperatures like those being seen here.
The UK was sweltering in a record-breaking heatwave on Monday, with temperatures forecast to reach 34 degrees Celsius in London, and even rising to 35 degrees in parts of England. The soaring temperatures in many parts of the country make it the hottest day in May on record, as well as the hottest recorded bank holiday Monday. Meteorologists say the high temperatures, which are normally associated with summer months, are caused by a strong area of high pressure from Europe, pushing in warm air to the UK.
Yeah, but it wasn't just the UK, Spain, France also getting hammered. Let's go to BBC here from Tuesday next.
Temperatures have been soaring across the UK. Monday was one of the hottest May days on record. Last night was classed as a tropical night, with temperatures in South London not falling below 21.3 Celsius. It could get even hotter today.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, a donation on PayPal. 10 bones. Oh, yeah.
It looks at how people coped with Monday's soaring temperatures.
For once, getting cold and wet on a bank holiday was very tempting. At Thorpe Park in Surrey and so many other places, temperatures soared. Records were broken. The 34.8 degrees Celsius recorded in Kew Gardens in southwest London made it the hottest day in May ever. At Camber Sands in East Sussex, the crowds came in their thousands.
The weather is lovely, beautiful.
Not too hot for you? No, this is perfect. Perfect.
It's too much. I can't take it. I can't handle it.
Not an island in the Mediterranean, but Jersey in the English Channel. The beach may well be a great place to enjoy the sun, but the extreme heat has brought with it renewed health warnings.
Enjoy the sun. I mean, it is a great thing. I mean, let's just enjoy it, but be careful and look out for those people around you. So look after yourself, make sure you've got water, make sure you plan your day accordingly so you're not out in the midday sun.
Now, unfortunately, not everybody can make such plans and avoid the sun. Everybody in Europe has air conditioning, for instance. France. Not one of the least, I think one of the least air-conditioned countries in Europe. I'm not sure what the numbers are in the United Kingdom. But a lot of people were taking to the pools.
It started a lot earlier. These temperatures don't correspond to this time of the year. It is all due to climate change.
I can't stand the heat. I really don't like it. I prefer winter, but it's good. It's the first day we've come to the swimming pool. We are happy. Trying to...
There you go. Residents in Madrid trying to cool off as much as they can. Also in the pools. Everybody's in the pools. However, as I mentioned, France, not a lot of air conditioning. 7 people. As of Wednesday, died as a result of this unprecedented heat wave. This spring scorcher, if you will. Parts of Europe have been hit with an intense and unprecedented heat wave, with cities sweltering to temperatures in the mid to high 30s.
What's particularly notable about the heat records we've seen in recent days is how much we've beaten the record by. So the previous record of 32.8 degrees Celsius was really eclipsed by the 35.1 that we've provisionally reported at Kew Gardens. And normally with these warm temperature extremes, you're looking at beating temperature records by fractions of a degree, but this is more than 2 degrees higher than the previous record, which is really notable in terms of the UK climate record. It's very unusual. This is unprecedented heat in May, and in the past these.
And for anybody who needs it, for Freedom Units lovers and users, 32 degrees Celsius is under 90. It's 89.5 degrees Fahrenheit. Whereas 35 degrees Celsius is 95 degrees Fahrenheit. So you're talking about nearly a 6 degrees Fahrenheit increase. Yes. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. What was I saying? Oh, right. A 6 degrees increase Fahrenheit wise. God damn it. You're killing me. You're killing me with the sunglasses. I'm already wearing sunglasses, and that much is very, very obvious. What I was saying is, of course, that the 3 degrees change in Celsius is actually is about 6 degrees change. 6.5? Wait, I just forgot it now. Nearly, I think it's 5.5. But it's a fairly large increase. Okay, guys. I'm wearing sunglasses. I'm wearing them. It's quite sizable. It's quite a sizable change, records-wise. You know, like, I'm trying to, like, come up with a adequate comparison. But it's like, I don't know. It's in, like, a short term, like a short length track event or something being eclipsed by multiple seconds, right? Like the record, right? It's big. It's quite large, you know. Even though it maybe doesn't sound like a lot, like it is, in fact, quite a lot. And 95 degrees is almost 100 degrees in fucking May. That's wild. That sounds uncomfortable.
To meet these temperature thresholds in excess of 35 degrees, it's really notable, and it's unprecedented in the UK climate, and it's before we've even reached meteorological summer.
There has been some research that shows that the kind of weather patterns associated with heat waves in Europe are maybe becoming more frequent in the last 20 to 30 years. But because the number of occurrences of these events is still quite small, and obviously climate is very variable, our weather is very variable, it's really hard to know if that's actually a trend or if it's climate change driven. We're not really sure what is causing that, or if it's just a statistical anomaly. But what we do know is that whether heat wave events are becoming more frequent or more intense. The
Yes. As a scientist, she's being very careful with her words. You can't necessarily directly link this one event to climate change, but the overall increase in these extreme heat wave events are absolutely linked to climate change. It's just a matter of certainty on any one event can be difficult to save, you know, but with 100% guarantee, Joe, as you very well know, I'm already wearing a tinfoil hat as well. You guys over there on Twitch are always paying for sunglasses and tinfoil hats with your hard-earned space bucks. Could be using them for all sorts of things. Instead, you pay for these things when I already am wearing them. And it makes no sense. And it makes no sense. It's weird. That's what I'm trying to say.
It's weird.
According to the United Nations...
Rogue gifted a tier 1 subscription to lowercase 1388.
According to the United Nations, Rogue Gerb just gifted a tier 1 sub to lowercase. Very generous of you, Gerb. But the UN is also actually saying that if you think right now it's warm, if you think this heat wave is bad, hold on to your britches, because the next 5 years are going to be equally bad, if not worse.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Here's the AP from yesterday.
So the next 5 years, we're expecting temperatures to be above average basically everywhere in the world, especially over the northern hemisphere and over land as well. It's unprecedented to have such hot temperatures in May before the meteorological summer has even begun. We've got a very high chance of at least 1 year in the next 5 exceeding 1.5 degrees. So there's a 91% chance of this. Nothing will drop off a cliff when we reach 1.5 degrees. And every kind of 0.1 of a degrees has more and more severe impacts. But it is very important to try and limit our warming as much as possible. The Arctic, in particular, is warming 3.5 times faster than the rest of the globe. As the sea ice and snow melts in the Arctic, so you get more solar radiation being absorbed, which means that basically the temperatures are increasing. So you're getting like this positive feedback loop happening. As the temperature warms, more sea ice melts, the worse this makes it. So the science here, the climate is warming. We need to take urgent action to reduce this as much as.
Yes, indeed. We've been talking about this now for 2.5 years, and I feel like we've made so little progress. I mean, I know we have, at least some of us, China, for example.
China!
But as a whole, it feels like humanity still has not achieved what it needs to. It's not just feels like. It is scientifically accurate to say that we have not achieved yet what we need to address climate change. Evidence of that continues to be seen, whether it's heat waves down on planet Earth. Why am I saying it like that? Why am I saying it like that? Down in the cities, in London, in Paris, in Madrid, or up on the mountaintops of Greece, where snowpack has decreased by 50% in just 4 decades. Snowpack, which has been there for like hundreds of thousands of years. You know, it's not the same snow all the time, right? It gets recycled to some degree, but it also is supposed to build on itself. So, in theory, the stuff at the very bottom should be very ancient. Unfortunately, all that's melting in the Greek mountains.
We're on Mount Parnassos, long known as a favorite Greek winter playground. Snow's probably not the first thing that comes to mind when you think about Greece, but high above its beaches and islands, snow in the mountains is very important. It acts like a natural water store. As snow slowly melts, it provides water for people, farms, and nature during the long, hot summer months. But a new study shows something worrying. Snow on Greece's mountains has fallen by nearly 60% over the last 40 years.
Εμείς στο σχολείο δεν μπορούσαμε να πάμε από το χιόνι. Όταν πήγαμε στο δημοτικό εδώ πέρα, μπορούμε να κάνουμε να θυμάστε και 2 μέρες μέσα στο σπίτι, δεν μπορούσαμε να βγούμε έξω το χιόνι. Που αυτά τώρα δεν τα βλέπουμε εδώ πέρα.
Snowpack is really like a savings account. Snow stays there for all these winter months, ultimately melting at the time that we need it the most.
Το μεγαλύτερο πρόβλημα ξεκινάει τέλος Αυγούστου, αρχές Σεπτεμβρίου, μέχρι τέλος Σεπτεμβρίου, αρχές Οκτωβρίου. Αυτή είναι η χειρότερη περίοδος γιατί προερχόμαστε από ξηρασία από όλο το καλοκαίρι.
Right, so these aren't technically glaciers up here in Greece. All of the snow, at least according to that guy, melts and is fed into the aquifer. Unfortunately, 50% less snow will be melting into the aquifer here in the Greek mountains, which, you know, according to physics, should be drawn down the hills to the people down in the valleys. And that's not going to happen as it should, with 50% less than there should be in snow reserves. Of course, the glaciers are doing very similar problematic things. Talked about that in the past, and we are kind of in a moment of glacial collapse on the planet. Humanity not doing nearly enough that needs to be done to prevent that or reverse that. Meanwhile, in India, another heat wave is decimating crops there. From one continent to the next. Do you like mangoes? Well, too bad. India's prized Alfonso mango crop was ruined by the El Nino heat in the Pacific.
In India's western state of Maharashtra, the coastal town of Devgad is famous for its prized Alfonso mangoes. But officials say volatile weather has ruined this year's crop. Longtime mango farmer Kakadoke is seeing his orchard struggle to turn a profit for the first time.
My garden used to produce 7,000 to 8,000 boxes of goods every year. These are all our gardens. These belong to our own house, and from all these parts we used to produce 7,000 to 8,000 boxes of our own goods. This year we could only make 600 to 700 boxes.
Fellow mango farmer Komal Walke is facing the same problem. She's struggling to fill online.
Okay, the first time I heard it, and somehow the second time is just as bad. That number is fucking ridiculous. 90% from 7,000 to 600 or 700? That's insanity. That's basically all of the mangoes, right? Like, I mean, that's basic. Most of the mangoes are now gone.
This is ridiculous! Reorders because her family's orchards produced almost no Alfonso mangoes this year. Walke has been forced to buy fruit from other farms to meet orders from customers. India is the world's largest mango producer. According to a research agency, the country produced around 28 million.
We've got a perfect storm of fuckery when it comes to the agricultural sector, right? We still technically have these trade barriers, like the minimum trade tariffs that Trump can levy based upon the Supreme Court's ruling earlier this year. You got Operation Epstein Fury, which is raising costs for farmers, reducing access to fertilizer, which in turn is reducing yield. Then you add on climate change induced heat and or other weather events that are also weighing on crops. It's gonna be a bad harvest season for everybody. Now, technically, there's two different harvest seasons One on the northern hemisphere, one on the southern hemisphere of the planet. And I think India is southern hemisphere. Wait, the northern part of, because most of the northern part of India is where I think a lot of the crops are grown. Is that northern or southern hemisphere growing pattern? I can't remember. Let's go to Wyong News now from yesterday. Keep talking about this heat wave that's been affecting India. France is not the only one with a deadly heat wave on its hands. Dozens have died in India as a result of this one. Unfortunately, it's not just the crops.
There's no respite from the scorching heat across India, with daytime temperatures consistently above 45 to 46 degrees Celsius in several parts of the country. In Maharashtra's Nagpur, at least 26 people have been reported dead over the past 3 days. The police suspect extreme heat as the likely cause. Authorities say that of the 26 people who are dead, 4 were found near railway station premises, some on roadside, beneath flyovers, and others at public places. According to the police, most of the deceased appeared to be homeless, underscoring how the poor remain the most vulnerable to extreme temperatures. According to the IMD, heat wave to severe heat wave conditions along with warm nights, they will persist in several pockets of the Vidarbha region till May 29th. The Weather Department has also issued an orange alert for Nagpur and Gadchiroli. Another tragedy unfolded in Madhya Pradesh, Chhatarpur, where a 6-year-old child lost his life after his condition deteriorated rapidly after he was being taken to the hospital. According to reports, the child's mother suffered a heart attack upon hearing about her child's death. The deaths come on a day when the IMD issued a red alert for severe heat wave conditions in Madhya Pradesh. Now, some respite from the heat is expected by the weekend when a fresh western disturbance is likely to trigger rainfall and thunderstorms. Until then, Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, along with several other states in north, northwest and eastern India are expected to sizzle under extreme heat wave.
Yeah, not shocking, I think, to many people that the most impoverished, the least privileged in society, are the ones to be affected most. Least likely to have access to, any sorts of human comforts. Or the bare necessities. It's a fucking tragedy. And this is, once again, we're still, it feels like it's early in the year. We're already seeing just such devastation. It's only going to get worse, right? It's just going to get hotter and hotter. What's it going to be like by the time August gets here? No! I don't even want to think about it. I don't even want to think about it.
There is no respite from the scorching heat across India, with daytime temperatures consistently above 45 to 46 degrees Celsius in several parts of the country. In Maharashtra's Nagpur, at least 26 people have been reported dead over the last 3 days itself. The police suspect extreme heat as the likely cause. And authorities are saying of the 26 dead, 4 were found near the railway station premises. Some on the roadside, beneath flyovers and other public places. According to the police, most of the deceased appeared to be homeless, underscoring how the poor remain the most vulnerable to the extreme temperatures. According to the IMD, heat wave to severe heat wave conditions, along with warm nights, will persist in several pockets of the Vidarbha region till May 29. The Weather Department has also issued an orange alert for Nagpur and another tragedy.
Ay, ay, ay. Now, it wasn't just... basically, the whole planet. Might as well just say the whole planet. It would be easier. But Japan, too, earlier this week, was seeing extreme temperatures. And I guess just to punish ourselves, let's also contemplate how much hotter it's going to get. NHK World Japan for Monday.
Japan has been experiencing severe heat waves in recent years, with temperatures reaching dangerous levels. Many might be wondering what this summer has in store for us before the season gets into full swing. And we are joined now by our meteorologist, Jonathan O, to give us the outlook and some tips to survive this heat. So, Jonathan, it is still May, but we're already seeing summer-like conditions, aren't we?
My goodness. I mean, we're talking about seeing temperatures that are unprecedented here in Japan. I mean, these are temperatures from a week ago on May 18th, where Hita saw a high of 30.
These are fascinating numbers. So you have 35, 35, and 34 degrees. Now, 35.3 degrees is over 95 degrees Celsius, just for context. This is the May record for Toyooka. Unprecedented heat for Hita. I don't know if this is actually what this means. I want to believe it's not, but if in case this is the truth, if this is in fact what this intended, this word is doing what it's intended to, this means that Hita, this is heat that has never been seen, that you're seeing in the middle of May. And in Kyoto, seeing temperatures typical for the month of July.
0.3 degrees.
There's a story we've been hearing all stream now.
See average temperatures that high any time in the year, and so this was particularly hot. Over in Toyooka, we saw also 35.3 degrees, which was a record for the month of May. Kyoto seeing temperatures typical for July, and these are just some of the highlights. What you don't see on this map is the fact that we have more of the country seeing
everybody else is
above
hot.
average at this time of year.
I mean, I think that is much is pretty clear. It's not that big of a geographical region. You figure if these 3 points on the map are hot as this, everything in between it is probably also similarly hot.
That we have more of the country seeing temperatures way above average at this time of year. And the reason why we're seeing that heat is because of the fact that we had a couple of high pressure systems that are over the area that really pumped in a lot of southerly flow along with the dry pattern. And with that combination together, it was really pushing up the mercury. And yeah, it looks like that we may not be seeing a break from this anytime soon. Though oddly enough, I do want to mention one thing, that toward the end of last week, we had a huge cold plunge taking place. We had the switcheroo taking place.
Yes.
But once that moves out, we're seeing the temperatures rising back up again.
Okay, so then what can we expect in the coming months?
Well, according to the Japan Meteorological Agency, they put out a 3-month forecast about the likelihood of seeing above average temperatures. And when you see these colors of purple, red, and orange, that's not good news. Because
that's not good news. Thank you, NHK World Japan. That's not good news. He sounds so chipper about it. He's right. That's not good news. From somewhere between 70% to 50% more likely to see above average temperatures for the rest of summer. Basically, almost a guarantee. If you're in Japan, it's going to be hot.
So hot right now.
And that's probably the case for most of the planet going through 2027. As a result of this El Nino event, of course, we'll also be seeing extreme weather, generally speaking, as well. And I'm sure we'll be using this clip multiple times in the near future. This is probably what it is going to feel like for many.
We'll bring you on into the temps, and we're all doing okay. Wow, 750 degrees in Gila Bend right now. And 1,270 in Ahwatukee. Now, I'm not authorized to evacuate Ahwatukee, but this temperature seems pretty high.
Cave Creek is really
Yeah,
good.
Cave Creek, Fountain Hills, they don't look good either. And frankly, Wickenburg is a total loss. You might as well just get out of anywhere along this 60 here. It's a very warm. Surprise is starting to heat up as well at 1,300 degrees. So again, the safe spots seem to be Chandler and Mesa. Scottsdale is doing okay so far, but you know, you're sort of surrounded by some pretty intense heat. So You know, again, I'm not your dad, but I would get out while you still can. I think steel boils at about this temperature, so Cave Creek, there's probably nothing left up there.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, I think it's a little lower than that. I think it's like 2,500 degrees. Yeah. Yeah. The melting point of steel. There can't possibly be a single structure left in Cave Creek after that.
You are not funny.
Okay, settle down. Look, I'm just trying to bring some levity to the horrible heat wave situation that most of the planet's dealing with right now. All right? At least it's not that hot, right? At least it's not literally boiling your skin. At least you haven't been vaporized yet. Silver linings. All right, Space Fams. Now to some space news. Yesterday, we talked about a number of different space news related things, like the failure of the SpaceX rocket that fell. Well, is the rocket booster itself falling in the Gulf of Mexico, rather than coming back down and landing as it's supposed to. Now we got another news item relating to a different momentary space blunder, I guess you might call it. A real kerfuffle. I guess you might call it a galactic catastrophe. Really, I'm being too kind. I mean, an utter... like a fucking hellfire erupted from the Blue Origin launch pad last night. Jeff Bezos' dildo-shaped rocket, intended to bring millionaires and billionaires to space for high ticket prices, just blew up. Look at the fucking mushroom cloud from this thing. Jesus Christ. It is wild. Look at it. It looks like a fucking nuclear bomb just went off. Am I wrong? Is that, please watch it with me one more goddamn time and tell me that's not what that looks like. Maybe a small one, but still, I mean, it's fucking enormous. Look at the size of this fucking explosion. There's the actual explosion, heard way after the fact. These guys must be really far away. Good God, look at the size of that fucking cloud. Well, there you go. I'm gonna stay on this topic for a moment. Go to Reuters next. With more...
This included Blue Origin rocket that just ignited in its launch pad on Thursday when it suddenly exploded, erupting into a massive fireball, sending a towering plume of flames and smoke into the air. Jeff Bezos' space venture said it had experienced an anomaly, a term commonly used to describe a launch failure or explosion. In a post on X, the Amazon billionaire said all personnel were accounted for and that it was, quote, too early to know the root cause of the incident. NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman said the agency would work with partners to support an investigation, adding that NASA would provide information on any impact to its Artemis and moon-based programs. The incident is a major setback for Bezos' Blue Origin, as it seeks to narrow the gap with Elon Musk's IPO-bound SpaceX. Both billionaire-run companies have been racing to help return people to the moon by designing lunar landers NASA will use.
Now, nobody was aboard this. This was a test launch. Some sort of testing for Blue Origin. So, you know, no billionaires were aboard this rocket when it exploded. So you can all rest easily. But this thing could be seen from and heard, as well as felt, I believe, from miles and miles away, like Rogue Gerb is saying in the Twitch chat. Here's an even further view of this explosion. I mean, we're talking, it's hard to see because of this fucking Forbes news banner across it. But there's an entire lake, and I think forest, between this person and this explosion, right? You're looking out over what I think is a lake. Right? It just looks like it to me. And then like a forest. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like there's clearly like you see the dock right here? Really hard to see, but that's clearly a dock, right? Like this has got to be miles away. It's got to be like 5 miles away or something stupid. Like if you see this, you're like, oh my God. World War III has started. It looks like a fucking nuclear bomb. Like, holy shit. It's in the clouds. Yeah, it's definitely, yeah, you can see it's a lake. Or body of water. It's Cape Canaveral. Oh my freaking God. Good God. Okay, that's just a replay of the same footage. Oh my God, look at the fireball. Look at the fucking fireball that goes up. Oh my God. It's like replace the moon with a giant glowing red orb. Looks like Doomsday. What the fuck is this photo that I'm looking at right now? Oh my God. It is a very apocalyptic picture, absolutely. Agreed. That is some wild shit. Billionaires are just doing some of the dumbest fucking things on the planet right now. We've given them the power to do whatever the hell they want, and it's clearly not going well. Right? Can we all just agree that it's just not going well anymore? And it's a failed experiment, allowing this much unchecked wealth and power to just run amok on society. So then, you know, billionaires can just sort of like launch, like just, you know, do like mini nuclear explosions when they screw up their rocket launches. What is that? Oh. That's a puppy treat. Well, at least Leica's gonna get fed. But I might not. Galactic content goal still not completed, although we've made some progress. 65% of the way through it. So that part is good. We've gotten much further than we were like an hour ago. But we're running out of time. We're running out of time. And if you haven't already, you can contribute to the Galactic News Network without giving a single dollar. Following on Twitch, subscribing on YouTube, both of those things, very helpful. I don't mean just one, I mean both, okay? If you're a YouTube watcher, just follow on. What's so hard? Just help us with the numbers, you know? And vice versa. Plus, the Twitch streams just delete themselves. So if you don't subscribe to us on YouTube, you won't be able to find things. Plus, there's other clips and stuff like that. One last clip here. CNN. Talk about this Amazon-funded space debacle.
Blue Origin is warning today that debris from this rocket explosion may show up in nearby water for weeks and that people should stay away from it. This powerful blast happened last night at Cape Canaveral in Florida during a ground test. This was a fireball that consumed the New Glenn rocket just before it mushroomed into the sky. Thankfully, Blue Origin founder Jeff Bezos says no one was hurt in this. We have CNN aviation correspondent Pete Muntean here with the latest. This was incredible to watch, this blast.
Yeah, and they're calling this an anomaly in space terms. Doing a lot of work with that one single term because this is a significant setback. The New Glenn is one of the largest rockets in the world, stands about 30 stories tall, designed to launch some of the biggest and most valuable payloads into orbit. Blue Origin was finally beginning to build momentum in what are...
Yeah, it's a fairly large anomaly, a 30-story tall anomaly.
And most valuable payloads into orbit. Blue Origin was finally beginning to build momentum in what are called heavy launches, and the company's starting to look like a true competitor to SpaceX until now. This happened during what's known as a hot fire test. That's when the rocket's engines are ignited on the ground. You can see them there while the vehicle remains at the launch pad.
I will give them this much. That is an accurate description of what we witnessed here. I think they really nailed it with the name. Hot fire test. Yeah. Hell yeah. Success.
That's hot. That's hot.
That is one hot fire. Mission success, everybody.
Never give up. Never surrender.
Shut up.
Then the massive explosion. The biggest headline here is that Jeff Bezos, according to a social media post, says everyone involved is safe. It's important to note, this was not the first test of the New Glenn rocket. The rocket successfully reached orbit on its first flight in January 2025. Blue Origin then completed additional launches, also successfully recovered some of the...
So much success. We might as well just forget about this other situation. This hot launch, what was it called? Hot fire test. A very hot fire was created. So when you think about it, really great job. Oh, the environment and wildlife are harmed. Yeah, that can be said about most of these launches, including all the SpaceX launches. Although I'm pretty sure the explosion's worse. If I had to guess, probably worse. I don't have the data in front of me. Yeah, let's move on from the Blue Origin disaster to geopolitics. Now, we watched this one yesterday, but I figure we should start this weekending report off with, for the, whatever you want to call it. It's not really, I'll be honest, I got a little lazy on the back half of the weekending report today. And plus, yesterday, I looked through the videos from yesterday. Yesterday was basically the weekending report. Like, we covered basically the whole week from, from South America, Cuba, to Ebola in Africa, to Russia, Ukraine, everything that happened in the Middle East. It was a fairly extensive stream yesterday, so tonight's weekending report for the Earth half is going to be mostly for the last 24, 48 hours. Just for my own sanity. How did I do this? Well, this is very odd. 20. 40. Really? Is that possible? Really? No way. How's that? What? I'm making crazy. I should slow down. You know what I think we're going to do? We're going to take a galactic content goal break. We're 4 hours into the stream. I've already blasted through like more than half of the content. Slightly more. I'm just doing the math. It's like 55%? 60%?
Columbia Arican _9505 just cheered 100 bits. Service announcement, a moment of silence for the ducks and alligators harmed by Jeff Bezos' Tamer rocket explosion.
So hot right now.
Thank you, Christopher DeMonte, for that very respectful moment of silence. Which I screwed up by hitting the wrong sound shot. I appreciate that. Getting us a little closer to completing the goal. I think like 67% of the way there now. But we are going to go to a galactic intermission. Since I'm making so much progress so quickly tonight. Just slow things down. I don't know how. I really don't know how I did that tonight. I felt like I was moving slow at one point. A little while back, I don't know when, like a couple hours ago, I think. I was like, damn, I'm moving slow. So I skipped the break. I was like, no, we can't do a break. We gotta blast through this. I got a long list tonight. I almost have 100 clips to get through. And now we're like 55 clips through the stream. And it's not making any sense. I've already gotten through the space news. It's unprecedented speed. The last couple hours. Yeah. Quick galactic intermission. We will be right back after these brief messages. All right, everybody. I hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. And while you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. Twitch, bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, Prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal. Throne for physical donations. And of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars, Patreon. Where for the low price of $3 a month, you can get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back.
Rogue Gerb just cheered 1,300 bits.
Right, everybody. The break is over, and the stream is about to get back on the road. So you better get back in those seats, otherwise you're gonna miss it. Okay. We're back. Still got a bunch of stuff left to talk about. I also want to say thank you to Rogue Gerb for the 1,300 incredibly generous bits. Which... Is that do it? I'm trying to do the math right now. Is that the exact? It's a very specific amount of bits, which leads me to think that maybe that's the amount of bits needed to complete the galactic content goal. I actually don't know exactly how many bits are needed. I'll figure that out while we watch this next clip. Get us started talking about the old rest of the planet here. It's been very busy week. I do have a sneaking suspicion, though, that it is in fact, if not the exact amount needed, very close to the exact amount needed. CNN. Get us started off here. Aaron Burnett. Talk about Trump's threats against the rest of the planet. Yep. As it turns out, statistically speaking, Donald Trump has threatened at least, it's approaching 1/10 of the entire planet, or already attacked them.
Blow them up. President Trump tonight threatening to attack a key U.S. ally using those three words as a threat against a totally new country on his target list. The country is Oman. So here's what Trump said to Oman, that U.S. ally along the
very nasty Oman.
We'll watch over it, but nobody's going to control it. That's part of the negotiation that we have. They would like to control it. Nobody's going to control it. It's international waters, and Oman will behave just like everybody else, so we'll have to blow them up.
That's the president of the United States, the most powerful man in the country, in the world, saying that. Now, Oman is the country that mediates many American negotiations in the Middle East.
Why don't you just say the words, Aaron? He said he was going to blow up Oman. That was the president of the United States saying he was going to blow up a U.S. ally if they retain sovereignty over their international waters. Because we've been talking about this a lot, you know, in the context of like Iran's international waters. But technically, like, somewhere in the middle, Iran's and Oman's international territorial waters meet, right? There is really no international waters that go straight through the Strait of Hormuz. It's all either Omanian, is it Omanian? Whatever the word is, and or Iranian territorial waters. But I don't think Trump understands the concept of international waters. I mean, he's exhibited that fairly clearly over the last couple of years, you know, murdering fishermen in the Pacific and in the Caribbean.
Hostage negotiations, transfers, war and peace, central in the Iran negotiations, and it's a military ally. One of the major Omani ports is used by the U.S. Navy, and Trump is now threatening to, quote, blow it up. That comment surprised even Fox News.
Oh.
President Trump became the first American president that I know of to ever threaten to take military action against Oman, saying that they have to behave like everyone else or we're going to blow them up. Not quite sure what that was all about.
He seems stunned.
Honestly, it's funnier the second time. It's funnier the second time hearing him say, I'm not quite sure what that was all about. Oh, why would he? Omani. Thank you. Omani. Thank you. That does sound right. Now that you're saying it, that does sound right. He's such a fucking idiot. Like,
we have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
And even Fox News over here can't keep the propaganda train running at full speed. They gotta take a stop at what the fuck did the president just say just now? Before they go back to the glazing his ass. Sorry, I do actually kind of want that sound shot a little bit.
American president that I know of to ever threaten to take military action against Oman, saying that they have to behave like everyone else or we're going to blow them up. Not quite sure what that was all about.
He seems stunned, appropriately so. The thing is, though, Oman now joins a long list of countries Trump has threatened to blow up, as President Trump has now talked about attacking or seizing one out of 13 countries on the planet, according to analysis by our own Aaron Blake. This is just a small sample.
Are you ruling out U.S. troops on the ground?
No, I don't rule out that. I don't rule out anything. We just have to take care of Venezuela.
China's running the Panama Canal. China. It's not given to China. We're going to take it back, or something very powerful is going to happen. One way or the other, we're going to have Greenland. Colombia is very sick too.
So there will be an operation by the U.S. and
it sounds good to me.
I do like the O Canada route. It's a beautiful thing. I think we're going to have to keep it for the 51st state.
Cuba's a mess. It's a failing country, and they're going to be next.
And they're going to be next. And then, of course, there.
Hold on, let me just check this sound shot real quick here.
Not quite sure what that was all about.
Yep, not sure. Not quite sure what that was all about. That's weird. Not sure. That's what I will name the file. Notsure.wave. That's on my computer now.
The threat that stunned the whole world on Easter Sunday against the people of Iran in April when Trump posted, quote, a whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. And now Trump is increasingly casting about for any kind of an off-ramp for the war, which now is entering its 4th month. A war he says is being prolonged because Tehran is trying to drag it out until the U.S. midterms.
They thought they were going to outweight me. You know, we'll outweight him. He's got the midterms. I don't care about the midterms.
I don't care. Doesn't matter to me. You can lose every seat in the House. I don't care. I'm a king. I don't need the government. I am the government. He's a deranged lunatic. I say it a lot. And it's also true. I just want to look at the map really quickly. Once again. Saw it yesterday. I just want to peruse this fancy little infographic CNN made for us here. Here it is. All the countries Trump has attacked or struck or threatened to attack. And I would just point out, really, when you think about it, it should be a lot more countries highlighted here. Because he has hit countries with economic wars all over the goddamn place. Now, let's move on to other discussions. Starting down in South America, it has got nothing to do with Donald Trump. Protests in Bolivia have been seen for the last more than like a couple weeks now, I think. When did we first talk about this? It's been over a week, I think, when we first mentioned these protests that were happening in Bolivia. They continue to grow and demand an end to austerity and the resignation of this president. Here's Democracy Now! From 16 hours ago.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. Mass protests in Bolivia have marked 1 month as thousands continue to take to the streets of La Paz and other cities demanding the resignation of President Rodrigo Paz, a Trump ally who's aligned himself with Latin America's right-wing leaders. Labor and indigenous groups, other protesters, are calling on Paz's government to roll back.
Nigeria? Well, you don't remember Nigeria? You don't remember when the United States attacked Nigeria? Struck Nigeria because Boko Haram was supposedly attacking Christians, according to... Wait, who was it? Was it Cardi? Or was it Nikki? I can't remember now. My brain just broke. It was Cardi. Okay, okay. I think it was... Yeah. Right? Wait, no. Wait. Maybe it was Nicki Minaj. I'm struggling to remember now. Who said it? Oh, it was Nicki Minaj. Why did I say Cardi? Probably because I just don't pay attention to either of them very much these days. But like, you don't remember like when Nicki Minaj was out there saying that Christians are being genocided in Nigeria? So Donald Trump did like a airstrike on Boko Haram, even though they're targeting all sorts of people, not just Christians. Does that ring a bell?
Labor and indigenous groups, other protesters, are calling on Paz's government to roll back austerity measures amid soaring costs of food, fuel, and medicine.
We want the government to solve this problem, to fix it once and for all, and to do so wholeheartedly. The babies are starving. We can't afford to buy food. We seniors no longer have the money to buy food, and I have my granddaughters who are orphans. I'm asking for a solution.
Earlier this week, Bolivia's Congress approved the possible deployment of armed forces to suppress the mobilizations, a move that would also help President Paz declare a state of emergency in Bolivia. For more, we go to Cochabamba, Bolivia, where we're joined by Catherine Lederberg, director of Andean Information Network. We thank you so much for being with us. Lay out the escalating protests, why people are in the streets demanding President Paz's resignation.
Thanks so much for having me. I think that you summed it up nicely when you said it's about people feeding their families and a political exclusion, a racial exclusion. Remember that Bolivia is a country where for 19 years, indigenous people and social movements enjoyed equal rights and political inclusion. With the election of right-wing government.
Colombianican_9505 just cheered 100 bits. The President of Peace has brought nothing but everlasting peace on every country on the planet.
Oh.
Please do not believe the fake news about attacks, threats from numerous countries.
Right. Good point. Thank you, Columbia Rican. Thank you for the biddies. Yeah. Don't believe the fake news media. Everything is peaceful. Everything's fine. And everyone loves capitalism. Even in Bolivia, where they're definitely not specifically protesting exactly that.
Rodrigo Paz, even though he was elected as a last-ditch alternative by many of the protesting sectors, what we see is a return to the neoliberal policy, to these austerity shock measures, and the removal of fuel subsidies. And it's generated a great deal of poverty, especially for Bolivians working class and subsistence farmers.
People are upset. Not shocking at all. Because they had, for like 2 decades, a government that was actually responsive to the people. And then because of... I mean... It's complicated, but because of a confluence of factors... that government was replaced by this government, which has been enacting, like I've been saying, enacting sort of socially austere measures, including removing those gas subsidies, which are, you know, in the middle of the Operation Epstein Fury. That's the sort of thing that's going to cause people to get really upset, right? And they can't get around because fuel costs too much. That's a problem. I'm going to skip towards the end here.
Able to have a sustainable source of life. And that is not being addressed here, as it's not being addressed in so many other places.
Well, we have only about a minute left, but I wanted to ask you about the Trump administration and the U.S. interest in Bolivia. What does the U.S. want from Bolivia?
Well, the U.S. on very different, many levels was very unhappy with the expulsion of the U.S. ambassador, the expulsion of the DEA in 2008, and the end of all U.S. funding in 2013. And their claim was that Bolivia would become a narco state, that things would fall apart. And what we saw is that actually things in Bolivia got better. It's the threat of a good example. And, it's very clear. And when you speak to U.S. diplomats, they highlight that there's a strong desire for revenge on the part of the DEA, on the part of the Trump administration, which criminalizes protests in the United States and elsewhere. And there's an obsessive focus on punishing the left instead of engaging with them or governing responsibly.
We're going to leave it there. We're going to do an interview in Spanish, and you can check it out at democracynow.org. Catherine Lederber, Director of Andean Information Network at Cochabamba, Bolivia. And a very happy birthday to Angie Karen. That does it for our show.
Well, there you go. Now, the current government of Bolivia is run by a capitalist by the name of Rodrigo Paz. I believe that's his name. He's basically the reason for all of these protests. He declared that he was going to take a half salary earlier this week, which was not met with all that much enthusiasm from the protesters. They were continuing to demand for his stepping down. Yeah, I think we're going to move on from this topic now to other things. Gotta get an update on the Iran war. ceasefire, whatever, whatever the hell is going on there. The final countdown, I believe, is what Trump's calling it, or something like that. But quickly want to update those of you who missed yesterday's show on what's happened in Ukraine and Russia and surrounding areas this week. Starting with, was it Sunday? Either Sunday, over the weekend, Russia and Ukraine were striking one another. Russia eventually unleashing one of its Oreshnik missiles
to Kiev, where a wave of overnight Russian strikes hit a school in the Ukrainian capital, killing at least 20 people. The Kiev mayor added on social media that the strikes had set off a fire, but it remains unclear if there were any casualties. The attacks follow a round of Ukrainian drone strikes on a college dormitory in the Russian-occupied region of Luhansk earlier this week.
I'm not in Kiev right now, and I have to say I'm in a way quite relieved not to be in Kiev, because people I've spoken to there have said it was the scariest night so far of the war, an absolutely massive attack on the Ukrainian capital. We don't yet know exactly the numbers of missiles and drones used, but it was a combined attack with ballistic missiles, cruise missiles and drones being used in large numbers. Every single district of the Ukrainian capital has suffered damage. You mentioned a school. There's also at least one apartment building where one staircase has been destroyed.
Yeah. Now, last night, and suffice to say, I mean, things have been continuing all throughout the week, but since we covered this yesterday, I don't want to go over too much of this. So we're just going to go right here to this thing that happened last night while the stream was going. Early morning hours in Romania, a Russian drone hit an apartment building, causing a lot of concern from a lot of people since Romania is a NATO member country.
European leaders are condemning Russia after a drone crashed into an apartment block in the Romanian city of Galați, close to the border with Ukraine. Fragments of Russian drones have fallen on Romanian territory many times, but this is the first time citizens of the NATO member state have been hurt. 2 people were injured and around 70 people evacuated after the drone blast caused a fire. Bucharest has accused Moscow of a serious and irresponsible escalation and summoned the Russian ambassador. The head of NATO says that Russia's reckless behaviour is a danger to us all and assured absolute solidarity with Romania. Well, let's
Okay, now talk a little bit more about the NATO response to this situation. Let's go here to France 24.
Let's bring in our international affairs commentator, Douglas Herbert. Doug, great to see you. So this incident in Romania, Romania is a NATO member, so it's a reminder that the alliance is being dragged into this. What is Putin trying to do here? Is he testing the solidarity of the alliance or its resolve?
Yeah. Well, he is testing the solidarity and the resolve of the alliance. Look, drones in general have redefined the way we see warfare, the way we define war. We've seen more and more of them since Russia's war launched its war against Ukraine in 2022. We have seen more and more routinely and frequently over the last, say, year to 18 months, these intrusions of drones and other types of unmanned aircraft and sometimes even jet fighters into NATO airspace. So what we've seen, if you really sort of want to trace a ground zero launch point for when this pattern really began in earnest. Last September, the NATO alliance basically created a mission to investigate ways of shoring up its eastern flank, so to speak, against what it sees as this more and more persistent threat of Russian aircraft of various kinds straying into NATO airspace. And so they've spoken of a drone wall, so on and so forth. Now, that mission was set up. I'm going back to September 2025, so we're like 9 months ago. It was set up because 20 Russian drones had strayed into Polish airspace at the time. They were intercepted, you might remember at the time, shot down by NATO jets. But you've also seen drones straying, not just into Poland, but into Romania. There was a previous incident involving a drone in Romania that hit a building. No one had been injured in that incident, just damages. We've also seen, like I said, fighter aircraft straying into NATO air. Straying is a charitable term, Catherine. Fighter aircraft having to escort Russian unmanned aircraft out of, or even manned aircraft.
Yeah, we have definitely seen over the last year some escalation of the number of incidents of violations of NATO airspace by Russia. One thing that I wonder to myself, if this is in fact, as is being suggested by France 24, some sort of a test of NATO's resolve vis-a-vis Article 5 or whatever else. Honestly, the thing I wonder about is what is the response of Donald Trump if that happens? In my opinion, I think it's possible Trump takes it personally. Like, I know he's been very hands-off with Russia. And I know we talk about, what Russia might have on him or whatever, P-tapes or whatever else. But I feel like to some degree this would be making too much of a fool even for Trump, that it would make him just lose his shit. Because he said, the war would never start. Never would have started with if I were president. But if he's president and Russia invades a NATO, like in earnest, like member country, right? Like, and I mean the invasion, not just like having little incidents, right, where planes wander into the wrong airspace. I just wonder, does Trump? Because he's constantly threatening NATO. Like, you guys are never there to help us and blah blah blah. But like, I almost feel like it's just like him just trying to get something out of NATO. And if in fact, like, Russia did invade Poland or, I don't know, Romania or whoever, like, I think he would take that as a personal, like attack on him by Vladimir Putin, who he's said many times is a good guy and would never have invaded Ukraine if he was president. This would just be making him too wrong, I feel like, even for him. Even for Trump, the man who's been wrong about literally everything. I don't know, I could be wrong. He might just leave NATO out to dry. Leave Europe to defend themselves. Who's to say? It's hard to get in the mind of a delusional, deranged, sundowning lunatic.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
You're reporting Mammal Joe for hate speech? What did Joe say? Ah, Joe, what have you done? All right, let's go down to Africa. Talk about USAID. And the Ebola outbreak, which health workers on the ground, in lieu of USAID funding, are struggling to contain. Here's PBS NewsHour from Tuesday.
At least 220 people are believed to have died from the Ebola outbreak in Central Africa, with suspected cases now nearing 1,000. The Director General of the World Health Organization warned the outbreak is spreading so quickly that response efforts are struggling to keep pace. The epicenter remains in the Democratic Republic of Congo, where deep mistrust of health authorities is complicating containment efforts. Funerals organized by the Red Cross teams are now taking place under military and police escort after several healthcare facilities were attacked in recent days. Here's how one Red Cross volunteer described the resistance she's encountered.
We've come to tell the people of Bibo Kolomani that the disease is here. Unfortunately, we're facing resistance, and some people want to stone us, but we're not going to give up. We're continuing to tell them that the disease is here. Some accept it and others don't. We fear that because the resistance is strong, people will continue to die, but we're not giving up.
For more on the outbreak and efforts to contain it, we're joined now by Dr. Celine Gounder, editor-at-large for Public Health at KFF Health News. Thanks for being with us.
My pleasure.
You were on the ground back in 2014 during the Ebola outbreak in West Africa. As you watch this outbreak unfold, what stands out to you most about the response?
You have many of the same conditions that we saw during the 2014 to 2016 West African epidemic. So again, we have no vaccine, no specific treatment, which at the time was the case with that species of Ebola. We're seeing delayed detection in part because of difficulties with contact tracing, a healthcare system that is dysfunctional, cross-border spread in part by migrant workers. On top of that, you have armed conflict. You have these militants backed by the Rwandan government in much of the affected area. You also have refugee camps in southern Sudan. And Kampala, where we've seen some of the cases in Uganda, is a major travel hub. So you have all of the conditions ripe for a huge epidemic.
And you've raised concerns about the cuts to USAID at a moment like this. Walk us through the practical impact, the capabilities, the staffing, the response infrastructure that is potentially undermined by a lack of funding.
So a key number here is 1 in 5. 1 in 5 contacts of Ebola cases or who've had high-risk exposures, only 1 in 5 are currently undergoing contact tracing and follow-up. So once they're identified, having follow-up for 3 weeks to make sure they don't develop symptoms. If they develop symptoms, that they're isolated and they receive treatment. And that's exactly the kind of work that the people who were funded by USAID were doing.
Exactly. Thank you, PBS. This is the point I've been trying to make this whole time. But if you have only if you have contact tracing on only 1 in 5, 20% of those who are being affected by this, you got a fucking problem, right? Because you can't track where these people are going, who they're interacting with. So you're probably having hotspots popping up all over the place, and nobody even knows it. Or like knows where to even look, necessarily. Because people who are contracting the disease, many of them probably don't even know that they have it. Because the efforts to track this are severely undermined by the lack of funding from the WHO. Now, this week, the WHO president went to, I think, Uganda or DRC. I can't remember which one it was. But to show that an effort was being made, they appeared. Some amount of aid was brought in. I suspect not nearly enough.
Comme vous pouvez voir, on a reçu de la part de ECHO une donation de 100 tonnes de matériel qui vont arriver sur plusieurs jours. Aujourd'hui, c'est la première rotation.
Today marks the first shipment. These are essential supplies for the Ebola response. Inside the boxes are medicines and protective equipment for healthcare workers. There's also equipment to help secure health facilities, as well as tents to secure and organize the response. We've seen in every epidemic that there's always resistance from the community, because it's a sudden flood of information for them. There's a lot of people arriving and a lot of supplies arriving. Communities always ask themselves what's going on. And in epidemics like this one, it is really risk communication and community engagement to ultimately change people's perceptions.
There are many challenges, especially in containing this outbreak. It's a very complex outbreak. One is the conflict, the security challenges, and that's why in my letter today I asked for a ceasefire. The other problem is displacement. People are displaced because of conflict. People were displaced hundreds of thousands, and newly displaced around 100,000, I think, in the past few months. And that makes it very difficult to contain the outbreak.
Yep, exactly like they were saying in that Democracy Now! Video, the displacement crisis in Africa, the conflicts that are happening in Congo or Sudan are just affecting this, or creating a worse situation. Right, a large community of people for whom spread of disease is more likely due to close confinement and lack of sanitary conditions. Now, unfortunately, yesterday we talked about how at least one doctor treating patients on the front line has died. And all of these healthcare workers on the front lines are at risk. Here's Al Jazeera from earlier this evening.
Several medical professionals have died of Ebola, highlighting the dangers they face. Dr. Arsene Kasambula says teams are working under extremely difficult conditions.
Sometimes we are forced to touch patients without proper protective equipment. The lack of protective gear and resources has increased the risk for medical personnel, and many of our colleagues have already been infected.
Health workers say they need more gloves and masks, and supplies are not arriving quickly enough. Many hospitals and clinics in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo don't have isolation units or the capacity to respond to the outbreak. In Bunia, some have closed their doors to prevent the virus from spreading among staff and other patients. That caused panic.
We are very worried about the future of this outbreak. When doctors themselves are dying and hospitals are closing, people no longer know where they can go for treatment or protection.
The World Health Organization says its teams are expanding their operations across Ituri and neighboring North Kivu province. More staff, protective equipment and medicine are being sent into affected areas. Health workers are also facing hostility from some community members. Medical teams have been attacked.
Yeah. The fact that over half a dozen health workers have already died is a bad sign. And the numbers of dead just keep rising. Is it like, whatever, like 250 or something like that already? It is disturbing. The Onion. Thank you for the follow on Twitch. Okay, we're going to move on to the Middle East. Talk about everything that's been going on there over the last week. Starting here in Congress, where Jim McGovern shamed House GOP members for canceling the Iran War Powers vote to go on vacation early.
Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, can you explain to the members of the chamber what is happening with the Iran War Powers resolution that was scheduled to be voted on this evening?
The gentleman have a parliamentary question.
That is my parliamentary inquiry. I just want to know what has happened with the Iran War Powers resolution.
The gentleman may consult with your leadership regarding scheduling.
Mr. Speaker, further parliamentary inquiry. Are we not voting on it because the American people are sick and tired of this illegal war that is costing tens of billions of dollars? Gas prices are through the roof. Yeah! People can't afford their groceries. Is that why you're pulling it? You guys don't have the guts or the balls.
The House will be in order.
You guys don't have the guts or the balls to vote on those war powers. Okay, dressing like Colonel Sanders is too much for chat. I mean, honestly, I appreciate it. Visually speaking, I think it's helpful. You know, do I think it's absurd? Absolutely. But I think it's helpful for everyone. Visually, it gears you for the moment we're living in, right? Where the Klan sort of taking over the country. Now, announcements were made earlier this week, really at the end of the weekend, going into Memorial Day. Donald Trump is making bold claims about the Iran war, saying that he had spoken to like a dozen different world leaders, all written into his tweet, saying that the concept of a plan of a peace deal was almost complete. That was Sunday. Shortly after, you had Benjamin Netanyahu saying that that's a bad idea, that peace is bad because he still wants Iran to be obliterated militarily and whatever else. He was very upset, but couldn't publicly criticize the president himself because he's got to win an election right now back at home. And you can't be prime minister of Israel and not have the favor of the president of the United States. America! Fuck yeah! But thankfully for Benjamin Netanyahu, who's got warmongers like John Bolton sticking up for the Iran war on CNN. He had this to say on, I think it was Memorial Day.
Ambassador, are you feeling optimistic about this memorandum, given that we've seen negotiations break down before when it comes to the finer points of Iran's nuclear program?
Well, I hope the negotiations break down because every day that goes by is a gift to Iran. It gives them 24 more hours to recover from the pummeling they took during the 6 weeks of U.S.-Israeli attack. It gives them time to try and reconstitute their government, which increasingly looks dysfunctional in decision-making capability. And it postpones the day of reckoning, ultimately, when the threat that they pose to control over the Strait of Hormuz is resolved in a way that they never come back and do it again.
There you go. John Bolton, he's very upset. He thinks it's terrible. How dare you have peace? How dare you even have the concept of peace or even a ceasefire? Every second the bomb is not dropping on Iran is a wasted second, says John Bolton on Memorial Day. Like, like, do you see the little why we dream tonight at 8 p.m. Over here? This is literally on Memorial Day, and Bolton's like, not enough bombs, bitch. The guy is a lunatic. Let's go here. Talk more about Republicans' lack of desire to stop the Iran war with the majority report.
Remember, the Senate voted in favor of a War Powers Act resolution, essentially ordering the president to bring to the Senate a justification for military the war to continue, or he's got to roll it up, and funds are going to be cut off. I mean, aside from the fact that I think we have no idea just how badly the United States has lost this war, and I'm not in favor of the war happening at all. But it is, this is sort of one of those situations where the food is horrible and the portions are small. We have expended so much money on missiles and whatnot that are all going to have to be paid for again, because we're going to build it back up. I don't think we're even close to understanding. I don't think we know how many U.S. military personnel have died. I don't think we know how many ships or planes we've lost. I think none of this has been even remotely transparent. And I don't think yet we really have a sense of just how disastrous this was for the agenda of disempowering Iran in the region and whatnot. Now, regardless, without even litigating as to whether that is a goal that we should have been pursuing or using any resources towards, this has been an abject failure. And the best way to have essentially integrated Iran into the world community would have been to pursue negotiations, and we failed to do that since.
Yep. It's a war that nobody wanted that's going really badly. And none of the many bold claims of the Trump administration have come to fruition. In fact, basically the opposite of those things have happened. God, my fucking back is still killing me right now. It's the position that I sit in, I think. Like, I need to solve my sitting position while I work. I have a substandard setup and I'm sort of leaning to get close to the microphone. This could be solved, but it will require a great deal of effort. I'm gonna try and do it this summer, like reorganize things around here, make it a little easier for me. Oh God. Oh. I will say this, though. We did complete the galactic content goal. Yes, that's right, Space Fams. We did it. We did it. Thanks to all of you very generous people. Space Fams like you. We have succeeded. We've succeeded in ensuring that we and all of the sweet content that we deserve. I still got a bunch of stuff left to talk about here, so take one last second, bask in the glory of the confetti party, and we're gonna get right back to it.
Disagree with him, but he's also a vet, and he was rather upset.
Dodge on the War Powers Act.
These chicken hawk motherfuckers are going to send us home for Memorial Day weekend, where I'm going to honor my fellow veterans that I served 27 months in combat with, and they are going to not even give an up or down vote on continuing this war almost 3 months in, while Americans are paying almost $5 a gallon at the pump. It is fucking pathetic. They use this procedural bullshit argument, and every American should just be absolutely outraged about this. It's a disgrace. It is a disgrace.
I mean, this guy, I think it's probably the first time he's been caught on camera swearing. He's sort of like a little Boy Scoutish. And they're pissed, and they should be, because this whole endeavor was a complete disaster in any way you slice it. We've killed thousands of Iranians. We have destabilized the region. We have empowered what we supposedly said were the worst actors in the region, which is, quite a competition. And
I mean,
for what?
We've gifted Iran leverage that shows that they don't even really need a nuclear weapon if they want to destroy, to win in a war between two nuclear powers just by using their geographic leverage. The price of gas could permanently be altered if Iran is able to continuously toll.
What the fuck does that mean? Have you looked at the vids coming out of Iran? This war was always going to happen. That's one of the dumbest comments I've ever heard. What vids are you talking about? Just the vids. Have you seen the vids coming out of Iran? Please elaborate on what you mean by the vids. But I can almost guarantee this is the dumbest comments we've gotten all night. This war was always going to happen. Yeah, right. That's why it didn't happen until this year.
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
Even though people have been claiming war with Iran is imminent for like decades, it took having the dumbest man possible in office to actually bring it to fruition. It was always going to happen according to you. Please tell me the vids. Tell us about the vids.
Via the Strait of Hormuz. There is nothing that this serves except potentially, if it continues to go on, the interests of the Israeli government that want to see Iran collapse into a failed state so they can't effectively back up Hezbollah, as, by the way, Israel is expanding its ground operation in southern Lebanon past the Yellow Line, escalating its bombing campaign as talks seem to be heating up and getting like a deal could be coming. They are trying to continuously take territory in southern Lebanon because that would provoke Hezbollah into a response. And Iran is like strategically trying to keep Hezbollah in their fold because it's important for them to make sure that they still have leverage over the region.
And the irony is that, aside from the I don't want to obviously minimize the death and destruction that we have brought to Iran, and God knows down the road with the bombing of those refineries, how many sick people are going to be in the future and whatnot, and all of the sort of U.S. treasure expended, with the rise of gas prices that are going to be basically cooked in for the future, maybe when we get a Democratic administration, there's going to be more impetus to go forward further with like relaunching the solar, relaunching the EV subsidies in an attempt to build this industry in this country.
And any rational political party would use this war as a way to message to the American public why we need to get ourselves off of fossil fuels.
Yeah, I mean, and this is only going to help that endeavor, let's hope. But the amount of work that is going to have to be done in the wake of this administration, I think it's almost impossible to.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot. Have a look now. They have interweb. What the fuck does that mean? Just have a look at any video coming out of Iran and that proves your point? Shut the fuck up. Okay, don't come in here. Don't come in here with the vaguest ass arguments possible, making the boldest claims possible simultaneously. You are a fucking moron.
You're a moron.
You're kind of like a snotty faced bitch.
Israel is expanding its operation against Hezbollah, pushing further into Lebanon despite a ceasefire deal between the two sides. During what was one of the heaviest nights of bombardment since a US-brokered ceasefire began in mid-April, Lebanon's health ministry says 31 people were killed by Israeli strikes on Tuesday, including 11 people in the Bekaa Valley village of Mashgara, from where our correspondent John Sudworth reports.
You call me names rather than prove my point? I don't have a point. You don't have a point. You haven't proved your point yet. I'm waiting for you to do that. All you've done is see the videos on the interweb. You think that's proving a point? Just, you're a fucking moron. I'll say it again. You are stupid as shit. I don't think you have a functional brain. Proving a point, you're just saying, oh, look at videos on of Iran. Any video of Iran, just pick one. That'll prove my point. Is not a point. You're not making a point. You're basically handing off responsibility of making a point to somebody else right now, and you don't even know who you're handing it off to. You're just sort of, just like, yeah, don't worry, I don't have to make my point. Just go watch a video, any video of Iran right now. And then you're like, oh, why are you calling me names instead of making your point, dude? Make your point, man. I don't have a point. I'm waiting for you to fucking do it. So get to it. Make a fucking point. Just do it. Just make a point. Say the thing. Like, why do you need somebody else to do it for you? You're in the chat, typing away. Clearly your thumbs work. Now prove that your brain works and make your point without somebody else helping you. No, it's Twitch, not vertical chat. It's Twitch. Now, after Trump said that the ceasefire deal was super close, not only did Benjamin Netanyahu suggest that a deal with Iran lacking nuclear enrichment being completely curtailed, among other things, they also decided to step up their attacks in Lebanon, announcing it's deepening its military operation there. You have no point. You just keep going on and be... Dude, I'm just going to mute you in a second. I'm just going to, I'm just going to mute you any second if you don't actually make your point. I'm not claiming I'm on the right side of anything. You can't even make your point. Are you religious? Like, what are these questions? Just make your point. You keep trying to change the subject. Like, how many times are you going to do it? Tell me about the vids coming out of Iran. Are you too stupid? Are you really that dumb that you can't tell me about these vids that prove your point? That you wanted me to originally find? That you felt it necessary to tell me about in the chat? You can't even describe them? But they prove that a war in Iran was fucking imminent. It was always going to happen, according to you. But you can't even make the argument. It's incredible.
Rescue crews are digging frantically as a tiny arm pokes through the rubble. Caked in dirt and dust, 7-year-old Mohammed is eventually pulled to safety. This is the pilot's eye view of one of the strikes on Mashgara. Israel says it's not targeting civilians in places like this, but the infrastructure and fighters of Hezbollah. And this is the result on the ground. The war reignited 3 months ago after Hezbollah, in a defiant show of support for its patron Iran, fired rockets across Israel's border. As we speak to a village official, we hear an Israeli drone circling overhead. He insists these were civilian targets, and although he says he's not a member of Hezbollah, he says he does support their cause, before we're interrupted by the sound of incoming jets. Social media videos show a large explosion on a road not far from where we're filming.
Wait, so let me just follow you. Let me just follow your logic. You finally made an attempt at making a point. The people of Iran are trying to be free. That's full stop. That's what you've got. That's what you got from me. The people of Iran are trying to be free. And therefore, war with Iran between the United States and the Iranian Republic was always a guarantee, according to you? That's a fucking dumbass argument, dude. How do you draw the line from one to the other? Because the people of Iran want to be free, therefore, imminent war with the United States. You are a fucking idiot. I stand by my statement. You're just proving it. You're incapable of making your own fucking point. Why was this inevitable? Why are you so incapable of making the point that you came in here to make? It's very frustrating to me.
So while we're talking to this man, we can hear the drone up ahead and we can hear strikes coming in. In fact, they're telling there's a warning, so we've got to get out of here. Mohammed, the boy pulled from the rubble, is now recovering in hospital. He's not yet been told that his father and 2 sisters were killed in the strike, and he's in remarkably good spirits. And here's a really difficult question, Mohammed. Who do you think did this to you?
The Israeli.
Yep, Israel's continuing to murder children in Lebanon. Even though they claim there's a fucking ceasefire going on, they continue with this fucking nonsense day in, day out. This ongoing human atrocity we are forced to witness. In the center of the country, capital city of Beirut, Israel has stepped up more strikes there.
An Israeli strike in a neighborhood in Beirut's southern suburbs. It's seen as a message from Israel that nowhere is off limits. An apartment in a residential building was hit. The target, Israel said, was a Hezbollah commander. It was the second such strike since a ceasefire announced in mid-April that largely stopped the intense bombing campaign in the capital in recent weeks. But in the south of the country, there's been no let-up in strikes, and in recent days, Israel escalated and expanded its attacks. The city of Tyre under fire. Residential neighborhoods reduced to rubble. This was home to tens of thousands of people, many of them displaced from towns and villages further south. Yet again, forced to move after the Israeli military issued a forced displacement order for the entire city on Wednesday.
Because religious fundamentalists. Oh, now we're getting somewhere. So you're just a fucking idiot. Because religious fundamentalists will never be happy till we are all believing what they do. Okay, so really quickly. So you're suggesting the people of Iran. Just let me follow your fucking moronic logic here. First off, you say war with Iran was always inevitable. Follow up to that is it's because the Iranian people want to be free from the Islamic Republic of Iran, right? But then your follow-up to that is that religious fundamentalists will always want everyone else to do as they do. But you're saying that the people of Iran want to be free from the religious fundamentalists. Your own arguments invalidate the other arguments that you're fucking making. You're just proving that you're a moron over and over again. And do you not also see that the United States is a religious fundamentalist nation, or Israel as being a religious fundamentalist nation? I mean, the United States literally is starting like an anti-Christian task force under Donald Trump. You never said the people of Iran? You never said the people of Iran? Let me just direct you to Exhibit A. The fucking chat where you said the people of Iran are dying to be free. Look at it. Look, the people of Iran, they're trying to be free. This is you saying the people of Iran. Then this is you saying I never said the people of Iran. You fucking idiot. We got the dumbest fucking Twitch chatter on the entire platform in here right now. It's incredible. How is it possible? Where did you come from? Yep. Israel continuing its onslaught on a country it claims it's in a ceasefire with. Same thing for Gaza. Israel's fake ceasefires. No bounds. Yeah, you still haven't made your point, pal. And soon you're just going to get timed out, because you're just annoying me. Alright, here's Reuters from Wednesday.
There was a sudden airstrike by Israeli warplanes. It was a surprise. They hit a rooftop apartment in the building with 3 missiles, and they weren't simple missiles, they were heavy ones. There is no ceasefire. Day and night there is shelling. The shelling is constant here. They say there is a ceasefire, but there is no ceasefire for us.
They say there's a ceasefire, but there's no ceasefire for us. That's right. Israel's allowed to murder whoever they want during a ceasefire. While Hamas, Hezbollah, Iran, and anybody else, honestly, that's I guess the United States, who also has special privileges to just do whatever the fuck we want. Good, you don't know what you're talking about. You don't think religion is behind this all. Oh, I think religion plays a factor in this. I just don't think we see it in the same way. Because you're an idiot. Because you think that this is all a result of the existence of Islamic fundamentalists, I assume. Although you keep being very vague and continue not to make your fucking point. You keep making accusations about what I'm saying, yet you refuse to actually take a stand. Right? You realize that, right? Like you're listening to my voice and you're criticizing everything I have to say, but you refuse to actually make like a cogent argument. Right? You refuse to actually plant your flag and start making genuine arguments for the thing that you started off saying, right? You still can't even get close to proving that war with Iran was inevitable. I find this conversation to be incredibly unproductive. That's why I'm going to time you out. I'm sorry. Get over it. Or learn something. Or learn to actually engage rather than pretending to fucking engage. It's not a real conversation because you refuse to answer the questions I ask you. You refuse to defend the positions that you take when I press you on it. It's not a real discussion. You're just being annoying to me and the rest of everybody else who's listening to this fucking show, you know? There's like 100 other people watching this right now between Twitch and YouTube. You're not the only one here, pal. Staying in Gaza to the funeral of 10 people, including 5 children, held earlier this week. AP from yesterday. Yo, it started 2,000 years ago, dude. It started 2,000 years ago. You're hilarious. Don't you dare talk to me about the fucking Bible, you moron. See, this is why we're not gonna do this. You're getting timed out. We're not gonna talk. We've done this conversation too many fucking times, and we're not gonna do it. You are an idiot. "2,000 years ago, the ancient nation of Israel existed for less time than like literally than it's been since it ceased to exist, right? Like it was around for like less than 1,000 years, and it's been more than 1,000. It's been like more like nearly 2,000 since it stopped existing. So, what are you talking about? They have no Zionists have no right to the land of that is currently called Israel. Okay, it was the Ottoman Empire longer than it was Israel. Why don't the Ottomans have a right to it? Why don't the Egyptians have a right to the land? Why don't, like any number of other, why don't the Syrians have the right to the land? They've been on that land for thousands of years. Still girl was born on 14th February on the anniversary of her mother's love. Every year we celebrate. My daughter is in the intensive care unit. What is my fault? What did I do? What did I do to lose my daughter? More people murdered in Gaza by a nation claiming it's not committing a genocide, nor is it violating a ceasefire. More fucking funerals. Like, let's not forget that Israelites were immigrants to the land of Israel, right? They left Egypt. Remember that? Anybody? And then God, eventually, they fell out of favor with God, the Israelites. And you had the Romans, you had the fucking Ottomans. I mean, do we have to go through all of fucking history? Does all of America belong to the Native Americans? Should we give it all back? Is that the plan right now? I mean, maybe we should. Maybe we should. Israel has kept up its strikes on the occupied territory, the Gaza Strip, attacking a refugee camp. I mean, that's all that's left now, right, is refugee camps.
المكان الذي يخف بالنبي اطفل اطفل ها
Here we go. Massive blaze started in a fucking tent camp from an Israeli airstrike. Why do you need bombs for tents? I mean, you could, with your hand, pull down a tent. Why do you need to bomb it from the air? Yeah. And in the same 24 hours, Israel announced its decision to take control of more of the Gaza Strip, which to me is sort of a laughable fucking claim. They control the whole Gaza Strip, right? That's why this is a laughable claim. Because Israel already controls the entire Gaza Strip. There is no yellow line. It's constantly fucking moving. All Palestinians are targets to the Israeli military. And, like, wherever they want to put the line, it doesn't really fucking matter. Every single one of these things is fucking illegal, right? It's like an illegal occupation of a civilian population that they are intentionally starving and depriving of necessary human necessities, right? And it's just being legitimized when we talk about it in this way, honestly, where you're like, oh, they took another 70, they took another 10% of the strip. It's like, no, they've had the whole thing the whole time.
Netanyahu's announcement yesterday clearly was a boast, and he ended his statement about Israel. He said, now controlling 60% of Gaza, which is already in violation of the Trump 20-point peace plan from back in January.
The bullshit Trump peace plan. January was September. What are you talking about? The January plan. Anyways, it doesn't matter. They still are illegally occupying all of the strip, waging an illegal genocide on an entire population of people. Like, at this point, like, to be perfectly honest, like, every detail out of the Gaza Strip is almost, I mean, it's not, but it's almost superfluous, right? Like, they have complete and utter control over the entire Palestinian population. Why are we doing this? Why are we doing this? She's already munching on a treat. Because the fact is, we know what's going on. It's a genocide. It's the worst crime that you can commit, right? Like, we made up a whole system a supposed whole system of justice to deal with these sorts of crimes because they were so heinous, right? And we couldn't expect countries to deal with them internally, right? And Like every day that Benjamin Netanyahu and the IDF, broadly speaking, do not serve trial and or prison sentences, whatever it might be, is a day of injustice, right? And every fucking day that they continue to occupy the Strip, East Jerusalem, the West Bank, all of these things are continuations of the same sort of campaign of criminal acts. All right. Yeah, on Thursday morning, Iran began to restore internet after months of being shut down, and people were thrilled. This is a 100% positive thing. The online market is thirsty to go back to its previous state. But this social prosecution that keeps happening significantly harms online businesses. The businesses highly depend on the internet at all times. These restrictions make life more difficult. I'm very happy that the internet is back because businesses can get back to normal. I had an online shop for a while and sold products. And it'll definitely benefit us. The only problem is the censorship. If they can come up with a good and correct solution to this, many problems would be solved. Oh. Okay. Well, there you go. I don't know if you could imagine your life without internet for months, but Iranians had to live it. All right, let's talk about the state of affairs between the United States and Iran. As all week, there have been claims of ceasefire in peace talks, while both the United States and Iran levied strikes and counter-strikes against one another.
Hello, welcome. This is BBC News. The United States and Iran have exchanged attacks in the Middle East, rattling a fragile ceasefire as an agreement on ending the war continues to elude them. US forces said they'd launched what they called defensive attacks against a military control station in Bandar Abbas, which it says was launching drones and had shot down 4 aircraft. In retaliation, Iran's Revolutionary Guards said they targeted a US base in the region. They didn't specify where, but air raid sirens have sounded in Kuwait. Iranian media said 4 vessels had earlier tried to pass the Strait of Hormuz without permission from Tehran, causing Iranian forces to fire warning shots. Now, during a cabinet meeting on Wednesday, President Trump said that Iran is negotiating on fumes, insisting that his war strategy will not be impacted by November's US midterm elections.
Iran is very much intent. They want very much to make a deal. So far, they haven't gotten there. We're not satisfied with it, but we will be. We will be either that or we'll have to just finish the job. It looks like they want to just make a deal. They want to. They have. I don't think they have a choice. They're just going back to the internet because they're getting clobbered. Their economy is in free fall. They have 250% inflation. Their money has no value. Their whole economic system is broken down. They thought they were going to outweight me. You know, we'll outweight him. He's got the midterms. I don't care about the midterms.
Our North America correspondent Peter Bowes gave us this update on the strikes overnight.
What we can say is that this ceasefire is increasingly fragile. Now, certainly from the American side, they're saying that this is not the end of the ceasefire. And just to quote the military statement, that these actions were measured, purely defensive and intended to maintain the ceasefire. But clearly, tensions are rising, and this is the second time in 3 days that we've had similar incidents, and it does raise questions about what happens next. All the time in the background, these talks are supposedly taking place, but we're getting sometimes wildly different accounts of the current state of negotiations. And well, we've just heard the president.
Yeah, we've been hearing all sorts of conflicting things, haven't we? I mean, Trump claiming earlier this week that the strait would be open, and then Iran immediately coming out and saying that no, it would not. And then reports that Trump officials were having to go to Iran and tell them that Trump was just lying for effect. Like he was just, he was just going out there and he was trying to spin it for the people. Oh, the video's quiet. God damn it. Yeah, you're right. I'm distracted. My fucking back is killing me today, dude. I don't know what the sedentary lifestyle. I gotta solve my fucking posture to some degree. I'll replay this for you. I'll be right back. Sorry about the low volume.
Hello, welcome. This is BBC News. The United States and Iran have exchanged attacks in the Middle East, rattling a fragile ceasefire as an agreement on ending the war continues to elude them. US forces said they'd launched what they called defensive attacks against a military control station in Bandar Abbas, which it says was launching drones and had shot down 4 aircraft. In retaliation, Iran's Revolutionary Guards said they targeted a US base in the region. They didn't specify where, but air raid sirens have sounded in Kuwait. Iranian media said 4 vessels had earlier tried to pass the Strait of Hormuz without permission from Tehran, causing Iranian forces to fire warning shots. Now, during a cabinet meeting on Wednesday, President Trump said that Iran is negotiating on fumes, insisting that his war strategy will not be impacted by November's US midterm elections.
Iran is very much intent. They want very much to make a deal. So far, they haven't gotten there. We're not satisfied with it, but we will be. We will be either that or we'll have to just finish the job. It looks like they want to just make a deal. They want to. They have. I don't think they have a choice. They're just going back to the internet because they're getting clobbered. Their economy is in free fall. They have 250% inflation. Their money has no value. Their whole economic system is broken down. They thought they were going to outweight me. We'll outweight him. He's got the midterms. I don't care about the midterms.
Our North America correspondent Peter Bowes gave us this update on the strikes overnight.
What we can say is that this ceasefire is increasingly fragile. Now, certainly from the American side, they're saying that this is not the end of the ceasefire. And just to quote the military statement, that these actions were measured, purely defensive and intended to maintain the ceasefire. But clearly, tensions are rising, and this is the second time in 3 days that we've had similar incidents, and it does raise questions about what happens next. All the time in the background, these talks are supposedly taking place, but we're getting sometimes wildly different accounts of the current state of negotiations. And well, we've just heard the president once again saying that essentially if these negotiations come to nothing and that there's no deal, we will, he says, have to finish the job. The same kind of language that we've been hearing from President Trump now for several weeks.
Yes, indeed, and I believe that's where I left it off the first time. Okay. Hopefully the first comment stands on that one. Point is, these negotiations are not going well for the United States right now. All right, up next, CNN from yesterday. Iran responding to U.S. strikes by attacking an air base in Kuwait.
U.S. Central Command accusing Iran of an egregious ceasefire violation this morning. This is after Iran launched a ballistic missile toward Kuwait. That missile was intercepted by Kuwaiti forces. Kuwait's Ministry of Foreign Affairs called it a dangerous escalation. Now, U.S. officials say this attack came hours after Iran had, as it described, posed a clear threat by launching attack drones near the Strait of Hormuz. And
it's incredible, the fucking dichotomy we're forced to live in here, the paradoxical reality that we're forced to accept. Although I refuse to accept this bullshit. But, like, follow me here. Like, why is it that it's an egregious violation of the ceasefire when Iran attacks a U.S. airbase, but when the United States attacks Iranian port or an Iranian ship, why is that not an egregious violation of the ceasefire? It's the same thing. One's fine, the other one's an egregious violation.
says that U.S. forces intercepted those drones and launched its own attack and prevented another drone from launching from a site in Bandar Abbas. Iran says that it then launched a retaliatory attack targeting an unmanned U.S. base. Now, just to sum up, what ceasefire is a good question to be asking this morning. Meanwhile, just moments ago, Iran's supreme leader is now speaking out, praising the strength of the Iranian people and now calling for greater unity. CNN's Kevin Liptak is at the White House. Kevin, there's a lot of moving parts this morning. Start with, I don't know, what the message we just heard from U.S. Central Command.
Yeah, and I think bottom line, it all adds up to a lot of questions about how these two sides are going to come up with any kind of deal, despite the president's, recent optimism that they were heading in the right direction.
So much optimism scuttled. By the way, did you see the pants on fucking Katie Couric over here, or whatever her name is? I can't think of her name right now. I know that's not her name. Kate Bouldan over here. I mean, look at these fucking things. That is green screen green. That is the most violent shade of green possible. She loves her solid tones, doesn't she? Although I am shocked that the pants and the shirt don't match. Because she loves a good matching outfit. And that one's throwing me off a little bit. Now, yesterday was big news. Deal reached between the United States and Iran to extend the ceasefire.
Now, it's being reported that U.S. and Iranian negotiators have reached an agreement to extend their ceasefire and begin negotiations on Iran's nuclear program. Now, Donald Trump is still to approve any deal amid an exchange of fire between the two sides, which threatens the current ceasefire. Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps says it targeted an American airbase in the region, and the U.S. military has confirmed a ballistic missile was fired at Kuwait, which was intercepted. Iran says it was responding to American forces shooting down Iranian drones over the Strait of Hormuz and striking a military base in Bandar Abbas, a strategic port city in southern Iran. Both sides have condemned each other. Well, Sarah Smith is live at the White House for her now. I mean, is there a sense of optimism that perhaps this ceasefire could be extended, Sarah?
Yeah, despite those renewed hostilities, we do understand that the negotiators from America and Iran have reached...
What a dumb fucking question. Who gives a shit? Like, she's like, yeah, actually, no, the ceasefire is doing great. It's like, bitch, what the fuck are you talking about? The ceasefire's fake. Why are you being so glib about it right now? The ceasefire's fake. You know how I know? Because you guys just got done talking about the United States and Iran attacking each other. It's not a ceasefire. How is that a ceasefire? Actually, the ceasefire is looking great. We're going to extend it by 30 days. It's totally fake, but there you go. Like, how are we supposed to take this kind of like shit seriously? Oh, don't worry, we just got done telling you about how the United States and Iran got done attacking each other, but the ceasefire is doing great and it's being extended by 60 days. So what? So what? If we're continuing to attack each other and there is no movement on that aspect of the situation, who cares? What does it matter? Because if that's not the case, we're still at war. That's why that's an important detail, right? You know, like, I shouldn't be the only one saying this, but sometimes it feels like I am. But why do we keep calling this a ceasefire when we're clearly not doing a ceasefire? It seems like a waste of breath. Let's just call it a war. Hold off on calling it a ceasefire until we actually have a cease of fire.
A possible breakthrough tonight to end the war that has killed more than 3,000 Iranians, 13 Americans, and sent oil prices soaring. A senior Arab official directly involved in ceasefire talks tells NBC News tonight negotiators
A random
both
Arab
Iran
guy.
and the U.S. have agreed to a deal and are now awaiting final sign-off.
A random Arab guy told NBC that they're super close to a deal. Oh my God. They can't even name who it is. Like an Arab person, an Arab official told us, actually, the ceasefire, it's doing great. And peace, oh, it's coming immediately, if not sooner. Thanks, NBC. Great job.
The U.S. Vice President says the United States is very close to making a deal with Iran. J.D. Vance told reporters that he believes that Iran is negotiating in good faith to end the war. Now, Vance's comments come despite back-and-forth attacks between Iran and the United States forces over the past day. All right, for more on this, let's head straight over to our chief U.S. correspondent, Alan Fisher, who is at the White House. So, Alan, what else is the vice president saying about where things stand and how close a deal may actually be here?
Is, of course, that we're getting closer and closer. The White House has said in the last few days, 95% there, still a few issues to be debated, and that's certainly on J.D. Vance's mind. He said there's issues about the language around Iran's nuclear enrichment program, and clearly that has to be bridged. Now, Scott Bessent, who is the Treasury Secretary, gave a briefing in the White House briefing room a few hours ago and said there are red lines that the President won't cross. He wants to make sure that Iran never has a nuclear weapon. The uranium enrichment is obviously still an issue for him, and then they can start talking about other issues. But for J.D. Vance, he says the Iranians are negotiating in good faith. They are moving closer, but didn't say there's definitely going to be a deal, but says the United States has achieved many of its aims in this war, which has now lasted 89 days.
If you look at what we've already accomplished here, assuming that we're able to get to a final agreement here, we're reopening the Straits of Hormuz. We've already decimated their conventional military, and we're in a position where we could substantially step back their nuclear program, not just during the term of this president, but over the long term. That's a very, very good thing for the American people.
Well, they can continue to claim that they have annihilated Iran's military while they continue to control the strait is truly beyond me. But let's just go through this once again. The 3 points that JD just brought up here. So the Strait of Hormuz is going to reopen. That's not a win. That's just going back to the way it was before the war. We're going to have, what was it again? Oh, right. We decimated their whole military, even though it's clearly strong enough to still maintain blockade on the strait. And 3, maybe, just maybe, we might get some movement on the nuclear program of Iran, something which Iran was much more interested in doing before the war. So, 1, 2, 3, all of the things Vice President J.D. Vance is claiming are victories are really stuff that are either worse now than it was before the war, or just flat out like nothing, like just not a win. Oh, we have an incompetent group of people in charge of this fucking country. Now, amidst all of this talking and all these claims of deals, Iran claimed that there had been no agreement on a final text for the concept of a plan. Not even the actual peace agreement, just the agreement to have the talks. Still not agreed to as of 20 hours ago. Here's France 24 English.
Iranian officials have made their position clear. They say nothing has been finalized, no agreement has been signed, and don't believe the headlines coming from Washington. Obviously, over the past 24 hours, those headlines in Washington have suggested that Tehran and Washington have come to an agreement on this memorandum of understanding, this MOU to extend the ceasefire 60 days. And all they're waiting for is the final stamp of approval by U.S. President Donald Trump. Again, Tehran says, don't believe the headlines. Nothing has been agreed to. If something's finalized, you'll hear it from us as well. This doesn't mean that the two sides have not made any progress. This doesn't mean that there's not a memorandum of understanding that they've made progress on. I think it's an indication of how much mistrust there is on Tehran's part, on Washington, of how wary they are. All throughout this conflict, throughout this ceasefire negotiations, Tehran has had a very methodical, deliberate, and wary approach, a cautious approach to this. And it's an indication of how much that they're worried, perhaps, that just like the other two times when they're negotiating with the U.S. over the past year, that they could be attacked. They're wary.
Yep. All week. Trump administration makes one claim, Iran says no. That's not true. Over and over and over again. Now, earlier on Friday, Donald Trump claimed that final determinations on Iran would be made shortly.
U.S. President Donald Trump has indicated that the naval blockade of the Strait of Hormuz will be lifted. In a social media post just in the last few minutes, the president also...
Oh boy, here we go. Trump tweet. Iran must agree that they will never have a nuclear weapon or bomb. The Hormuz Strait must be immediately opened. No tolls. For unrestricted shipping traffic in both directions. All water mines, bombs, in parentheses, if any, will be terminated. Parentheses, we have removed through detonation numerous such mines. With our great underwater minesweepers, Iran will complete the immediate removal and or detonation of any mines that are left, which will not be many. Close parentheses. Ships caught in the strait due to our amazing and unprecedented naval blockade, which will now be lifted, may start the process of, quote-unquote, heading home! Exclamation point. Say, all caps, hello to your wives, husbands, parents, and families from me, your favorite president. The guy who's been keeping you blockaded the whole time. The enriched material sometimes referred to as, quote-unquote, nuclear dust, which is buried deep underground with virtually collapsed mountains caused by our powerful B-2 bomber attack 11 months ago. Sitting on top of it will be unearthed by the United States, parentheses, which it is agreed is the only country, along with China, with the mechanical capability of doing so.
China!
Close parentheses. In close coordination and conjunction with the Islamic Republic of Iran, plus the International Atomic Energy Agency, and, all caps, destroyed. Huh? It doesn't feel like the way that should have ended, but there's a lot of commas in there. No money will be exchanged until further notice. Other items of far less importance might have already been agreed to. I will be meeting now in the Situation Room to make a final determination. Thank you for your attention to this matter. President Donald J. Trump. It's a lunatic.
He'll be holding a meeting in the Situation Room to make a final determination. Meanwhile, Pakistan's foreign minister is meeting with the U.S. Secretary of State as peace negotiations with Iran appear to inch closer to a deal. Mohammad Ishaq Dar, who was at the United Nations on Thursday, traveled to Washington for talks with Rubio at the State Department. His visit comes hours after the U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance told reporters that a deal with Iran was very close, but sticking points remain. We have two reporters on this story this hour. Al-Migdad Al-Ruhaid is in Tehran. First, we go to Patty Cohen, who's at the White House in Washington. Patty, talk us through what President Trump has been saying on social media in the last few minutes.
On Truth Social, it's how he often makes news, and it's a fairly lengthy post, but I'm going to go through it. He said Iran has agreed that they will never have a nuclear weapon and that the Strait of Hormuz will open immediately with no tolls going in either directions. He says the U.S., with its minesweepers, will go in and remove the mines that have been placed in the strait, and then Iran, he said, if there's any left, will go and remove the rest of the mines. The naval blockade is lifted, as he mentioned. As you know, the U.S. put that naval blockade in place to blockade Iranian ships, not the other ships that were behind the blockade of the strait. And he said when it comes to the naval blockade being lifted and the ships being able to pass, say hello to your wives and husbands for me. And he said the U.S. is going to remove what he calls the nuclear dust.
The quote-unquote nuclear dust. Say it right. Now, you'll be shocked to hear this fascinating aspect of the deal. Now, Iran has been demanding reparations from the United States. And according to the New Republic, as of Friday morning, Jared Kushner may have been involved in some sort of a shady real estate deal involving Iranian reparations. All right, here it is. Edith Olmsted, May 29th, 10:11 a.m. Guess what Jared Kushner tried to include in the Iran peace deal? Kushner wants to turn Iran into his next real estate development project.
A what now?
Donald Trump is preparing to offer Iran a $300 billion bribe to back out of a war he never should have waded into, and it's all thanks to Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner. The United States is considering creating a massive investment fund for Iran as part of a peace deal. After Tehran demanded reparations for the destruction, the New York Times reported Thursday an Iranian official put the amount for the reconstruction program at $300 billion. The funds seem to be spurred by an idea from Trump's Middle East envoy Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, the president's son-in-law, both of whom are real estate investors. Some mediators said that the duo had pitched promoting real estate projects and an investment fund for Tehran in the event that a deal was reached. It seems pretty clear that this investment fund is a thinly veiled strategy for them to make money from the destruction Trump leaves in his wake. Currently, Kushner is being investigated for cashing in on foreign investment funds. I mean, the corruption is complete. Most completely corrupt administration in history. Remember Hunter Biden?
I'm staying in the race.
How much do you figure Jared Kushner would stand to make off of a $300 billion construction project deal as a real estate investor? What do you think? What do you think? Billions, probably, one would assume.
Buried. Obviously, that first mission that the U.S. attacked the enrichment sites is believed to be buried under a mountain. He says the U.S. and China are the only countries with the equipment to remove that, and he said the U.S. will do that with Iranian help, along with the International Energy, the IAEA. And then he said, and this is going to be a crucial point, no money will be exchanged until further notice. So this is, again, U.S. President Donald Trump posting on social media that he's in the Situation Room currently, and that he is about to sign off on this, and he's laid out what he says the U.S. has achieved in this ceasefire deal. Again, this is just breaking news. We're just now hearing.
Honestly, Hunter Biden deserves an apology. Let's be real.
Call a crackhead.
Call a crackhead and call a crackhead and apologize. This week, Tell Hunter Biden you're sorry. You're sorry you thought that what he did was corrupt. But now you have realized, in fact, the levels of corruption attainable, as proven by the Trump administration, are just so much higher than what we saw. Ah, boy, oh boy, poor Hunter. You know, we gave him a lot of shit, and it's not fair, because the Trump family is enriching themselves in ways that no first family ever has. Oh, yeah. All right, let's keep talking about this final determination Trump is making with Channel 4 News from 12 hours ago.
Well, Krishnan, here we are again. Maybe a deal, maybe not a deal. There was some sense that progress was being made, given Donald Trump said he was holding this meeting in the Situation Room. But in the last few minutes, we've had two separate Truth Social postings from him, which would suggest he is now out of that room. And those Truth Socials did not mention Iran, suggesting he has moved on from that. We also don't know who was in the room with him. Certainly his Secretary of State and National Security Advisor, Marco Rubio,
Don't worry about it, little Marco.
spent the morning at the State Department with his Pakistani counterpart. Pakistan, of course, a key intermediary in the diplomatic efforts to solve this conflict. And then the man in charge of the military operation in the Middle East, Pete Hegseth, the self-styled Secretary of War, well, he's thousands of miles away with US troops in Asia. So it's unclear who he was discussing this with. He did lay out his demands, once again, demands we've seen before on his Truth Social before entering the Situation Room, saying Iran must agree to never have a nuclear weapon. It must immediately reopen the Strait of Hormuz, remove any mines underwater that are there. And when it comes to the enriched uranium it has, the US would go in and take that, and the US would destroy it. Also, Donald Trump saying that Iran would not see any economic relief as yet. Almost immediately, that was rebutted by the Iranians, who say that no agreement has been finalized. They say any memorandum of understanding would involve $12 billion of their frozen assets being unfrozen and immediately given back to Iran. There is no provision for the US to take that enriched uranium and destroy it. And also, when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz, they say that they will continue to monitor ships there and security measures, which is very different from Donald Trump talking about unrestricted traffic there. So what?
Yeah. You know, I feel like I'm often very skeptical, just like this sort of my operating, what do you call it? Like the base level at which I operate is basically one of great skepticism. But it's weird when my skepticism is met with just being right all the time, which feels like is happening a lot lately. Like, I feel like since week 1 of this thing, I was like, yeah, good luck with 3 or 4 weeks or whatever Trump said originally. Don't feel like that's gonna happen. And here we are, month 3 approaching month 4. Wow, you're coming at me for my humility? Come on. Look, go back, check the records. I'm just spitting facts over here right now. I literally said it. I said it, and I've been saying it. Every time we're told there's a new ceasefire, I'm like, don't believe it. Don't you dare believe it, Space Fams. And every time I'm fucking right. And let's be real, I kind of hate being right about that. Because every time I'm right about the ceasefires being fake, it means that war and human suffering persists. So I'm not exactly, like, bragging. Like, I'm not, like, thrilled that this is happening or something. Like, I'd actually prefer to be wrong. That's the thing about me. You know, I make predictions based upon what I know. Doesn't mean that I wouldn't prefer to be wrong sometimes. Like if this had ended week 1 and I was wrong, I think we'd all be happier, including me. Right? Like, it doesn't make me happy to know I was right about that. That we've now had 3 months now going into the 4th month of this fucking tragedy, this slow motion tragedy we're all watching. I take no joy in this. This brings me no comfort. Anyway, amidst all the talking about more deals, Israel has continued its deadly campaign in Lebanon. Here's France 24 from 20 hours ago. Whoops, not what I meant to do. There we go.
This is the aftermath of the first attack close to Beirut since the 6th of May. The Lebanese military said the airstrike on a block of flats killed a woman and 2 children, injuring 15 more. In a serious escalation, Israel also launched a flurry of deadly strikes on southern Lebanon.
We were sleeping. At 2 a.m., we woke up to a very powerful strike. We looked around and found the rubble on us.
The United Nations is urging for a ceasefire signed in mid-April to be respected.
We reiterate that civilians and civilian infrastructure must never be targeted. We condemn the loss of civilian life.
But on Wednesday, Israel expanded its evacuation orders, declaring all areas south of the Zahrani River a combat zone. That's most of southern Lebanon.
Wow, Israel just continues expanding its its new territory zone, right? It's not a buffer zone. It's a caboose on Israel, on the state of Israel. It's just added territory. Look at it. Israel's getting bigger and bigger in front of our eyes. Just happens to be adding the land of a United Nations member country. A UNSC member, a Security Council member country. And it's fascinating. I mean, Lebanon, supposedly an ally of the United States and Israel, while Israel is simultaneously seizing its land. Seems like with friends like Israel, who needs enemies? Right? Because that can't be forgotten. That technically, this part of the government of Lebanon is, allied with the United States. And vicariously Israel. Even though they're really not friends. It's complicated. Point is at no point has Israel stopped its illegal offensive in Lebanon. Ceasefire be damned. Speaking of ceasefires, I mean, Israel and Lebanon are supposed to meet again. Once again, completely excluding Hezbollah this week. And we're getting to more. I'm getting ahead of myself. We'll get to more of that in a second. But here's more video of more Israeli strikes on the fucking territory here. You can see people right. And if you watch this door over here in this building, I'm pointing out with my mouse, you can see people coming out of this building. Like, this is clearly a residential area. And they're just blowing shit up where people literally are... Okay. Yeah, to discuss more about Lebanon, we're going to go here to BBC. But did at any point any of you consider that maybe Israel resumed or stepped up its aggressions in Lebanon to prevent a deal from the United States and Iran from going through? Because, yeah, that's what a lot of people are suggesting right now, that Lebanon decided that, that Israel decided that it needed to find a way to prevent the United States from agreeing to a peace deal with Iran. And Iran, of course, wants all hostilities in the region to end. And I guess if you step up hostilities in the region, maybe that would prevent a deal from being struck.
Hello, welcome. I'm Kasia Madeira. This is the Iran War Today, our daily briefing, bringing you up to date with all you need to know on day 91 of the US-Israel war with Iran. So let's start with some of today's key developments. Donald Trump says he's lifted the US blockade on Iranian ships in the Strait of Hormuz. Writing on social media, he said that he's convening a meeting in the Situation Room to make a final decision on a deal with Iran. Well, this comes after Iran's top negotiator said that he has no trust in words or guarantees from the US, with reports suggesting Iran seeking $12 billion from frozen assets as part of an initial agreement with the US. Israeli and Lebanese representatives meet in DC after a week of heavy Israeli strikes. We'll have analysis of those attacks from BBC Verify. And we'll be live in New York as oil prices fall on the positive sound that a deal to reopen the Strait of Hormuz could be close. So we start with renewed hopes that an agreement could soon be agreed between the US and Iran to extend the ceasefire and allow negotiations to begin. Donald Trump posted optimistically on Truth Social in the last few hours, writing that he's currently meeting in the White House Situation Room to make, as he put it, a final decision. So let's just run through a few of the key points in his post. He says Iran must agree that they will never have a nuclear weapon or bomb.
Okay, we've already covered this fucking tweet 10,000 times, although it's an important tweet. Yeah, I guess it's just, it's annoying to me that he governs by tweet. And that we all treat every single one of his fucking tweets as if it's a government policy. Sorry, I'm just skipping ahead a little bit to talking about Lebanon. Yeah.
And over the last few days, dozens of people have been killed in Lebanon this week as Israel expands its offensive across the south of the country. Today, the Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, said that Israeli forces had crossed the Litani River, which had previously been seen as the northern boundary of Israel's offensive in Lebanon. He'd earlier announced an expansion of ground operations. Now, this comes as Hezbollah continued to fire drones towards northern Israel. So let's go live to Jerusalem and speak to our Middle East correspondent, Emir Nader. Emir, so just talk us through where we are with this ongoing situation.
Well, we'd seen since Israel announced this expanded campaign against Hezbollah earlier this week, we'd seen clashes along the Litani River. It's a strategic river, forms a kind of natural boundary 30 kilometers north of the Israel-Lebanon border. Earlier in the week, Hezbollah had claimed to repel an advancing attack of Israeli troops around that area. Now you have the Israeli Prime Minister saying that the troops have indeed crossed this river and that they're pushing north. Until sort of this sort of expanded campaign, you'd seen Israeli troops based below the river since the ceasefire deal came into effect last month. So this does signify their expanded ground operations. Israel says it wants to seize more territory, which it says is necessary to protect the residents of northern Israel, pointing to Hezbollah's increasing use of drones, some of which have crossed over the border and have struck a number of towns in the north of Israel. Then on Wednesday you had the Israeli military ordering all residents, all Lebanese people in the south of the country to go north, around 40 kilometers north, creating scenes of panic. And there is some speculation that one of the reasons why the Israeli military is trying to push further north and push people out of the south of Lebanon is because the drones that Hezbollah are using are wired. They have a spool on them, and that cable doesn't extend much more than 30 kilometers. And so this is one method by which they can try to limit the damage and the ability for Hezbollah to fly drones into the north of Israel.
And Emir, given that these strikes by Israel...
Yeah. And I mean, I feel like I'm a broken record, but 40 kilometers is effectively 1/5 of the entire length of the country of Lebanon. And Israel continues to do strikes up and down the coast, all the way up to the center of the fucking country in Beirut. Oh. My back is so fucked up today. I need to get back to working out the last couple of weeks because like the wedding and everything else has been going on. I'm feeling kind of shitty. Yeah, but doing that, I know that's not helping. I know that's not helping. But yeah, Israel's stepped up its offensive in Lebanon.
That there is no longer really a ceasefire to speak of.
Well, around 2 weeks ago, you had the Lebanese and Israeli delegations agreeing to extend this ceasefire for 45 days. Since then, since the ceasefire came into effect, you've had more than 600 Lebanese people who've been killed in Israeli attacks. That number doesn't distinguish between fighters and civilians, but we know many women, many children, many paramedics and first responders have been killed among those Israeli attacks. Now today you've got the delegations meeting again, a military delegation at the Pentagon brokered by the United States. They're talking about how to progress this ceasefire process. Israel says that its attacks are helping Lebanon in its pursuit of disarming Hezbollah, whereas the Lebanese president today, Joseph Aoun, said that what's needed to make progress is a ceasefire, and that the sort of complex topic, the complex challenge of disarming Hezbollah requires a truce and a cessation of hostilities. There is some speculation that President Trump greenlit this expanded Lebanese offensive, Israeli offensive in Lebanon as a way to put pressure on Iran in these ongoing talks. Obviously, Hezbollah is an ally of Iran, but then there are also those who think that part of the motivation for Prime Minister Netanyahu expanding this conflict in the south of Lebanon is because he's aware that this emerging deal could bring a ceasefire on all fronts in the regional war, and he has vowed to dismantle and destroy Hezbollah, and if a ceasefire comes in, it could bind Israel's hands in being able to continue its attack.
Yeah, I think that's the much more likely situation, even for Donald Trump. That seems incredibly misguided. To put pressure on Iran? In what way? Iran has literally been saying that that's a red line of theirs. So crossing one of their red lines, it doesn't seem like putting pressure so much as completely scuttling a deal, right? Or at least potentially. And in my estimation, like the much more likely scenario there is Benjamin Netanyahu saying, I need to do this right now. Middle of a political election, and I've finally started the Greater Israel project in full in Lebanon here, and I wouldn't want to stop that just because Operation Epstein Fury ends. Well, one man is deeply unsettled by all of this. He'll be shocked to know that man is John frickin' Bolton. I know, not John. Deeply unsettled.
What do you think the president is either pushing for or concerned about that he has not publicly made up his mind on this decision yet? Maybe he's done so privately, but he hasn't told us publicly where he's going to go here.
Right. I can imagine the president saying to this group of advisors, I'm not loving our options here. I think he clearly wants a deal to try and get out of this situation, declare victory, open the strait to get oil out into international markets, lower the price of gasoline at the pump, alleviate some of the economic concern in this country, thinking of the November election. But on the other hand, he knows if he makes a bad deal, he's already been criticized by several Republican members of the Senate. Even though we don't know the terms of the deal, he's very worried he's going to look like he's given away the store. So I think when you add to the fact, honestly, none of us really know what this memorandum of understanding says or who's agreed to it, particularly in the case of Iran, whether they have anybody who can make a final decision. So I think it's a very unsettling situation.
What does that even mean?
And it entirely benefits Iran. Every day that goes by, from the ceasefire we're in now to this proposed 6.
I love that John Bolton is living in this world where Iran has no government, even though they clearly have a prime minister, a president and a foreign minister and a military, like a self-governing military, and like they still have a supreme leader with the same name as the last guy. And John's like, there's nobody in Iran. Like, he buys half of what Trump has to say. He's like, there's nobody, I don't know if there's anybody in there to even make any decisions, says John Bolton. Really? Okay.
So I think it's a very unsettling situation, and it entirely benefits Iran. Every day that goes by, from the ceasefire we're in now to this proposed 60-day extension of the ceasefire, it removes further and further from any likelihood that we will again resume the use of military force. That's victory for the regime in Iran.
Oh, God, that is unsettling. It is unsettling that we might not go back to fucking war, says John Bolton. He's disturbed that we might not resume military operations. This guy is a fucking lunatic. Who says that? Who says that right now? Caitlin does not look surprised at all. No, I too am not surprised by this answer. But it's just why do we keep bringing this guy out over here at CNN? That's my question. We know what he's going to say every fucking time. All I have to see is a fucking title. I mean, I listen to these videos ahead of time, but it's like, what's the point? You know what at least when it comes to John Bolton, you know what, I'm almost never surprised by anything this man says. If anything, it's always just surprised in the wrong direction. Like, it's always like, oh, actually, this guy loves war even more than I thought. Like, I knew he loved war, but not this much. You know what I mean? Like, that's the only kind of surprise I get. It's like, oh, wow, John Bolton really is a warmonger, isn't he? I've been saying it for a long time, but boy, have I been right about that.
Would be against taking the 60-day extension.
I was against the ceasefire. This
we know.
Understands
We know,
when
John.
it's being pounded on.
We know, because we just got done listening to you saying that every day the ceasefire continues is a bad day for America.
And now, as that pressure is relieved, if you think it's been tough to negotiate this 11 or 12-point memorandum of understanding, wait till we get to the negotiations over the nuclear program. The president likes to say that our adversaries in
John Bolton is talking like a true lover of forever wars, right? Like, if you just operate by what in the way that John is suggesting, you get every time you get into any kind of conflict, you just have a forever war, right? At least as it relates to Iran, I guess. But it's just wild. He's like, he said, look, you could want relief of pressure, but don't you really just want to edge? Don't you want to just do like a forever war edge for like the next 15 years? Wouldn't that be better rather than relieving the pressure? That's basically what he's saying. He's like, I'd rather we do some edging, some extreme forever war edging for like 15 years. Never quite in and never quite out of it. Just constantly in a military conflict. You know, we can call it, in fact, we can call it an extended military conflict. Oh, God, I hate these fucking guys. When will these guys cease to exist? He's like the neocon wing of the Republican Party, like the true war hawks. Like, this guy loves war more than like anything else.
Are sometimes tapping us along. Well, he's being tapped along by the Iranians right now.
Oh, God.
But if this deal, this temporary deal, reopens the Strait of Hormuz, do you believe that's a good thing?
No, because I think necessarily it opens the channels of international commerce for Iran to sell its oil. I think the right thing to do, just looking at the issue of the Strait, keep the blockade against the shipment of
Keep the war
Iranian oil
crime.
and open up the Arab side of the Gulf. Get the Gulf Arab oil out into international
Selective
commerce.
war crime.
Let that bring the price internationally of oil down. I think we can do it. I think we've...
I love that plan from John. I mean, there's a reason why we haven't done this yet, right? It's been 3 months of this. It's because it puts our fucking entire Navy at risk to have to like escort ship after ship. And by the way, we're not charging $5 million a piece. This is just like on our own dime. John just wants us to do this to stick it to Iran. He doesn't give a shit how much this costs. Like, he's like, look, the military must guarantee passage through the strait by whatever means. Doesn't matter. Just do the illegal blockade of Iran. Keep that going. And then let the Arab allies through. The good ones, not the bad ones. Oh, what a shitty guy. What a shitty guy that John Bolton is. He's like, look, every second we're not doing the war, we're not doing the war. Full stop. How dare anybody even suggest we stop doing this war? Says John. Unacceptable. We must control the strait with an iron fist. John Bolton, who will never have to, risk his own skin, his own life. And, but he's willing to send American troops over there to do that. What a disturbed and disgusting individual. That's an unsettling situation, okay? That's the... having John Bolton still being a political pundit, that's the unsettling situation. Nobody should be taking what this guy says seriously, aside from it being like a threat, right? Like, not as like a good ideas, but like this is just a man who's got a whole bunch of bad ideas. All of them. He's ready to go. Well, we've made some crazy progress here tonight, Space Fams. I don't know how, but we did. I just moved really fast. I had 100 videos. I had 100. I might have skipped like a couple. Cause that's. I thought at one point I thought it was going slow. I didn't skip that many, like 2 or 3, maybe 4 out of like 97 videos. But we're almost to the end of the stream. I'm going to hit up the Al Jazeera live stream real quick. I got a couple of clips in Asia on the fallout of the Iran war there. Yeah, here we go.
shells, every price tag is a reminder of how deeply the war is affecting daily life in Iran.
Hard-hitting interviews.
I mean, is it easy on the campaign trail to promise, but the reality is that much harder to deliver?
It is difficult, but nothing that is worth celebrating should be easy.
Facing realities.
Where do the negotiations currently stand?
Program. Donald Trump ends a high-level meeting on Iran without announcing a decision. A possible peace deal hangs in the balance. Israeli forces put.
So you're telling me that Donald Trump said that the final determination was being made at 12 hours ago, 15, however long ago, like 15 fucking hours ago, and here we are, 15 hours later, meeting done, and no final determination?
What?
Unbelievable.
Deeper into southern Lebanon, forcing people out of their homes in several more villages.
The era of the United States subsidizing the defense of wealthy nations is over. We need partners, not protectorates.
Seeking a balance of power in Asia, the US sends a message to a region where China's military buildup looms large. Plus, deadlock in Bolivia. A months-long blockade by anti-government protesters leads to shortages in food rations. After nearly 2 hours of high-level talks, there's still no announcement from Donald Trump on a possible deal with Iran. The US president left the Situation Room Friday night without delivering the final determination he'd promised. A White House official told Al Jazeera that any agreement depends on Tehran meeting all of Trump's red lines. Ahead of the briefing, the president outlined some of the elements of the proposal, included Iran agreeing to never have a nuclear weapon and the lifting of the US naval blockade, enabling ships stranded in the Strait of Hormuz to head home. Our chief US correspondent, Alan Fisher, is at the White House with more on the sticking points between Washington and Tehran.
Certainly Donald Trump has made his red lines very clear again, that Iran can't have a nuclear weapon, that the Strait of Hormuz must be reopened quickly.
Am I the only one who feels like we're trapped in some sort of horrible time loop or something? What? I feel like we're having the same conversation 5 nights a fucking week now. He's like, Donald Trump still hasn't changed his insane demands, and Iran continues to stay firm on theirs. It is the stalemate of all stalemates. Like, am I wrong? Like, I swear to God, we have this fucking conversation every goddamn night. Well, Trump still wants all the nuclear dust, and Iran says, no way. No way, buddy. Trump says the strait is open, and Iran says, actually, not open. What's she talking about?
What you talking about?
And that Iran must also demine the strait as quickly as possible. Might be difficult for them, given that Donald Trump has said on a number of occasions that they've sunk all the mine hunters and minesweepers that the Iranian Navy has. So this is now just a waiting game. Clearly, the Iranians are saying no final deal has been done. But there's a suggestion that the idea that the blockade has been lifted might be the first step. We've talked many times about how peace deals tend to be sequenced. You do this, then we do that. And if lifting the blockade is the first point, then opening the Strait of Hormuz would be the second point. It will be a gradual easing of the blockade, but it certainly opens up the idea that there might be some movement here. We've certainly heard from US officials over the last 24 hours. Donald Trump mentioned it on social media. Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, when he was in the briefing room on Thursday. And of course, J.D. Vance, the Vice President, who said that he believed the Iranians were negotiating in good faith. But there was some question about the idea of what happens to the enriched uranium. And
has Iran confirmed that they mined the strait? I think they claimed that they mined the strait like last month, I think, or like the beginning of May. I can't remember exactly the timing of it, But they had claimed they had mined a certain area of the strait, which is, I believe, in Omani territorial waters. If I recall, there was like a area, like Oman kind of like is the corner there, right, of like the Arab states, sort of poking in there to the Gulf, and on the Omani half of the strait, Iran had like released a map of like a vague area where the mines might be. So yeah, I would say yes. I think they did, if I recall correctly.
All about language, and these documents tend to be that. The idea is that it would be a memorandum of understanding. This is the broad basis for an agreement. 60 days would then follow, and the intention would be that the Iranians would talk about the nuclear program and enriched uranium.
US Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth says Washington is ready to resume strikes against Iran if negotiations collapse.
Our ability to recommence if necessary is, we are more than capable. Our stockpiles are more than suited for that, both there and around the globe, because of how we balance exquisite and more plentiful munitions. So we're
exquisite munitions? There's something wrong
Iran's
with this
also
man. There's something inherently wrong with this fucking guy. Who the hell says exquisite munitions? He's talking about bullets like they're fucking like a Picasso or something. Like, I'm trying to think exquisite munitions, he says. What a sick puppy. This guy needs fucking help.
You have a mental health problem.
And more plenty.
What an exquisite piece of shit.
Both there and around the globe, because of how we balance exquisite and more plentiful munitions. So we're in a very good place.
Iran's also said it's ready to return to war if necessary. The Foreign Ministry reiterating no agreements been finalised with the US.
As I speak to you now, the exchange of messages is continuing, but an understanding has not been finalized. Regarding other points that have been mentioned, including the nuclear issue, I stress again that at this stage we are focused on ending the war. Therefore, we have nothing to say about the details of the nuclear issue at this stage.
Al-Maghdad Al-Ruhaid has more on the latest developments from Tehran.
The first official reactions comes from Foreign Ministry spokesperson Ismail Baqai, and his message is very clear. The exchange of messages between Iran and the United States is continuing, but no final agreement has been reached. He also pushed back strongly on President Trump's tone, saying that Iran said goodbye to the language of.
Let's not forget that while we're talking about this, I feel like I have to continue reiterating this for everybody listening. We're not talking about a peace proposal. We're talking about a peace talks proposal. We can't even agree on what needs to be done to talk about what needs to be done for peace, right? It's like the blockade situation. It's an onion of fuckery. And it's quite clear that we are not very close to reaching a deal. We can't even agree on what it takes to talk about reaching a deal. It's not a good place to start from. There's a lot of optimism, a lot of people talking about this as if it's like a pending, but we're not even fucking close, like not even like remotely close in my estimation. I wish I could say we are. And I would like to once again reiterate that I would love to be proven wrong about this claim. And that we wake up tomorrow and everything's over. But I just have a lot of skepticism around that. I think rightfully so. Because if we can't even agree on what on the very basics, the very frameworks, to talk about the concepts of a plan, right? That seems bad. It's not a good starting point. All right, I'm just going to hit live here on Al Jazeera. That was slightly back.
Israelis have expanded the scope of their operation to include everything south of the Zahrani River.
Oh, wow. Okay, we got to go back a little bit. Hezbollah has finally responded to Israel, who has been violating the ceasefire for over a month and a half, however long it's been. Yeah.
Israel is widening its invasion of southern Lebanon with fresh attacks on villages in the past few hours, despite a U.S.-brokered ceasefire. More strikes are expected. The Israeli military has issued new forced evacuation orders. Large parts of residential areas are in ruins, with more than 1 million people displaced. A significant number of Israeli troops have crossed the Litani River in Lebanon for the first time since the 2006 war with Hezbollah. Israel has also declared areas south of the Zahrani River an active combat zone, ordering people there to leave. The Israeli occupation now covers roughly 2,000 square kilometers of southern Lebanon. That is nearly a fifth of the country. At the same time, Hezbollah is firing back. Israeli media say more than 10 rockets were launched overnight from Lebanon towards Kiryat Shmona in northern Israel. Most were intercepted, but one rocket struck the city, causing damage to buildings. Al Jazeera's Obeida Hito is live for us in Tyre in southern Lebanon. Obeida, there are more forced displacement threats being issued. Where are those, and what are people there expected to do?
That's right, Anna. These new forced evacuation orders have been issued for 7 towns and villages, some of them in the Nabatea district, others just north of Tyre, as well as in Jazin. For the people that are affected, they don't really have many options. The Israelis have expanded the scope of their operation to include everything south of the Zahrani River, declaring it a conflict zone, as you just mentioned, which is putting a lot of people in a very difficult situation. Thousands of people returned to the south following the announcement of a ceasefire in April. Since then, they've only seen an intensification of Israeli bombardment and an expanded campaign of targeting that includes residential areas, busy urban centers, and now that people are having to flee, especially following these blanket forced evacuation orders that cover the city of Tyre and the entirety of Nabatea that were issued earlier this week, for those people, there are very little options left because the government shelters, are over 600 of them opened up in schools and government buildings, are overflowing. Around 130,000 people are already living in those shelters. For everybody else, they have to find relatives to stay with or live in makeshift tent cities in different cities around the country. Here in Tyre, there are still people living in those conditions in public parks. And then in other cities like Beirut, in the capital, there are also many makeshift tent cities, tent camp cities around the capital where people are having no other choice but to stay and wait it out.
And Obeida, how significant is this for the Israeli operation there, this benchmark that troops there have now crossed the Litani River?
Yeah, it's quite significant because Israel's scope of operations was not thought to be so wide. It was limited to a yellow security zone 10 kilometers deep, established following the announcement of the ceasefire. But now they've gone way beyond that, crossing the Litani River around 30 kilometers from the Blue Line. And they're continuing to advance just southwest of the city of Nabatea. Israeli troops are pushing through the towns of Meifadoun and Zotar al-Sharqiyya towards Shukin. They've just reached today the outskirts of Shukin, which was issued a forced evacuation order earlier. And there is ongoing intense bombardment and artillery shelling around there. Further east, just north of Der Mimas, they're pushing north along the high ridge line that follows the Litani River, looking over the Marja'yun district. They've largely avoided entering the areas in Marja'yun and south of Marja'yun into the areas that are south of Marj Ayoun, and they're making a maneuver to encircle Nabatea, reaching the town of Debin, which is just south of the Litani River. And if they cross into Debin and then cross the river from there, they'll have made an encirclement almost complete, cutting off the western Beqa Valley from the south of the country and putting a wedge into Hezbollah's second and third lines of defense, preventing what Israel says it wants to do, preventing these cross-border attacks that are reaching very deep in.
Yeah, I mean, while they may be claiming it's preventing Hezbollah from doing what they want to do, it's also illegally preventing Lebanese civilians from returning to their homes during a ceasefire. Israel's claiming to be in observance of while it does these attacks. So someone make it make sense.
Israeli territory.
Al Jazeera's Obeida Hito reporting live for us from Tyre in southern Lebanon. Obeida, thank you. After nearly 2 hours of high-level talks, there is still no announcement from Donald Trump on a possible deal with Iran. The U.S. president left the Situation Room on Friday night without delivering the final determination that he had promised. A White House official told Al Jazeera that any agreement depends on Tehran meeting all of Trump's red lines. Ahead of the briefing, the president outlined some of the elements of that proposal. They include Iran agreeing to never have a nuclear weapon and the lifting of the U.S. naval blockade, enabling ships stranded in the Strait of Hormuz to head home. Our chief U.S. correspondent Alan Fisher has more on the sticking points between Washington and Tehran.
Certainly Donald Trump has made his red lines.
Okay. I think that's a good place to end that. They're back on the loop over there at Al Jazeera. We already saw that one. I think we're as up to date on that as
what
we
do you
can
think?
be. Yeah, and I'm just looking at Trump's Truth Social. I'm not seeing any proclamations regarding Iran on here. The last like 8-9 hours or something like that. Criticizing the New York Times, though. The failing New York Times is doing everything possible to criticize the magnificent restoration of the reflecting pool. He's coming at the New York Times over their coverage of his resurfacing of the Lincoln Memorial Pool, which he's paying his own personal pool guy. The Mar-a-Lago pool guy is getting paid, what, 17 mil? Like $17 million to repaint the pool? It's like basically like half the size of an Olympic swimming pool. A task which usually costs in the tens of thousands, but certainly not in the tens of millions. Did I see the Keg's Breath PT video? We watched there was a quick clip of it earlier. Are you talking about with him running around with the troops doing fucking work, like doing push-ups and jogging? Yeah, we saw that. You'd think he'd be more focused on the war itself, not sort of cosplaying with the troops. But that's our government. America, fuck yeah! Okay. 2 clips left here, Space Fams. Yes, we are ending slightly early tonight. I know it's going to be a little less than 8 hours. The content just flew by, okay? It's not my fault. I mean, it's a little bit my fault. I didn't manage my time, my clips, and we're ending slightly early. Maybe we'll do an extended after stream. I don't know.
Are you not entertained?
I could use some rest, honestly. Now that I'm thinking about it, like, my back is killing me. I could use some rest. All right, let's go to Pakistan first, where the Operation Epstein Fury and the lack of access to fuel is causing people's lives to be upended for Holy Week, Eid. People are not able to celebrate in the normal ways.
Muhammad Shaheen walks through a crowded cattle market searching for an affordable sacrificial animal. But like many Pakistanis this Eid, he is struggling to keep up with the sharp increase in prices.
Compared to last year, the prices of sacrificial animals have doubled. I'm worried. This is beyond my budget.
Since the Iran-US conflict began, fuel prices in Pakistan have risen by nearly 70%, triggering a chain reaction across the economy.
This time, there is a decline in the purchase of animals. The reason is the increase in diesel prices. Due to the rise in fuel prices, our transportation costs have gone up.
The impact is visible not only in cattle markets, but also in Eid travel plans.
Usually we celebrate Eid in our village area, but this time we will celebrate here because we cannot afford it due to the increase in petrol prices.
The fuel prices hike has also hit public transport businesses. The usual hustle and bustle is missing in these bus stands ahead of Eid.
This time the rush at the bus stand is very low. Passengers come, hear the fare, and then leave. People are very worried.
The government meanwhile insists it is trying to shield consumers from the global fuel shock triggered by the regional conflict. But for many Pakistanis, relief remains out of reach. Markets in Pakistan's big and small cities are usually packed with shoppers ahead of Eid. But this year, traders complain that customers are not spending enough and businesses are suffering. Here in Pakistan, the Iran-US war is no longer a distant conflict. From cattle markets to bus stations, its economic impact is now being felt at home, slowing business activity.
Nowhere is being spared by the effects of Operation Epstein Fury, the war in Iran. Really doesn't know, it knows no borders. I mean, all right, it technically has some borders, but you get what I'm saying. The after effects, the economic effects of Iran are being seen all across the planet. In the Philippines, and I could have kept this, honestly, because we were talking about agriculture earlier, I could have left it there, but also belongs here. But this is a recurring theme that we all need to be, like, staying aware of to some degree, like, cognizant of. We've been talking about this. It's impending. It's a slow-moving train crash. But as we know, Operation Epstein Fury caused the strait to be shut down, and for oil and fertilizers, which mostly come from that region, to stop leaving the region and going to the places they need to go. And as a result, farmers across the planet did not have enough fertilizer or were forced to pay exorbitant amounts for said fertilizer, which of course leaves those without money, without fertilizer, without the fuel to harvest plants or do whatever else they have to do, right? Because farmers aren't just like even in impoverished regions, farmers are still using gasoline, right? For whatever types of things, generators, all sorts of things. And unfortunately, I think by the end of the year, we're going to be seeing much higher food prices as a result of all of this. It's going to take a lot for us to get back from this shit. All right, here we go. Let's see how farmers are handling the epic economic fallout here in the Philippines. Some 4 hours ago. Well, slightly longer. 4 hours before the stream.
Dindo Namor has been a banana farmer for nearly 30 years. Where he grew up in the Philippines' Davao region, Banana plantations dominate the landscape, and they've been a stable source of employment. But he's lost his job a few times when diseases ravaged the crops. Now he's concerned a conflict thousands of kilometers away may do the same.
I hope the conflict in the Middle East doesn't get worse, or better yet, I hope it ends already. Because if my boss's business gets affected, my family won't have money for our daily needs.
But his employer, Joe Casetta, says it's already having an impact. The Iran war has limited fertilizer shipments and pushed prices up. All while a flood of bananas going to China, his company's main export destination, is forcing him to sell low.
Bananas rot quickly, so those that can't reach the Middle East have to be diverted right away and sold at lower prices. And when traders sell low, banana growers like us suffer the most.
Industry leaders say the Philippines has lost nearly $150 million in revenue since the United States and Israel attacked Iran in late February. Banana shipments heading for the region have had to turn back and divert exports to an already saturated East Asian market.
The Philippines is one of the world's largest banana exporters, and the Middle East has been a growing market in recent years. Iran, in particular, became the country's fourth largest buyer last year, with orders worth nearly $100 million.
Expanding markets helped farms which had been struggling with pests and diseases for years survive. Now, the Iran war is threatening to erase those gains. But banana producers here say failing is not an option.
Yep, and that's the other thing. We're like, I'm trying to constantly point out to us here on this stream is that every fucking second we spend fighting one another here on the planet, is another second not spent trying to improve the planet that we're living on, trying to save it from destruction. We've got all sorts of species just disappearing from the planet, whether it's plant and other food crops that are struggling as a result of all sorts of different climate-driven diseases to some degree, as well as human-related causes. All the things we're doing, many of the things we're doing are causing these things to happen, and we need these resources that we're spending on all these fucking endless wars to solve them. So every dollar we spend on fucking bombs, another dollar not being spent on preventing complete and total climate collapse. Or losing all of the bees and all the pollinators so that we can continue to eat food. So another dollar spent not doing stuff like that. Or, ensuring that everybody has health care or housing or something. We talked about it recently, but I'm just going to keep repeating this fact. But we could literally have Medicare for all and all college debt forgiven, currently existing college and medical debt forgiven for, I think, just the increase in the military budget being asked for by the DoD right now. That's just the increase. Right? The $500 billion increase. But nope, we keep giving it to Lockheed Martin, and Raytheon, and Palantir, and Boeing, and all the other military contractors. Yep, still a pretty fucked week. Not gonna lie, Space Fams. It's a brief glimmer of glory here at the end, end of the week of some of the tiny shimmering of hope. I almost just got the hiccups there for a second. With those judges smacking down Trump and the $1766 million slush fund and the Trump Kennedy Center. And, oh shit. Almost had it happen again. It was close. Once you start getting hiccuped, when you start hiccuping, right? Once your I think it's the diaphragm, essentially, once it gets out of rhythm with your breathing, you're fucked. Which is why you have to stop it. Like, you have to nip it in the bud, right? You have to stop right immediately, right? No. What's the deal right now? What is causing this? $1 trillion sounds like something a villain would say. Yep. Yeah, that's exactly, god damn it, what it is. I'm not properly nipping it in the bud. Probably because I'm talking. Oh, no. All right. Well, Space Fams, we did it. We got through the week. Technically. God damn. Why are you doing this to me? Why do you hate me? Well, we got through another stream. It was quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anticorporatist, Obsessive Audio, Owen Up, Nadia, Choki, Skelt, Selena, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia, Rica, New York, Wheel in Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Hermit Horologist, HBX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl Gaslight Topscracy, Paige Larson, Frizla, Benny Hanna 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the Six, The Reference Frame, Glitchmaster, Social Butterfly, The Anarchist, Perfect L, Winnie and Robin, Young Chris, Echios, Emily S, and Tecate. That's right. All of these people here have helped produce the show, which your eyes and ears hopefully just got done enjoying. You can too, for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon.